Appreciate y'all American people. How y'all doing? Imagine all y'all healthy, doing well and all that, you know. So see, we're gonna be American clearing the colonial colonists confusion. And we're gonna be joined by some good American people. Goes by the name History. You know, he's gonna be joining us shortly. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna rock these intros, and you know, we're gonna get started. Appreciate y'all time and y'all presence. Abanki Palami, Igby, Atak, Intikba, Atak Shanspo, Maliki Okla, Okcha, Abahanta, Chatayakni, Anli, Yukbali, Ishkifa Nishkin, Oglush Enla, Abinili, Chata Atak, Ishkafushi. Almighty Creator, ancestors, our American people, awake. This is divine sacred Chata land. Be faithful, be exalted. Former nations, colonists. You are in the eye of the tomahawk.
Tomahawk! How we gonna do it? The hard way! How we gonna do it? The hard way! How we gonna do it? The hard way!
But you're not black. Remember, we only kill black people. Yeah, we only kill black people, right?
Tomahawk! How we gonna do it? The hard way! How we gonna do it? The hard way! How we gonna do it? The hard way! Tomahawk!
We the people have been poisoned. Have you or anyone you know experienced hair loss, balding, bleeding issues, cancers, diabetes, and related health problems? These conditions and many others are the result of rat poisoning. chat. My audio's good. I was gonna make my connection is good. This was gonna be joining the yeah, history real.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my apologies, man. I had to reset my internet real quick, man. It was a storm down here. And yeah, apologies for the delay. Yeah. But now we good though. Yeah, so I hit feedback on your side if you can. Mute any other devices that's showing showing the YouTube situation.
Yeah, we good.
I bet appreciate you. So yeah, how you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Could be better, but let's get into this work, man. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Me trying to tell you how good I feel, that shit ain't gonna work. Let's get into this. People gonna see how I feel.
No doubt, absolutely. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set it off with this, right? So in recent weeks, all right, I done showed the origins of the name America being indigenous to this continent, right? So this is the document that I showed, the Atlantic Monthly, a magazine of literature, science, art, and politics. This is dated 1875, right? So I'm just going to jump right here to the linker, all right? So it says, there is the strongest evidence that this word denoting the range and the rocks of Amérique, or Amérique, is an indigenous word, all right? And it is within the language of the Linka Indians of Central America, all right? So I'm not going to go into all the details about that. Just going to continue with it, right? Just want to do a quick recap because I'm setting the precedence here.
Hey,
what
Tone,
you're about to get into.
Not to interrupt you, but there is something that's actually synonymous to what you just put up there that I sent you about the Yamaskaron. If you could pull up the email that talks about the Yamaskaron and the origin of what they believe to be part of the name of the name of America.
Okay, give me 1 second here. I got your had to create a directory for you today. You done loaded me up with some info for today's session and all of that. So let me pull up your directory, my guy. Give me 1 moment here.
You know how we do, fam.
Yeah, I created some PDFs out of
Check
the email.
with the subject Yamaskaron. Yamiscaron. It was it's what the Spanish when they first came here before the other English and French and Dutch and so forth in the early 1500s when they set up St. Augustine, down in Florida for their first settlement or so-called settlement here. They were in touch with several different tribes, namely the Timkua, the Guale, several different other tribes that were within and out of that area. But the Yamaskaron was a name that they utilized for the peoples in that area, and it was let's see. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Yeah, I got the Yamakra right here.
It should be like a long. It's like a long. It has like a lot of notes on it. Maybe the subject line says notes. Oh yeah, that might be it. I believe that might be it.
Yeah, I believe this is it right here. Yeah. Yeah, where it says Carolina Genesis, page 66.
But there's an actual picture of the indigenous inhabitants of that area on one of those pictures or one of those screenshots.
Yeah, I have it right here, I believe. The early history of the Creek Indians.
We don't want to spend too much time on it, but there it goes, right underneath the picture there, right underneath that chart. If you could scroll down under that chart where it's highlighted.
Yeah, I have it right there. Yep.
So just give people another visual of the origin of the name of this land as being named by what we were named as by the Spanish when they encountered us at certain times. The Yamaskaron, it mentions the name there, but that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Maybe scroll down a little bit more. You'll see a picture of Indians with it.
Okay. Yeah, so when I printed this PDF, when I made it into a PDF from the email, I might have thrown it off a little bit. Let me pull up the actual email. That way, hopefully, it'll be much clearer. And yeah, we have some images here too. All right.
But the origin of the name, people say that, there's a group of folks that say that it's a kingdom of the people that they come from, and they named it and so forth. So, let's clear that all up.
That's right. Absolutely. Yeah, so we see right here, this is on page 64, where it says Carolina Genesis, the compound prefixes Amorgari and Amakari are similar.
Yep. Beloved people of the sun. Keep going down on the page. Oh, well, you can see. Yep. Keep going. Let's. I'll read it. The compounded prefixes Amagari and Amakari are similar. Amor or Ama from the Spanish denotes beloved and derived from the Sephardic Amoro. You moved it too far.
Okay, right here.
Nah, go back up a little bit where it talks about.
Yeah, the screen should be set.
Let's go back to that. We'll go back to the origins of the name of America. We can go back to that. Let's just go forward.
Let's go back to this one.
Scroll down a little bit to the second paragraph.
Okay, let me go. Okay. So the one where it begins where it's saying Swanson inaccurately suggests.
I'm just sent you so much stuff. On my end, I'm trying to find exactly the actual note that had the picture with the indigenous inhabitants from the people who actually came and sketched them.
No doubt. Yeah, Sharon Walker, how you doing? Appreciate your presence. Brandon Walker, appreciate your presence as well. You already know.
All right, but let's just give people a little bit of background on what we're doing right now, as far as why we brought this to light with regards to the confusion that's going on, as we term it, with regards to historical information that pertains to the indigenous inhabitants of these lands.
Absolutely.
Is my voice coming through clear? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, your voice is good. And right. Yeah, also, if there's any audio distortion, please put a 2 in the chat. And that will just notify me because I'm monitoring the chat as well. Just put a 2 in the chat if there's any audio issues in y'all end. Appreciate y'all. But yeah, nah, it's real. You're good. You're real clear.
Copy. So, Tom, I mean, do you want to run an intro or anything to get stuff started, get people energized? You know what I'm saying? To get into the topics.
Already wrapped my intros and all of that.
Okay.
A few moments ago. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, we pretty much ready to jump into it. However, I do want to play one of these videos that you sent. Matter of fact, some of the videos that you posted. So we got this MLK video, right? Now, I just want to make sure my audio was good because sometimes stream you all be acting funny, right? I'm gonna stop the screen share briefly. I'm gonna restart it and I'm gonna set it on that MLK video, and I'm gonna do it for the other ones as well. All right. So yeah, y'all see the video up right here? Let me go ahead and run it now though.
Because however strays away from the ideals of justice, the goal of America is freedom. Abused and scorned though we may be, our destiny is tied up in the destiny of America. Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here. Before the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we were here. For more than 2 centuries, our forebears labored here without wages. They made cotton king. They built the homes of their masters in the midst of the most humiliating and oppressive conditions. Yet out of a bottomless vitality, they continue to grow and develop.
Yeah, so that video, as you see, that's Martin King Jr. This is on History Real's YouTube channel. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Definitely subscribe to History Real. All right. Got great information. Real thorough with the work. Follow me on Instagram as well. Same name, History Real.
Appreciate you, Tom. Right, let's just really touch on that real quick. You know, there were some key points that Martin Luther King made in that. He said, before the Pilgrim Fathers landed, we were here. You know, that's a big topic of discussion today because you got several groups of different people making claims to the land. And, you know, they pretty much switched up their whole MO over the course of their life. You know what I'm saying? They were once Egyptians, then they were once Israelites, then they were once, you know, Muslims or Moors or something different. And now everybody understands that the indigenous people of this land were always brown-skinned folks. And now, you know, everybody wants a piece of that pie. And, you know, when it comes down to slavery, now you got, you know, the Irish claiming that they were brought here as slaves, which is, you know, it's not non-factual. But at the end of the day, their land is not here because, you know, when St. Patrick's Day comes around, they Irish. When, you know, Columbus Day comes around, the Italians come out and wave that flag. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes really down to it, and we look back, obviously there's a lot of people on here that follow, this information, so they know about the 1828 definition of American. You know what I'm saying? The copper-colored races in which Europeans were told, that they have to be the Americans now, and they have to be patriotic in order to uphold and keep that situation going for themselves. Now, for us as a people that have been here and have roots to here, it's an easy way to misconstrue information when you have now DNA companies coming out and saying that people's DNA, derives from a continent that they don't come from. There's ways of really going down into the isotope testing to see exactly where someone is from, but they'd rather sell people these dreams and give them an African certificate. So, but when our genealogy traces back, it leads us to a path where it doesn't go beyond these lands. Some of us may have some Caribbean roots. I have definitely family from Barbados in my family that some of them married in. There's the intermixing of people way before, people who found this land in 1492, before they actually stepped foot on these lands. So when Martin Luther King says we were here, there were a variety of different races of brown, or what they call brown and black community folks. But the black people having brown skin and the brown community having various shades of, different other colors of brown. So, when we look at it, this is exactly in my head right now. I wanted to bring this up with Albert Perry. And Albert Perry, who was a so-called African-American man from South Carolina, his DNA had genetic coding on it that had a marker for a genetic mutation about 340,000 years ago. And that actual genetic mutation happened with thousands of so-called African Americans in a database system that was done by a reputable company. And this video actually goes into detail. Let me shut up and let this video go so people can see what I'm talking about.
Got some bet. I'm running it now.
In 2015, a female relative of Albert Perry, an African American, submitted a sample of his DNA to a company called Family Tree to trace family roots. Routine DNA analysis technicians at the company made an extremely rare discovery. Albert Perry contained a Y chromosome with a genetic signature like no other. Y chromosomes are the hereditary factor determining the male sex. Albert Perry revealed that the most recent common ancestor for his lineage was roaming the earth about 338,000 years ago. Geneticists have been able to prove that all men tested thus far in these commercial databases can trace their Y chromosome to a common male ancestor labeled Adam that lived between 60,000 and 140,000 years ago. This made his DNA over twice as old as any fossil on record for Homo sapiens. Now scientists are questioning everything that is known about the time and location of the first people on Earth. Is this finally the proof pre-Adamite theorists have been looking for? That there really were human civilizations before the age of Adam and Eve? And if so, what other doors can Perry's DNA open? 30,000 years? Could it really be true that humans were on Earth so long ago? And not just humans, but advanced civilizations with hierarchies and kings.
It's not just the Sumerian kings list, it's also the Egyptian kings list of Manetho. Writes about the dynasties going back, maybe not as long, but at least 30,000 BC. Gods like Thoth and others, deities that were called the 9 particular reigning deities of the Egyptian world. So if these deities have, again, lifespans of thousands of years, then of course to a human, it's going to seem as though they are gods.
But if humans had been around for close to 300,000 years, according to Albert Perry's DNA test, why do all these creation stories come from a much later time? And even more odd, why do we hold on to the truths that were given to us by these gods? If they weren't gods, is it possible that these beings were able to manipulate human DNA to such a point that the original free-roaming human species became part of the worker class with short lives and of less power? If the lifespan of our early kings was 36,000 years, it appears something in our evolution changed 12,500 years ago. The book of Genesis, God said, "My spirit will not strive forever. His days shall be 120 years. Lives get shortened, some."
I think people get the gist of it. I think, YouTube is probably trying to disturb us with this information, but let's elaborate on it for a sec, Tone. So
Yeah. So
so go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah. So I just pulled up the book of Genesis, right? I pointed this out some years ago. In some of my discussions with individuals over the years, and I just want to make a point on this genetic manipulation, as they just said in there, because I don't like the term human and all of that. It is what it is with that. But these scientists are real funny. So-called scientists, they're real funny with it, right? So right here in the book of Genesis, this is the first chapter of Genesis 2, by the way, right? It says clearly, okay, and I'm not a Bible fanatic at all, right? But it says here in Genesis 1, verse 26, quote unquote, God said, let us make,
No, that's exactly 26 to 31. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so it says right here in Genesis chapter 1, 26, and quote unquote, God said, let us make man in our image. And so I want y'all to pay attention to something, right? And let me share this screen too. Pardon me. Let me share this screen. One moment here.
There's a couple of things to discuss in that, because even when you touched on that, you were actually like right in the back of my brain, bro. For the most part, there's more than one creation in the Bible, and you're gonna touch on that. But
That's right.
a specific thing that this man said in the video where he said that Albert Perry's DNA went back before Adam. He called them the pre-Adamites. So go ahead and touch on that, because that's ever important.
Word. So I want y'all to pay attention to something here, right? Let me zoom in a little bit. Let me see if I can make this big on the screen. Here we go. Perfect. Go up. 26, right? It says, and quote unquote, God, because God is German when you define it, right? It says, and quote unquote, God said, let us. Us is plural. It doesn't say me. It says, let us make man in our image. Once again, plural. Okay? After our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and all over the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Continuing. Verse 27. So God created man in his own image. That's singular. Okay? Continuing. In the image of God created he him. Then it says male and female created he them. And so when we look at this, right, we should ask ourselves, who was this us? Who was this our that they're referring to? And then in 27, it's
hold on, Tone,
here,
before you go to 27.
Okay.
With 26 makes a lot of information. 27 makes a lot of information that pertains to indigenous people of the Americas. And I'm gonna explain this.
Right.
I'm gonna explain this to people that are religious and that love the Bible. The Bible for me is a historical document in the sense that it captures information that was written down by other people of things that they learned from ancient civilizations. And when we take back when we look back at our history, every single scholar recognizes a land called Atlantis. Okay. And when you look back into the oldest historians, they mention Atlantis and they mention many, many things that were here when the people came here to their so-called promised land. Now, when you look at verse 27, it says, so God created man in his own image, and the image God created him. Okay, we know the name of God is I am. Okay, now when you do the Jewish, and a lot of people know this already because it's been out there for a while, but there were only a few people that knew this information offhand because they studied Jewish writings and so forth. The numerical system in the Jewish writings, it actually connects the name of I am with the word Haya, H-A-Y-A. Okay. Now I'm explaining something to you folks that you may or may not know. In the beginning of the Bible, it says the word, there was the word, and the word was with God, or the word was God. Okay. There was a reason that there were certain words taken away from people about this book and about the origins of the word Haya. So now you have Jewish people that create another language, a proto or a neo language with regards to Paleo Hebrew and ancient languages and stuff. So now when you look at the word, it's a breath. Phonetically, we didn't have words. We didn't use vowels. It was all consonants and so forth. So now the creator puts a breath in your body once you come out the womb, just like coming out of a pool or being, submerged underwater. You come up and the word that comes out phonetically is ah, because you take a breath in. It's you breathe in. So that ah, okay. And then when you breathe out, the next breath, which is the very next thing you do, you exhale, is ha. And then once you're born and you have to get the fluid out of your lungs, you cough or you ah. So ah, ha, ya is the word that 99% of the Native American tribes are saying that word in a chant, a hi-ya, 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 hi-ya. So, when we look at our creator and who our creator is, and that was stolen from us because the name of God was taken away from us, okay, Ahaya, all right, is for me and maybe several other people that I know is the name of the creator when it comes to the phonetic sound of how you're born. I'll leave it at that.
No doubt. Yeah, so just acknowledging everyone in the chat. Yeah, appreciate all the y'all. So I just pulled it up right here again in this other version here, this other online site here so we can actually go through the text with ease, right? So I get what you're saying, Historia. So generally, I stay away from the biblical subject matter due to the Masonic and foreign influence, of course. And what I would like to do with you in another presentation, if you're available, is do a comparative analysis of the King James version to the John Eliot version, where what John Eliot did in that 1600s Bible, the early 1600s text, he was translating the English Bible into Algonquin languages. That was the very first Bible printed here in North America, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so continuing on with the point that we was discussing, so quote unquote, God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. So according to this text, this is Genesis chapter 1, it's saying this God, quote unquote, created both male and female, natural man and woman, right? And said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. So how I take this, especially when we compare this to Genesis 2, right? We're about to get to Genesis 2 in a moment. Let me go to load that up too. Okay, next verse right there. Okay. So let's compare real quick what it's saying here. All right. Because, we got people out here saying that, woman comes from man's rib. And so therefore woman is supposed to be submissive to man or beneath man or whatever. And that's monkey shit. in my opinion.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. That's obviously where the patriarchy system and thought process ideology comes from, is, you know, the rewritings of these scripts.
That's right. So I'm just gonna go ahead and jump to chapter 2 now, right? Here it is. And so I want y'all to see something here, right? Because this is what I presented to some people on, you know, that's pro Bible and all of that. So in Genesis 1, it's saying God, right? And as I showed y'all previously, you have us, you have our, and then in Genesis verse 27, Genesis 1 verse 27, it's saying, so God, singular, in his own image, singular, in the image of God created he him, so on and so forth. That's all singular here in Genesis verse chapter 1 verse 27. Then we continue over here to Genesis chapter 2, and let me get to it, where it says right here, the Lord God, Lord God, that is also plural. But now what I'm trying to show y'all and what I've communicated to people, Lord God is a distinct and separate entity. That is a group in itself. We're seeing groups, we're seeing individuals being described as quote unquote God. And once again, these are different forms of a quote unquote God, right? So let's read what it says here. It says in chapter 2, verse 7, and the Lord God, quote unquote, formed man of the dust of the ground. What we read over here, it doesn't say nothing about being formed of the dust of the ground, right? That's one element, okay? And breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul, okay? That's super metaphorical and allegorical right there, right? Now I'm just going to fast forward. Here. Also, this is another key
But
element,
that goes,
right?
Tony, I'm sorry, Tony. That goes into my point of the word being taken. That's a metaphor for what I talked about, and I just realized that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And literally, they took from the pre-Adamite creation the true original people of this land, and keep that in mind. Tony's in the second, you know, chapter now. We already was past the first chapter where they talk genealogies and certain things of that nature as well. So remember Albert Perry when you think about the people that were created in Genesis 1 versus Genesis 2.
Absolutely. And also, I want to draw emphasis to what we're seeing here. They're now talking about this quote unquote Garden of Eden, right? So now we're in this distinct geographical region of this quote unquote earth that they're referring to, right? So we're saying here, the name of the first, there was 4 rivers, right? There was and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, right? It says the name of the first is Pison, right? So where is Pison? Where is that, right? That is it which encompasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. Okay, cool, whatever. They got gold over there, and Pison, the river Pison connected to Havilah. We're going to look up that in a moment, right? Let's continue though. Now in verse 13, it says the name of the second is Jihon. That it the same is that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. Yo, so we're talking about distinction between America here and a distinction between Africa over there. All right. So the Garden of Eden, right, is connected according to this text right here. This is chapter 2 we're dealing with now, right? Where this Adam character comes in. This Adam character that was manufactured from that African soil. That's foreign soil. That's a whole distinct separate species that we're dealing with over there, right? And there's obviously a difference in timelines here. All right. So I just want to draw that to your attention on that element. And now let's fast forward, right? So it's saying here, and the Lord, so this is chapter 2, verse 18, and the Lord God, quote unquote, said, it is not good that the man should be alone, and I will make him and help meet for him. Are you seeing this? So the first quote unquote God created man in his image and likeness, him and her, he and she, right? We see it right here. Male and female created he, them. So in the beginning, or with this dealing with this American situation, there was both a natural man and a natural woman together. And they were to be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. Even when we consider this term replenish the earth, why does the earth need to be replenished? Pardon, I get real analytical with these texts and all of that, right? But let's continue though. It's saying here, once again, chapter 2, verse 18, and the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone, and I will make him an helpmeet for him. And he called him Adam. All right. And Adam named all the animals over there where they come from, over there in Africa and etc. Right. Then it's saying here, this is where it gets interesting. I'm gonna conclude right here, Historilla, right? So we can continue with this conversation.
No doubt.
It says here, huh?
No, I said no doubt. Go ahead. Keep you going, man. Go ahead.
So now, chapter 2, verse 21, it's saying here, and the Lord God caused a deep sleep. So gave him an anesthesia, knocked him out, knocked out Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. Right? This is surgical. This is a whole surgical genetic modification process. This is transgenderism right here. This is transformation right here. All right. Continuing. Verse 22, and the rib which the Lord God, once again, this is an organization, an entity. This Lord God is an entity. All right. This is this is a group that just did surgery on this thing that they took from that African soil, right? And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man, this Adam, made he a woman and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Do you see the circus shit?
Maybe that was Lucy.
Lucy, the monkey, right? Monkey shit. The circus girl monkey shit. Right there in chapter 2 of Genesis. It's telling you they was doing genetic modifications and whatever the shit that they pushing in media right now.
But wait though, they you know what I'm saying? They had their scientists and so forth have all this knowledge and information and create theories, not facts, but theories about Neanderthal integration, you know, coming out of Africa, migrating up north into Europe. But then they found out that was Cro-Magnon. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole different species. So that's right. the forebearers of the recessive genes. You know what I mean? The blonde hair, the blue eyes, green eyes, and all that shit. So they got to actually rewrite their own stupid history when it comes to their scientifical shit. Now they got a lot of people like a Graham Hancock, Robert Bouval, all of these Egyptologists and, anthropologists and geologists, and everybody now they a species with amnesia. Now they can't remember how certain shit was done, how it was built, or whatever the case may be, because it doesn't line up with their bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because when they look at the bones, at the giants, at everything that was pretty much created, and as far as you go back, there's always brown-skinned folks. You know what I'm saying? People like to use the term melanated or melanin, but that term is not even relevant. It's carbon that's within people's, bodily structure. There's no such, you know what I'm saying, situation as carbon, melanin, oxygen, and hydrogen. No, it's carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. And the more carbon you have in your system, you know what I'm saying, the darker your skin will be. And subcutaneously, that means right up underneath the skin, you have cells. And those little cholesterol deposits in those cells is what helps to make your hue glow. And I know everybody that's listening to me right now, when they put their arm up in the sun and that sun shine down and you see them little sparkles of red and gold and, you know what I'm saying, different colors that you see in your skin, that's letting you know that, you know what I'm saying, that sun up there was created for you. There's people on this planet that we talking about right now that was created after we was created by some foreign entity that, they worship or whatever the case may be. And them folks, they can't take the sun. That shit is not made for them. You know what I'm saying? They moon folks. So I don't want to, long on that, but let's keep going. This shit is good.
Nah, I don't even, this moon is our moon. This sun over here is our sun. I don't know.
I'm talking about worshipers of that.
Yeah. I'm with you. But let me
Druids and so forth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me make another point in the subject too, right? So I would like for all of y'all to keep in mind, right? As you're doing your genealogy, for those that are still doing your genealogy, right? Once you identify your nations, your people, as it pertains to this American continent, right? I would like for you all to conduct research into your nation's creation story, because our American nation's creation stories are much different than that of these foreigners.
That's facts.
Much
That's
different.
super facts. I mean, you got the Creeks, my folks, you know what I'm saying, attached to the Muskegee, you know, from the South. My grandfather's peoples, you know what I mean? Their creation story, you know, says that they came up out of the ground, you know what I mean? And the migration after that was, you know, something to be talked about as well, because that was written down on a deerskin vellum that was written by Chikili, one of Tamachichi's nephews, who was a leader of one of the other Creek tribes, you know what I'm saying, during that time. He actually, I think, was in the war, something Bend, Horseshoe Bend. I think he got killed, or he got wounded, and he shortly died after from that. But, you know, he actually wrote down the actual migration story from coming from down in South America, going down through the Gulf of Mexico, or up through the Gulf of Mexico into the lands that they occupied at, you know, during the time when colonization started. So, and that was actually taken into England, and there's many different stories about it, but, you know, that creation story or what have you is synonymous to several different, you know, creation stories of, you know, multiple nations within the Americas. So, you know, just giving people a background on that.
Yeah, definitely. It's important. It's important that, you know, you take the time to acknowledge what is yours versus what these foreigners is pushing on all of our people. This Bible story, this is so broad and general, and when you really look into it, it doesn't make sense. Like you said, Sharon Walker, yo, this story contradicts itself. And does this story even pertain to you? You know, these are things in which we have to consider, especially when we're clearing up confusion out here, because that's a whole priority for us.
Absolutely. And, you know, that's the passion that, you know, I share with the folks is, you know, just being lied to it don't feel good. And when you look back in your family's history and you see that your ancestor, one of your great uncles, was dug up out the ground from his grave and his resting place to be experimented on and so forth, you know what I mean? And the fallout from that, we'll save that for another time. But, you know, that goes back on my father's side. And, you know, it was very hurtful to read that the man who actually did the shit got a $25 fine and then ends up becoming the legislator or the person appointed in the state to actually make the law that, you know, which happened in Pennsylvania in the 1850s, to be able to actually experiment on cadavers and so forth in that state. And he was out of Penn University, or University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the same university that's working with Planned Parenthood conducted experiments on aborted fetal tissue, right?
Well, I can tell you, I'm related to the original person that the case started with the actual ability of people to be able to, or doctors studying to become or people studying to become doctors, and you know, their actual usage of a cadaver to actually, you know, learn how to do surgeries and so forth. Like, that case was my ancestor Henry Sutherland, and if people want to look it up, it's in the paroots.com. It's called Who Skinned Henry Sutherland.
Wow.
And that shit is nuts, man. That shit had me in tears.
Yeah, yo, we if you're interested, if you want to do it, yo, we could definitely present that. I think the people will benefit from hearing the foreign brutality that's still active to this day.
Absolutely, with all of our indigenous children, you know, missing, and, you know what I'm saying, there's a lot of shit going on right now in the news with, you know, pedophiles and all these damn NBC, ABC characters that's out here, you know what I'm saying, doing shit. People dying for no reason. And I know you was going to touch on some things later on with regards to the industries, entertainment industries and so forth, and how, you know, our children are being pushed a certain way. And when you look at everything that we accomplish as a people, we still succeed on our lands. You know what I mean? Like, we still, for me, you know, without being prejudiced to any other group, I just love our people so much that it just makes me so proud when I see somebody doing something. But I hate to hear that, oh, that's a black person doing something for the first time. That's the first black this and the first black that. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like they making us try to look like we ain't do shit when we created and invented shit that these motherfuckers use at their leisure that we still gotta actually operate for their ass. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of fuck shit going on. And like you said earlier, like the title of this shit is the con fusion, the fusion of the con. You know what I mean? With the con artists that's out here taking our people for granted. And I know you got to stop the genocide situation where, you know, from even a perspective with the Planned Parenthood you mentioned, the whole eugenics situation with our folks. You know what I mean? Like that lets you know that people who have overcome obstacles are still going through them. I mean, as prisoners of war on lands that you don't even know exist for you because you haven't looked into your ancestry and found a land patent or found something tying you back to these lands. You know what I mean? Like we got to do this as a community. Like this information is vital, but everybody got to utilize it. It's not us up here just talking shit for no reason. It's like, yo, this shit is real. Like we at war. Like Prodigy says, it's a war going on outside. You know what I mean? And no man is safe from. So no matter how safe you think you are in your, you know, crib with your nice cars and what have you, like all that shit can be taken in a second, bro. Like in a second. But
And they gearing up for it.
Yeah, but we, you know, we got the plan in place. Hopefully to, you know, get folks back on the road, secure themselves, and you know what I mean? Let's keep it moving with this, man. Like this shit is real information. I want to hear what you got to say about this right here.
Yeah, and also, you mentioned the dude Prodigy, right? Yo, much appreciation to his peoples and all of that. You know what I mean? Check out his song called Black Devils, because what we're about to get into right now, we're about to show the Black Devils. All right. Like I would have really appreciated if I had the opportunity to share some of this research to Prodigy before he transitioned and all
Absolutely.
of that. But anyway,
there's a lot of people I wish I could do something with right now, but
yeah,
most of these folks, you know what I mean, they under contract. So
they operatives, man.
Absolutely.
They operatives, man. They signed up with the other side. You feel me? It is what it is. And yo, we the people, we got to do what we got to do to secure ourselves, create our own contracts to prevent our youth from getting lined up for that compromised situation right there.
You already know.
So this right here is the American nations. This is a text I showed a few weeks ago by Konstantin Samuel Rafinsky, right? So it says these 15 regions are quite natural, distinguished by peculiar physical and geological features, but they do not coincide with the ethnographical regions where the American tribes have spread and intermixed. So it's saying right here, our American tribes, nations, right? We were spreading and we were intermixing within our nations. All right. Now let's go ahead and jump in. Right. Where we at with it? It says, in proceeding from the known to the unknown, we ascertain that a multitude of nations have come to America since 1492 as colonists or visitors. All right. The principal were one, Spanish, who have colonized or conquered from New Mexico to Chile and from Florida to Buenos Aires, right? But they came not alone and have brought along with them as auxiliaries, reinforcements, right? 1, Italians, 2, Flemish, 3, Biscayans, 4, Canarians, etc., while as slaves, Moors of Mauritania, and 6, many African Negro nations. These are your black devils.
There's plenty of them. And the funny thing about it is some of my research goes to show me that a lot of the actual like light skinned Spanish, Sephardic, Jewish, Moorish people like the Nino brothers that, you know what I mean, that came with Columbus, a lot of them were actual sons and offspring of a lot of African and Spaniard or Portuguese people. So a lot of them that were coming here, they've been living in Spain since it got taken over by, you know, the so-called Moors Tariq Ibn, I can't remember his last name, but he invaded in there in 711 AD. And from that time forward, it's been a majority of brown nations that have been there, from the Ottomans all the way up to the 1300s. I know a lot of people have seen that picture that's floating around the internet of the Ottoman king who's brown skinned and he's got on all gold, in the picture or whatever. And he's got his white wife with him. You know what I mean? And so they, a lot of that shit was going on. And that's how you get all the way up to Elizabeth, Ferdinand and Isabella. You know what I'm saying? They united a monarchy that was created after they conquered the Moors.
Slaughtered the Moors.
Yeah, but they had help from the kings in the medieval times. What we talked about earlier, the Penyoff manuscripts, all of those Visigoths and Vandals, a lot of those guys were up there from between 500 AD to 1500 AD. And a lot of those folks were brown, like Alfonso, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them characters with those type of, Spanish names like that, they were out of Austria. And that was called the Kingdom of Austris, Austras, I believe, Austris. And that kingdom was in northern Spain and northern Portugal during the medieval ages. And that Penarth manuscript is what shows who those guys are. And they got all brown skin, bro. That shit is nuts. So, just going back to what you're saying here, these conquistadors, I'm gonna let you get it, but I just want to say this. The conquistadors that were coming here, a lot of them, just keep that in mind, were the offspring of a lot of Spaniards who were labeled Spaniards at that time because they did convert to Christianity because they became privateers or pirates or corsairs for the French. Buccaneers also, was another word that they got called by our people down here. And that's why, there's a word called Buckra or Bakra that it's called to white folks down in the South areas too. So a lot of information with that.
Yeah, and so to your point, right? I want to reference to you all because anytime fucks their heads up, like it disrupts the entire mental enthusiasm, right? They can no longer do that Moorish acrobatic circus shit with me when I hit them with that simple question: what type of Moor are you? All right, because what I just put in the chat right there, Aurelian Moor, that's a reference to Marcus Aurelius, one of the Roman commanders. All right, and he led Africans, Moors, into Europe. The Romans invaded Europe in 2nd century AD. This is what led to so much corruption, so much depraved and just wicked, sinister behavior. Like all the corruption that we see today, this is a byproduct of what the Romans did in Europe back in the 2nd century. Okay, and those Moors that stayed behind in Europe, right, following all of those wars, all of the enslavement that was taking place in Europe, right? All of the raping and pillaging, etc. Those Moors, they made themselves kings and royalty, etc., taxing the people, making them into peasants and this, that, and the other. Mind you, this was those Europeans' land right there, all right? Continuing. Once again, we're talking about the 2nd century. For those of you that are aware, the Moors talk about we ruled Europe, we civilized savage, we ruled Europe for like 1,000 years. Okay, so let's run that down real quick. We're talking about 2nd century, okay? And then now we're talking about wars that begin approximately around 1,000 going into the 1200s, right?
The beginning of the Crusades.
That the Crusades, there we go. And so now what's taking place, the Europeans, they were working together. They turned the tables on the Moors and they slaughtered them. They enslaved them. They forced the motherfuckers to go back to goddamn Africa for real.
I think there's a movie about it called The Kingdom of Heaven. I think it talks about some of that shit. And but I think that's a war that happened subsequent to what you're talking about, because that was when the Muslims took it back from the Catholics.
They took it back.
Yeah, there was a war that they took it back. They lost Andalusia. They did Granada. I'm talking.
Oh, word. Okay. You're talking about the actual wars and battles that was taking place during the 12th and 14th century. It's the real. Yo, he dropped off. Yeah, he dropped off. All right, so check it, right? He's gonna come right back. Here we go.
I don't know what the hell
Yeah,
just
he
happened.
back. Yeah, it's the real.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you're talking about the battles between Granada and Andalusia and all of those places because those Moors, yeah, they wasn't trying to give up Spain.
Nah, they kept Lower Spain
And
all
one
the way
get
up
that's
until
very
Isabella and Ferdinand.
reads of Persia.
Isabella actually was the main one that went in there and took it over. There's a series
The
that's
main
on
one.
Netflix. I can't. What happened? I didn't hear you.
Hold on, you breaking up a little bit. Say that again.
I didn't hear what you said. What you asked?
Yeah, you broke up.
Oh,
Yeah, you was breaking up.
There's a show on Netflix. It's about the Queen Isabella, who her daughter, I think it's called Infanta or some shit like that. And Infanta is like a princess, and Infante is like a male prince, or whatever the case may be in Spanish. And that's a series on Netflix, and it talks about that time period of after Isabella and Ferdinand and so on and so forth in Europe. So if people want to get a depiction of what was going on over there during the time that, they were sending out the conquistadors over here to build up the wealth for their so-called golden age of piracy, and that's the shit that created, a lot of the wealth that they generated in order to create the banks and the companies and all these secret societies, because these motherfuckers had all kinds of treasures that they were scooping up all over the world. So, once they started the monetary systems over in those lands, with coins and so forth, you see all the Roman, from the time that you talked about, they were minting coins. And even a lot of those kings from those time periods, they just sat in their castle and, just hired out hitmen. And
Exactly.
and then, and these hitmen, they say, you know what? Fuck it. I'm a Viking. I'm a this, I'm a that. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to take Jesus or whoever they telling me to take. And the Holy Trinity, I worship Mary and all the saints. And, I run around for the cross. So they was able to plunder and pillage and kidnap and rape and do the shit that they do now. But now it's laws. Before there was no laws.
Yeah, that's laws. Only the Pope's laws, the King's laws, and those people he was just describing a moment ago, those were soldiers of fortune, literally. All right. Now, so this book I'm showing right
sent
here
by their lords, right? That you mentioned earlier on.
The lords. That's right, the Lord.
And their dukes and duchesses and bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Now this book right here. See me, I mostly know the books. I don't really know a lot of films that done documented of some of this stuff, right? History Real shared to me a couple years ago. The series that was on Netflix called Marco Polo, I believe it was called, right? Very informative, very insightful if you're interested in European and Oriental Asian relations. During what was that, the 1400s, was it?
Nah, that was the 1200s. That was
1200s.
Like the beginning of the real Venetian exploration to the east. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like they were going through that Silk Trade route, and they met up with with the people they met up with. Everybody knows the story for the most part, but actually that brings us to something else: the Catalan map that was made, I think, in the 1300s. I could be wrong. It could be as late as the 1500s, but the Catalan map actually has to be the 1300s because it has Mansa Musa supposedly on it. And when you look at Mansa Musa, you look at him with his legs crossed in a throne with a crown on his head with a staff with a globe on it, or a ball, a golden ball. And that's the same situation that goes on in England when you look at all the, you know what I'm saying, the monarchs that came out of England, they all have this crown with a staff with a ball. Now they have like a Christian cross on the top of it, but for the most part, you know what I mean, that is ancient knowledge, and a lot of people don't know that that's an actual, what you call an astrolabe, and that astrolabe allows you to navigate with different, there's different types of astrolabes, but the majority of them allow you to navigate certain star systems and you know, moon and the sun and so on and so forth. So it's an ancient system that they used in order to travel to these lands. And I know you and I got to go a little bit more in depth on that, you know, outside of this, but so we could be on the same page with it. But I got a lot of information with, you know, ancient Minoans and Phoenicians and so forth coming to these lands and mining copper out of Michigan. And you know, there's some series on America Unearthed and, you know, some other shit that you could watch that can show you, you know, how they made certain things and how that connects to shipwrecks in the Mediterranean Sea that contain this 99.9% pure copper. I mean, pure copper that they smelted and made smelted tin down in Tennessee and moved those ingots across to ignite their so-called Bronze Age. Because when you mix copper and tin, you know, you get bronze, minus or plus a few other elements. I'm not sure. But I know those are the two main components of bronze, copper and tin.
Word. So, yo, History Real, this is what I like to do. I want to answer some of these questions in the chat real quick. Anthony Lowe, appreciate your presence. Tanea Simmons or Simons, appreciate you as well. Sharon Walker, you said, I'm not understanding the term nor definition of a Moor. I got you right now. You're saying here, were they Moors because of skin color or religious connections or regional location? I don't know. I got you. I just dropped a link to this book right here. This is by Samuel P. Scott. This is in 3 volumes, The Histories of the Moorish Empire in Europe, all right? This is what I'm going to do for you. Because I do have a PDF from past presentations. It's in my Tomahawk curriculum. So this is what we're going to do here. We're just going to pull up the term Moor in the book, all right, in this particular text right here. All right, let me zoom in. Because this book is literally defining a Moor, defining who they are, what they believed in, all their corruption, etc. Let's go ahead and zoom in, right? Let me move this on over. You see more right there highlight. This is page 229 of the text, right? It says here, and equipped with sword and lance, while over their shoulders was suspended the Arabian bow, whose shafts, like those of the Parthenon, made the archer all the more formidable in retreat. The Moorish general, all right? So we're talking about a Moorish general that is arms in this capacity here, right? And they are at war with the Christians, all right? Continuing. The Moorish general, after performing the rites of his faith, addressed his soldiers in a few stirring and well-chosen words. With consummate skill, he availed himself of the strongest passions which control humanity, avarice, military glory, the love of woman, the priceless rewards of religious constancy. He revealed to them a dream in which the prophet had announced that the issue of the conflict will be favorable to the adherents of Islam. Okay, so this is a Moorish general here. All right, so in regard to the definition of a Moor, okay, so we're talking about the region of quote unquote Africa going into Persia, as well as going into Asia.
Tone, I think real quick, I think people got to understand that Moor is not a nationality. It's not a race of people. It's like what you would call Christianity or Islam. People that adhere to a certain standard or race or religion or something where they have a certain code of ethics and so forth, you know what I mean, that they abide by within that system. People are attached to certain things because of maybe it's influence of the time that they live in. Those people lived in a time that was war. You know what I mean? Everything was taken over from your peoples. What are you going to do? Are you going to go and be along with these guys and do the same thing to another group of people, or are you going to let them do something to you? You could join their ranks, take on their religion, and now you could become a warrior in their ranks. And when you look back in history, you look at King Solomon. King Solomon had African generals, the Macedons, where Alexander had African generals. You know what I'm saying? King David had African generals. So when you look at, you know, the group of people that's called Christians, they're brown-skinned people to white people. Even when you look in the land today, they're brown-skinned people to white people that believe the same thing. So they're Christians. Can you say that Christians are just white or just black? No. But can you say that Jews are just white? Yeah, because why? They keep to themselves. They only marry within the Jewish community, or people that want to be Jewish religion, study and abide by the laws of the Kabbalah and so on and so forth. So, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. So this is what I'm gonna do, right? So I'm going to provide additional context to what you just said there, History. All right. So I'm pulling up some classic references. All right. Some classic references. So this one here, this is King Ferdinand's letter to the Taino Arawak Indians, right? This is 1493. All right. So I'm just going to fast forward through the text. I'm going to drop the link in the chat as well, so y'all can follow along at your convenience. Here we go. I'm going to drop that right there. Here we go. So it says right here, and mind you, this is a letter, once again, that was written to people that don't speak their language, okay? And this is what the letter's saying. And I'm just going to read this portion. I'm not going to get to the rest of it in its entirety. I've done it in past presentations. But in regards to a Moor, the Jews, the Gentiles, and the Christians, this is what it says here. God chose St. Peter as leader of mankind. So consider the terminology of the usage of this term mankind as it pertains to Genesis chapter 2 versus Genesis chapter 1. All right? Because in Genesis chapter 2, you have them describing this Lord God, this group of whatever lords that was doing genetic modification on this Adam character that they created over there in quote unquote Africa, right? Because that's where it says this Garden of Eden was. It was over there in Africa, right? So continuing here, it's saying very clearly, pardon, I got a vehicle moving slowly in the backyard. All right, now I'm goody. Anyway, it's saying here, quote unquote, God, singular, once again, singular God, chose St. Peter as leader of mankind. So mankind, in my opinion, is these foreigners, okay? Regardless of their sect, law, regardless of their law, sect, or belief, he seated St. Peter in Rome. That's where the Vatican is, right? As the best place from which to rule the world, but he allowed him to establish his seat in all parts of the world and rule all people, whether Christians, Moors, Jews, Gentiles, or any other sect. That's dealing with the foreigners. That's mankind right there. This is mankind. All right?
And that's where the confusion comes in.
And they want you to be mankind. They want our American people to be mankind. They don't want us to be natural American man and woman. All right? Hold on, what's this? Oh, History's back. Yeah, Jay, I'm just waiting for you to connect to the here we go. Adding right back right now.
It's bugging out right now.
Hold on, Tanaya Simmons. You said a Moor is a righteous energy believing in true enlightenment. Tanaya, how can you say such a thing? I'm not, Moors are not righteous. There's no such thing as a righteous Moor. They're even righteous to their own people. Understand, Moors come from Mauritania. It says right here, Moor, noun, North African, Berber, one of the race dwelling in Barbary. All right. Inhabitant of Mauritania. All right. Roman Northwest Africa region now corresponding to northern Algeria, Morocco. All right. They're foreigners. Why are they here? They're colonists. A colonist is not righteous unless you're referring to a Moor being righteous in their unlawful, illegal and corrupt actions against our American people, unless you consider that to be righteous, then it is what it is, and you can get out my chat for real. But the more ain't righteous to an American Indian. Let me show you another text while we on the subject matter too, right? So now this is from Blacks of the Land, okay? I shared this previously as well.
Hey, Tone, I think people have a different understanding of what Moor is. People that may not have looked back into it, you know what I'm saying? There's Moors that's here that they may see trying to do certain things in their community and so on and so forth. But that's not the Moor. We're referring to Moors that colonize these lands. And if people that want to join something that don't have no lineage to a conquistador, that's on them. That's a whole different situation. You feel me? Like the Moors that came here, the Nino brothers, the Wangaritos, and all these different people that, you know what I'm saying, came with Juan Ponce de Leon and Cortez and all these damn folks. And actually, Juan Ponce de Leon, he got a son called Juan Gonzalez Ponce de Leon. And that was his actual son, heir to all of his riches and so on and so forth that they took back to England, back to Spain. And a lot of these people still live today on these lands connected to those folks that stole the shit from us. So
that with the war, engaged in rape and all types of corruption. That's the Moors we talking about. That's right. Yo, let me read this text right here. Jay, I don't know if I shared this to you before. I'm going to rock it right now, right? So once again, this book is titled Negro de Terra, right? Blacks of the Land. This is the English translation from Portuguese, all right? Anyway, it says, the patos, they call patos, that means the land, is open to every Moor, Jew, black and white, tall and short, who wishes to go there to attack and conquer and capture the Indians to later sell them where to whom they please. And this is in reference to the 1600s. Okay?
Yeah, that's a headbanger right there. And when you look at who was coming here in the 1600s, they'll tell us that they were Huguenots who were fleeing persecution in those lands. But when you look at the thick of things, those were the plantation owners that first arrived in the Caribbean because it was easy to subdue the people there because they didn't have the same resources we have on these lands with, you know what I'm saying, different rivers and different foliage in the land that we could hide and mountains and so forth that were way more vast than those islands. So, you know, you could surround an island and pretty much bomb up nations, some of those people in those, huts and civilizations that they had there. So once they left those lands, they got kicked out of there by another nation, England, who came in and kicked, those French and German and Dutch and Swedish and all those motherfuckers out of here. And they ended up coming to the mainlands because they used them to try to subdue the Indians. And, I don't want to get off topic, but I had sent you something regarding the American Indian Wars that started from the 1500s all the way up to 1924. Once we get through this, I think we need to see that so people can understand, exactly what was going on. There were Indian nations being rampaged, you know what I'm saying, through. You had diseases, syphilis, and all sorts of other, smallpox and shit that was, when I look back at my family history, I got people that died of smallpox. I got people that died of tuberculosis, shit that was never really hit. So for the most part, we always had a remedy for the shit. And, that leads us into something totally different of self-preservation and taking, self-care and so on and so forth, and getting back to our natural ways that were taken from us and looking at our own traditions that you and I talked about that may not seem like a tradition. It could be, from a Sunday meal, you make some smoked neck bones with some collard greens, throw some, sweet potatoes on the side. Like you could do whatever you do. And that shit is the same tradition that your ancestors did from scratch. They boil the potato, they put the shit in, like you doing the same thing that you was taught by the people that came before you. And the people that came before you,
heritage, traditions,
are your ancestors. Your grandparents are your ancestors, but they lived that life in order to show you
the same thing, the same tradition. It don't got to be you outside dancing in a group around a damn circle or with, you know what I'm saying, headdress and all this other stuff. That's tradition that's created subsequent to our peoples being invaded and so on and so forth. And those traditions were created with those colonizers. So
That's
they
right.
can suck my nuts with all that. You know what I mean? Like, to tell me that that's the only tradition now means to be an Indian, nah.
That's monkey shit.
When we go outside to the club and we dance and we do the things we do, you know what I'm saying?
Soul Train line.
All that. We when we on the corner as kids rapping, you know what I'm saying, harmonizing, whatever the case may be, like that's the same type shit that Indians did on this land. That's why they don't want us to congregate more than 2 people at a time. You feel me? Like, I'm sorry.
Damn, it's 2 people. I remember back in the day, they said no more than 5 of us at a time. Damn.
Word.
The city got that sick, yo.
Bro, you look on the buildings, no congregation, no more than 2 people.
That's crazy. Yeah, but meanwhile, the foreigners be congregated deep as fuck, though, right?
I'm in the BX, family. Like, that's how it is.
Man. And yo, nobody filed a protest against that?
Man, there's so much shit going on. You got a good brother named Hawk Newsom who out for the peoples right now in the streets and shit with stop and frisk. You feel me? Like, I got peoples that I personally know that I'm saying with, you know what I mean, that for the most part got harassed just recently, got his whole operation for his, you know, delivery service. They stole scooters from him. And, you know, the cops just jumping out in cars and just doing shit to people, you know, grabbed them up.
Qualified immunity.
Word.
Yeah.
Word. Shit is nuts, man. Like, you know what I mean? And then you see fucking Mayor Adams on the TV talk about we're doing things with dignity and respect, and we gonna take care of this, and you know people are gonna like what we do. Nah, man, they lying. They running around harassing people for no reason, man. You know what I mean? And you know, trying to catch a bad guy, taking all the people's scooters that work, and you know what I mean, got to make a living. Now they have no income. You just took their only income because somebody shot somebody off a scooter. Like, motherfuckers run and shoot people. You gonna take sneakers away? Like, you know what I'm saying?
They do drive-bys on bicycles.
Drive-bys, walk-bys, run-bys.
You know what I'm saying? Skateboard by. Shit.
You know, Eric Adams, he's that's a whole nother situation for me.
That's a whole nother circus monkey right there, huh?
That leads us into the same thing that we're talking about. Security and self-preservation, bro.
Okay, so hold on. We on the subject matter of a more Jew, black and white. So hold on. So I remember back in the day in my youth in New York, we had that track that came out by Screwball, right? Salute to our good peoples in Queens, right? Anyway, Screwball made a track called Who Shot Rudy? So I'm just throwing it out there. Salute to Screwball, QB, and all of that. I got a question in regards to Moors, Jews, black and white, tall and short, who wishes to go there to attack and conquer and capture the Indians to later sell the ware to whom they please. I mean, goddamn. Yo, is Rudy Giuliani, does he fit in the category of a Jew and white? Meanwhile, a Mayor Adams fits into the category of a Moor and black. What do y'all think about that?
Propaganda at its finest. You feel me? Like, because when you look back at the records, even what I was saying before, the Nino brothers, they were Sephardic Jewish Moors.
Damn.
I mean? That's when you look up
Jay, say that. History, say that one more time. Sephardic Jewish what?
Sephardic Jewish Moors. If you want real quick, just pull up the name. Just Google it real fast. Pedro Alonso Nino.
We're going to do it for the people, right? We're going to do it for the people. We're going to do it for y'all.
Because they need to see
you already
that.
know what it is.
They need to see,
I done shown this before.
affirmation.
Sephardic Moor? Should I just run a search for that? Sephardic Jewish, you said. Yeah. We're going to do Jewish. Yeah, here we go.
And Sephardic, it just means Jewish in Spanish.
This is from JewishHeritageAlliance.com. Is this a primary source?
No, on my way.
This is their source.
They're not gonna put it right.
Hold on, let me drop the link in the chat.
I seen something that said Moorish. Right? I just see something. Let's see.
Yo, hey, we about to get into it. And look at the picture they got right there. You see what they got on this website here? Stop playing. Stop! You see this shit? Hey yo, you see this picture to the right? Talk about subscribe.
Wow.
You see that shit? Hey, yo, all right. Let's get into the text. Let's get into the text. All right.
Now the crazy, before you really get into it, Tom, I just want to mention this real quick. Let's take a quick look in our minds at some of the people that we know that's Moors or that profess to be Moors today. Okay, there's a lot of them now. You'll see them wearing a fez with a headdress on, an Indian headdress. Why they got that? Why? Like, I just want y'all to ponder on that for a second and see how many different things they take on. They a Sephardic Jew, but they are Moor, and they, you know what I mean? They Islamic at the same time, and they converts. You feel me? Like, that's where the confusion comes in, because they put themselves in every category, because those people in those categories are who are the people undermining us overall. So now, you know what I mean? With that in mind, you see your man, and, you know, I only mention names because I see what I see. I seen 19 Keys with a Moor shirt that had an Indian face on it, or whatever the case may be, an Indian chief face on it, and it says Moors. And then you got some other dudes talking about the Moors now, you know, they had a Mexim here and all this other bullshit. But now they're trying to incorporate themselves into indigenous American nations the same way they did when they first came in here and colonized. So go ahead and drop that.
Yo, here we go about banging on them right now. All right, so let me go and pull up this image real quick so y'all can see it for y'all.
Oh, you went to Baal? You know Baal is their god.
That's their god.
The one who warred with the Israelite God. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, the Israelite. Meanwhile, they're Zionists, right? Moorish Zionists.
When you look at what Drew Ali said, he called them Moabites. I mean, look at the history of the Moabites in the Bible.
Man, they all the came from. Man. Yo, they Adamites, they Sodomites, they Cadamites, they some goddamn Canaanites, and some whatever ites is there, man. I don't even know. But what does it say right there? Before I read this text over here, right? I'm about to read y'all some text. Look at these images here. You see all of this, right? Them is foreigners. Them ain't Indians, but yet and still they on our land, no. Hold on, history real back? Yeah, history real back. Word. Here we go. Yeah, you back?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you pulled up the Harlem joint.
Look, this is what it say. Look. This is on 127th, right? West 137th, NYC, right? It say the Morris Zions. Them niggas couldn't even, what, they didn't have enough space? Like, they couldn't space out on that wide-ass banner right there? You mean to tell me they couldn't spell completely Zionist? Wow. But you get the point, though. Zionist the Morris Jews.
That's crazy.
Stop playing.
Well, that's the creator right there telling you that shit is some bullshit. I mean,
man.
I mean, we don't want to get into Zionism,
Zoroastrianism. Hey, yo. My God said, shit, damn termites. Yo, for real. And that's exactly what they doing to our land and our people. They eating
why that
everything.
Dude look like Cornel West in the middle right there?
Yo, that might be his people. Yo, hey, nah, for real though. Nah, hold on. Yo. I never liked that guy. I never liked the guy right here, and I don't like Cornel West. But now that you bring it up,
run for president.
Yo, that's his people's. That's Cornel West fucking grandfather, yo. Gotta be his grandfather. Stop playing. All right, let's get to this text real quick. And we're gonna get back to the information that you've been sharing. That you know, all these tabs. You know what I mean? I just want to provide clarity to y'all. You know what I mean? So this is on JewishHeritageAlliance.com. This is a Jewish website here. It says Sephardic Jews. Sephardi, also spelled Sephardi, plural, Sephardim or Sephardim, from Hebrew Sephard, Spain, are descendants of Jews who lived in the Iberian Peninsula, today Spain and Portugal, from at least the later centuries of the Roman Empire. Key information here.
Now remember who was in Spain for at least 1,000 years, beginning, you know, at the beginning of the middle century, around 700. You know what I mean, those were Africans or people who lived in Africa who came there via the Middle East. So, I mean, even when you look at the book From Babylon to Timbuktu, it talks about a lot of the history of that time period, you know what I mean, from biblical time up, which is around the turn of, I guess, when Jesus was born, from 0
up to the Roman the Roman Empire and the Gregorian
Yeah, the
calendar.
native. Jesus is their native.
Word.
Reference the nativity story. He wasn't from Jerusalem. He was taken there. Well, my bad, Bethlehem. He wasn't from Bethlehem.
Nazareth.
He was a native.
He was from
He was a
Nazareth.
native. And look at all these natives we're dealing with today. All right, let's continue here. It says, at the year 711, the Moors, Muslims from North Africa. So, just for clarity purposes, right? Moors, Muslims from North Africa conquered southern Spain.
Wait. Before we say Muslims, though, they were Berbers before they were ever called Moors. And the Berber is the same barbar that people try to say now is Tartar. So the Tartarians. But I think that they came from Hungary, and I got some information, but that's a whole nother situation. But
okay, so
they came into North Africa. They were not Africans. They were barbarians, the Berbers who came into Africa.
Okay, so peep game. It says here in the etymology of Moor, all right, North African, Berber, to your point, one of the race dwelling in Barbary. Then it continues saying Latin Moris, from Latin mortus, inhabitant of Mauritania, which is Roman Northwest Africa, a region now corresponding to northern Algeria and Morocco. Greek mortals. So all in all, it does represent the fact that mortals is black. A Moor and a Negro is synonymous, as it says here. Okay, so once again, this is for clarity, being the nearest Muslims to Western Europe. It was used indiscriminately of Muslims, Persians, Arabs, etc., especially those in Hindustan, what they want to fake call India.
Now remember, the Prophet Muhammad was supposedly prophesized in the Bible to create a religion to come in and sweep through, you know what I'm saying, Canaan and so forth, which is supposedly Israel, obviously, Palestine for the older civilization. But the Muslims or the Arabs are those Indus Valley people that you just mentioned coming in, the Hindus or what have you, that mixed in with the Caucasians. So that's when you get the Indo-Europeans that went up to the step, and you know what I mean, they started with their religious beliefs, and their beliefs were similar to the Christians with the Buddhist religion thought process, but it wasn't the exact same. You know what I'm saying? Like the Buddhists, I believe they have like some spirit that, you know what I'm saying, is supposed to be their entity or whatever the case may be, a great type of spirit. And that's
you on that Russell Simmons shit, right?
Yeah. So, you know what I mean? So, they intertwine their religions through, marriage and so on and conquering and so forth. So, you know what I mean? You got a mix, and it's talked about by if you put this name in the chat, Tone, ZIMRILIM.
Whoa. ZIMRI.
Zimri. Space LIM. Zimri Lim. If you got a Bible app, put that into your Bible app. It only mentions Zimri Lim one time. And you'll remember that name because once you Google it, you're going to see some brown people in pictures of on the walls or what have you of a Zimri Lim famous mural. He's only mentioned one time in the Christian Bible, but he's a character that people should look into. I don't want to get into a real big discussion on that, but it just goes to the point of certain time periods where people were actually in certain areas of the world that a lot of people didn't know that they were there.
Yo, history, you got that work, man. That's body work right here. Like, yo, come on, man. You just
I mean, I'm just pulling it off the head right now.
No, stop playing. Exactly. Yo, this is why this is history real. This is history real, y'all. Off the top of come on. Off the top of the head, yo, he just took us to Syria real quick. He just took us to Syria where the dude died at.
And look at the years he was living, 1775 to 1761 BC. That was when he was the king. That was when he was the king, the Mari, the king of the Mari. And that's important. That's why I really brought this up. Because you look in history, there's a group of people called the Maori, Mauri. And the Maori were gypsies, and those folks were traveling all around the place because they were a group of, you know, people who nobody really wanted around them. You know what I mean? So they were just traveling, and that's where you got the weirdo. That's where you get the whole traveling circus type shit from
Oh,
gypsies.
stop, yo.
Nah, I'm serious. I mean,
Yo, so
that's
that's Noble Drew Ali. So Noble Drew Ali descended of them.
Well, I mean, when you look at the history where the Moabites come from, and when you look at Zimri Lim and where he was king, you tie, you know, certain pieces of the puzzle together. And that's why I'm just throwing these things out there for people that want to research it. You feel me? So, you know what I mean? You could tie some pieces together in an ancient time that you didn't even know.
Oh, my goodness.
And where those people came from and where they ended up.
Hey, connect the dots, y'all. Connect the dots. Hey, this is a whole session right here. Yo, here's the real. I got a question for you, right? Word. You referenced, you know, as we're discussing Muslims, Islam, and all of that, right? And you referenced the dude Muhammad, right? The quote unquote prophet, right? So check it. Remember, the dude was ignorant. The dude was a pedophile.
He couldn't read and write, and he supposedly wrote the Quran.
Yeah, he was a pedophile, okay? A whole pedophile that owned African slaves, by the way, all right? So anytime these Pan-Africans that are Moors and believe in whatever they want to believe in, they want to say, well, the Indians own slaves. Well, motherfucker, your goddamn prophet did.
Well, man, there's a whole...
people stop playing.
All people got to do is Google the Muslim or Islamic slave trade. You know what I'm saying? That preceded the I guess what they call the Atlantic slave trade, and they said that there was 100 million Africans shipped out of Africa. So, I mean, that was from the Muslims, the Arabs,
and it's still happening
black
today.
And white. Yeah,
it's still happening today.
Absolutely. I mean, it's happening in Kenya. I've seen it's happening in Nigeria right now. Uganda. Facts. And people want to move there? Nah, I'm good.
Yo, check it. Yeah. Yo, we gotta leave America. What?
Nah,
leave America?
I'm on my Frederick Douglass. This is the land, the native land of my ancestors. I'm good.
This is the land of my people. Yo, fuck you, me. This is the land of my great spirit. All of that. Yo, this is the land of everything. And mind, while we on that subject, before I get to this other point that I was trying to continue to, right? Let me say this, right? Why are they directing with the propaganda and indoctrination? Why are they directing our American people to leave and go to Africa when they are directing Africans to leave Africa to come here?
It's the switcheroo. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible where they took the Ethiopians and brought them into the land of Canaan and switched them out with the other people that was there. That's all in the Bible, and that's why now you got the Ethiopian flag with the Jewish cross on it now.
Damn.
Google that shit too. They got the Jewish flag on the Ethiopian joint.
Yo, God's favorite. I see you in the chat. Yo, nah. More don't mean no seafarer, man. That's Moorish propaganda, yo. The motherfuckers were shipwreckers. I got it documented. Moors were shipwreckers, man. You know what I'm saying? They were shipwreckers. You know what I'm saying? Yo, pirates, all of that, man. Like,
they still do the same shit. If you go into the Indian Ocean, there's more pirates there from what's that? Damn, Uganda. What's that shit on the east coast of Africa at the bottom? Zimbabwe.
Oh, Zimbabwe. Okay.
Word. The Zimbabwe pirates, the motherfuckers ruled it in the Indian Ocean.
Man, they get busy over there. They got switches. They got updated switches over there.
Remember when they had that situation in the Gulf? The Persian Gulf with the pirates. You know what I mean? They bombed up a boat a long time ago.
Somalians too.
Somalians, word. That's what I was thinking of.
Yes, Somalians. But yo, let me get to this other point though, right? Mm-hmm. So in regards to Islam, the Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims and all of that, are you aware that they stole that from the Zoroastrians?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? And this is a whole session right here.
But when you go further back, the Zoroastrians were around the same time as Zimri Lim. And Zimri Lim brought a lot of the teachings from Zoroaster. I mean, when you look at the writings, they had his shit is documented in cuneiform. So he's tied in with all the Akkadians, and you know what I'm saying? When you look into the Levant, all that, you know what I mean? So when you look in Genesis 1, it tells you, the groups of people, but people don't realize that for the most part, those groups of people intermingled while certain kingdoms were ongoing. So now you're sharing ideas, you're sharing, religions and different shit like that. Trade, agriculture, and then, you hear them say, oh, there was a great shepherd who brought, agriculture to the area. Then you look in the, the book of Genesis, and it talks about Joseph and how he brought grain. And, that ties into the so-called, what's the Grand Canyon situation where, they said that there were granaries that were over there. And the number one staple, that fed people over here was corn. And you know what I'm saying? And that goes further into the Knights Templar who built Rosslyn Chapel and in Scotland, and that shit has corn etched into or in the statues all around the fucking shit and paintings and so forth. So and they were around from the 1000s all the way up to the 1700s, the conquistadors who were initiated as Knights Templars. Even Pedro Alonso Nino was a Knights Templar. And I got that information from Scott Walter, who did a presentation that I seen. And he was talking about all of those guys and Juan Ponce de Leon and how his mom's it was Verrazano who came actually here to New York, the Verrazano Bridge. His mom's was connected to the Knights Templar through her pops. So she had, information. And when you look at, certain time periods and why even now you got people searching for different treasures that was supposedly put here, before Columbus got here. And they was supposedly put here by the Knights Templars. And now you got, into the 1300s, the Rockefellers who create the Rosicrucian degree in masonry. And then you got George Washington in the 1700s, who was a Freemason and, did the same shit that they brought from Rome. So it goes back many, many generations, and there's a lot of ties and there's a lot of information to break down. And, I don't want to dead people with, too much jargon on that, but for the most part, like just start looking at the connections between different nationalities, different time periods of where people lived, and the nations of people that came here and conquered here at certain times when their nations over on the other side of the Atlantic were affluent and able to come together and create armies and, navies and be able to start coming over here to colonize for real. Because it wasn't until after Ferdinand and Isabella unified Europe that they were actually even able to come over here and out, man the guns of the pirates or the I guess what we would call the Berbers.
They had a whole special forces black operations network. Yep.
Yeah, of course. And that's what led to the Barbary Wars, from America, in the 1700s was that whole network that they had for a long time. And it goes back to what I was talking about with the astrolabe. The astrolabe was a navigation device that the conquistadors in the 1500s, 1600s, and into the early 1700s used as a trade network. And that trade network went all the way to the fucking Philippines, bro. From the Philippines
situation right there.
Exactly.
Those Asian slaves and all of that. They don't want to talk about the Asian slaves.
Word. That was coming in the colonial times. Word.
It's the real. Yo, back to this text right here, though, right? Because I want to jump back. I want to jump back to this Jewish situation, Sephardic situation, right?
since they was killing my man Kyrie.
This what it is, right? Yo, so while people try to figure out exactly what a Moor is, keep in mind how the Moors say we civilized the savage. The quote unquote white man was living in caves and shit like that. What it says right here. What page are we on right here? What page is this? This is page 88. It says, page 88. History of the Moorish Empire in medieval Europe, right? It says here, the latter, having received timely warning, escaped by night with his friend Abu Bakr and concealed in a cave. They hid in a cave. They escaped by night and they hid in the cave in the mountains, eluded the vigilance of his enemies until a few days afterwards, they found means to reach Medina. Yo, they was escaping. They were fleeing Europe. Have you ever heard the Moors tell you the stories about their cowardice, how they're cowards? You never heard a Moor tell you the stories about how they're cowards. So in regards to the description of a Moor, fuck them being a goddamn seafarer. That's monkey shit. The truth and reality, they're fucking cowards. Why you think these Moors in goddamn Africa, they got all the resources in the world right here, from right here in America, that they have stolen from our American people through deception, theft, corruption, fraud, etc., getting our American people locked up, deceiving our youth like they did to do Malcolm Little, aka Malcolm X. They deceived him before they killed him. All right? Let's tell the truth about these monkeys, man. Let's be honest about this shit.
Hey, Tone, I think what could give people a great clarity and closure with this would be looking at the laws that were put in Virginia during the time where Moors were given the listing or the labeling of white, and they didn't want to be labeled as black with the codes, and how they had that peace and friendship treaty that they had with the Sultan of Morocco or whatever the case may be.
But hold on. That pertains specifically to those that were associated to the Moroccan royalty during that period.
But that's what I'm saying. How they were actually transition. They were actually claiming to be indigenous Americans, okay, so that they wouldn't go through certain things that indigenous Americans were actually protected from, which was supposed to be slavery. But we obviously know going into the Yamasee Wars in the 1717, where they actually wrote petitions because they were actually being enslaved. I think I sent you that too, man. That would be a good, segue to show people.
Oh, we about to get into that.
Yeah. All right.
But let me just re-emphasize that.
Yeah.
Point,
Close this up. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna conclude with this part, and I'm gonna go back to that Jewish website, right? Yo, Mama Chief, I see you, appreciate your presence. You already know, right? So check it. Once again, in regards to a Moor and a Jew being black and white, right? Tall and short, who wishes to go there to attack and conquer and capture the Indians to later sell them where and to whom they please. They was doing it then, and they're still doing it now via deception, via real world warfare and tactics, the art of war, if you will. They are applying this. All right. Now, back to this JewishHeritageAlliance.com. It says here, at the year 711, the Moors, Muslims from North Africa, conquered southern Spain. The Sephardic Jewish population in Spain flourished under Moorish rule. This book over here that I'm showing you, History of the Moorish Empire, Medieval Europe, this details how the Jews flourished under Moorish rule, beginning the period known as the Golden Age of Spain. During this period, Sephardic Jews reached the highest echelons of secular government and the military. Many Jews gained renown in non-Jewish circles as poets, scholars, and physicians. New forms of Hebrew poetry arose, and Talmudic and Halachic Jewish law study took on great sophistication. The Golden Age ended when Christian princes consolidated their kingdoms and reestablished Christian rule throughout Spain and Portugal. In 1492, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella expelled all the Jews from Spain. Soon after, a similar law exiled Jews from Portugal. Sephardic Jews immigrated to the Ottoman Empire, North Africa, and parts of Europe, but managed to preserve their cultural identity while mixing with the local communities. The Sephardic diaspora has genetic relatedness to Southern Europe and the Middle East. I would encourage y'all to get into this text. I put the link to the chat already. I done shown y'all this text right here. Yo, this is all about clearing up colonial colonist confusion with history. All right, appreciate y'all.
There's a lot of confusion going on too, and when you really look at the historical reference to the word Moor, it really has a negative connotation to it, and that negative connotation is something that is not thought of when it comes to someone in America that calls themselves a Moor, because I'm sure they may not even know that history. So they're
actually putting themselves into something that they have no historical understanding of. So when they're preaching to you or telling you to become who they are, they don't even know who they are. So why would you want to do something when people don't even have an understanding or overstanding of what it is they're actually studying?
But hold on, here's the real. I got a question for you. You ready?
Go ahead. What's up?
What's your nationality, brother?
Me? My nationality? I am a being of the planet of Earth. Like, you know what I'm saying? How people try to make shit so elaborate. My grandfather told me he was a Yamakro. My ass is a Yamakro, with several other indigenous names of indigenous tribes to these lands that have ties to these lands, that names mean something on these lands. And going back to the 1500s, when the Spanish came across, the people who ended up calling themselves Yamakro because they tried to learn English, and the English corrupted the name Yamaskaron, you know what I'm saying? And that was the indigenous name for the people who were of the land. So, you know what I mean? And when you look back at indigenous people's names and their tribal names, it has something to do with these lands. It has nothing to do with any foreign lands. So,
no, we don't.
I mean, my nationality is of these lands.
And yo, in the most simplest terms, American. Now we can get definitive with it. Like he said, Yamakra American. And the list goes on. For myself, I'm Cherwahaka Nadawa American. That's connected to the Seneca, Virginia, all the way to the Seneca, long-lasting connections.
We might be family too, bro. I found out that I got some family back in the early 1840s that was in Nottoway.
Nadawa, my guy.
Nottoway.
Nadawa.
Bro, I got a New York accent, bro.
Man, that's the Colonial, man. That's Colonial, man. Yo, Nottoway is Colonial, man.
Hey, listen.
Nadawa, that's the people of the Three Rivers, my guy.
Nadawa,
yo, because Nottoway, that's the English over there where they come from. The motherfuckers where they come from, they got some Nottoway and Hemingway, and they got all that way shit over there. Over here, Nadawa, Cherwahaka Nadawa means the people of the Three Rivers. And you know, from that Virginia territory, we got numerous rivers, but specifically, we're the people of a very specific set of three rivers, though. I ain't gonna go into detail because I ain't about to let these operatives, you know what I mean, get no reinforcements for they goddamn scalping and all that. You know what I mean? These niggas is scavengers on YouTube and social media, man. These goddamn operatives, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's wicked out here, man.
Where they move like their ancestors move, bro. Well, my people had to move from Virginia to North Carolina, the Chiraw folks on my side.
The Chiraw, you see what I'm saying? The Chiraw, that's right, the Chera. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, related to the Tuscarora.
But I got links that they were a band that came from the Casabo from, you know, the panhandle of Florida at an earlier time period. So,
and mind you, like I just read y'all, like see these motherfuckers want to act like these texts, right? They want to act like you know, the people's inviting me to the goddamn this Pan Africans channel about a week ago, right? What's his name? They call him Queer Butter now. They call him Queer Butter. All right. Anyway,
that's terrible.
I just simply call him a monkey. All right. He a YouTube monkey, in my opinion. You know, he a Pan African, what have you. But it says right here where the American tribes have spread and intermixed. All right. This is 1700s literature that we're reading from. Them Pan Africans, them sniggers, them goddamn CIA operatives via social media, whether they know it or not. Yo, they going to say that references older than 50 years are no longer primary sources to them?
No, that's ridiculous.
As a result of it, making a statement of this nature, right? What they just said, they own grandmothers, grandfathers, their elders, their predecessors are not a primary source because they damn sure ain't talking about me and mine.
Well, I mean, there's primary sources that have been hidden, like the fact that I guarantee you that probably not many people on this joint right now know that the Muskegee tribes were actually called upon by Montezuma
II during the wars down in the Yucatan at a certain point in time. So they were definitely intermingling. And then if you look at the Poton Maya, Poton Maya, those people were actually traversing through a route that they took for trade. And they started in the Yucatan and went up through Florida and along the Atlantic coast up into Georgia where the gold mines were. And then from down up in the gold mines, they come back down. I believe it was through the, I want to say the Atamaha. No. I'm sorry. It must be the Okanoki or one of them Okaniki or Okanochi tribes down in Georgia where the river brought them back down towards the Gulf. So there was a whole trade route going all through the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, I believe that's the Okanichi right there. I believe that's the Okanichi.
Okanichi, okay. Yeah, so the Poton Maya, Poton Maya, Poton Maya were those groups that were actually trade. They were the traders of the Maya. And they were all through, you know what I'm saying, southeastern America all the way to California.
North America, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And you know that because of the Santa Fe Trail, because the Spaniards, they documented that shit, called it the Santa Fe Trail. That shit went all the way across the United States from Florida all the way to California.
Man, hey, yo, what we doing tonight, we are showing you the value of our land, of our people, the spirit of our people, our ancestors, the great spirit and all of that. We got to preserve ourselves. We got to stay focused. We can allow foreign manufactured confusion to disrupt us from our natural duties out here. We got a duty to our American nations. Take some time to identify your nations and your nation's relations to other American nations, because this is time immemorial right here. For us, it's time immemorial. This is forever. This is timeless. All right? Yo, them foreigners, they've been crossbreeding throughout the entire supercontinent. America is a single continent, and we are literally being invaded by all breeds of foreign nations.
And the crazy shit is all documented for people to understand. And for me personally, the easiest way that, you know what I mean, I do my research is that I just find one of the individuals in my family, you know, the furthest back that I can go. And, you know, I'll just study the area where they lived in the time period in which they lived and just put it to, you know, how the actual landscape transformed, meaning, you know, how they lived before people were colonizing them, during the wars that were happening, where they had to move. And if you look back, a lot of you will have, you know, your great-great-grandparents ended up having to move from one state to another, like from Virginia to Georgia or Alabama. And then, you know, maybe one of your uncles or something got married and moved back to Virginia at a certain time period when we were let back. And then, you know, I just want to say this one thing because I don't want to forget it. The domestic slave trade that happened on these lands, where 100 million people were actually moved around, as opposed to, or I won't say 100 million people, but the majority of the slave trading, I'll say, happened during that time period, and it was domestic, and it started from when there were uprisings or slave revolts or whatever the case may be. Those rowdy groups got moved to another place. And then that starts the Underground Railroad because people want to get back home. And every single time you hear a story of a brown-skinned person leaving a revolt and going into the woods, they end up with an indigenous tribe that some mysteriously way just allows them to come be with their people when they know that other people are hunting them, you know what I'm saying, without protecting them, because that they are those people, you know what I'm saying? It leads us to a different understanding. And the Stono Indians, this is the last thing I'll say about it. The Stono Indians were the ones who had the Stono Rebellion. Okay, don't let people fool you and look through the thin lines in the margins and see that the Stono Rebellion was by Stono Indians and not some African person who ended up coming here. Because when they told us who didn't like slavery, they always said Indians didn't like slavery or being slaves. And that's what's his name, Osceola, his wife got enslaved in Florida. He went and raided that plantation with a tribe. Okay,
Went
the
to
Red
war.
Sticks went to war
Went to
for her.
war. He went on a rescue mission.
And
Why
you
these
know what I
niggas?
mean? Word.
Yo, pardon, man. Yo, every time this subject is brought up now, yo, it excites me, yo, because of that shit that Karimio nigga did, man. You know what I mean? Like, we genuinely collaborated and shared that information. Like, you know, I shared what I was aware of about Osceola. Then you was like, yo, you dumped on, man. You just dumped. You pulled out the whole foul on the situation. Like, yo, am I an Indian or am I a Negro?
Nah, he was like, am I a Negro or a slave? Nah, he said, I'm an Indian. The
Yeah,
white
yeah. I'm
man
about
will
to pull it
not
up.
make me turn black. I'll make the white man's bones dry in the sun and turn black and let the vultures devour them shits.
Man,
That's what he said.
I'm about to run it. I'm about to run it back right now. I'm about to put it on the screen so the
But I
people can
told you the
see where
story
that
of
nigga,
Osceola with me. While you pull
that
that up, I'll
foreigner.
just tell you this, the quick story real fast while you pull that up.
Yeah.
My great uncle, you know what I'm saying, was the one that told me about Osceola because of the fact that, you know what I mean, I got teased as a young kid because I was dark skinned or whatever, you know what I mean? So he told me that story when I was younger. And as I got older, obviously, and I'm doing all this work, I'm like, damn, yo, like, let me look up Chief Osceola. You know what I'm saying? I still speak to my uncle's son, my cousin Earl, and we always have these conversations. And he was the one that put me onto my Cherokee heritage because Uncle Joe was a historian at Bethune-Cookman College, and Joe Taylor was his name. So, you know what I mean, Osceola was a prominent person in my life. And when, you know what I mean, just being able to talk to you about it, it was just like, it was amazing because you took to the story and you knew the story and you was like, damn, yo, like, he said that, like, wow, you know what I mean? Like, I knew Osceola, he didn't take no shit. But now it's like he stabbed the Treaty of New Echota, you know what I'm saying, with a knife because he didn't agree to it. And McGivery and all them dudes got murdered on top of that. And Osceola, this shit is so important. I just got to say this. Osceola with John Horse and Koaskui, his name means wildcat. They were actually arrested. Four or three guys got away. Osceola was left because he was old. You know, he was sick. Actually, he had some. I don't know if he had tuberculosis or whatever. He had some flu, but he couldn't escape. Those dudes end up escaping and going west on an underground railroad type situation. And the way that Kuaskui called out and the way he was the scout for the rest of the group started what you call the Maskin Indians for the Louisiana Mardi Gras Indians. And I don't know if anybody has ever heard that before, but I can put, you know what I'm saying, some things together and we can actually discuss this further of the migration west.
I'm a comment after you, because yeah, I got some additional perspective.
Nah, go ahead. I'm good. I just wanted to get that in for people to be able to start researching the Mardi Gras Indians and John Horse and Kuaskui, you know what I mean, so that they can start looking into that history themselves.
No doubt. So in regards to the Maskin Indian situation, the first time I heard about a Maskin Indian, I was speaking on the phone to Chief Warhorse. Salute to Chief Warhorse. Salute to all of our Louisiana Territory Indians, man. All the Choctaws down there. You know what I mean? The oh my goodness, yo. Oh my goodness, yo. Like my mind is flipping right now, yo. This shit is crazy right now. Yo, this feels so fucking good, yo. My mind is spinning. Yo. It just feel good to be acknowledging our peoples, man. But yo, let me just run that back real quick. First time I heard about a Maskin Indian, I was on the phone with Chief Warhorse. She told me, this was like in 2019. She told me about the Maskin Indians, right? Now, me and you, Jay, history, we don't talk about this, right?
Word.
Now, from a Louisiana Indian, a Choctaw Indian, Chief Warhorse, she told me the Maskin Indian, as far as she knows, is these motherfuckers that want to dress up and play Indian. Talking about foreigners that want to dress up and play Indian. So what it sounds like to me is I'm listening to you and I'm comparing what you're aware of and what she's aware of. It sounds like another hijack.
Oh, absolutely.
It sounds
Absolutely.
like a usurpation of our cultural identity and all of that.
I mean, where's the Louisiana Indians? I mean, when you look at every single tribe, obviously, you know, the skin color makes a difference in those tribes. And for the most part, you know, we get told that we can't be Indians because we're dark skinned. But when you look back in the 1800s, the pictures and shit of all the Indians, no matter if they look Asiatic or Mongolian, as people say, they all had dark skin. You know what I mean? For the most part, there obviously was light skinned tribes, and I got light skinned people in my family, so I don't negate the fact that there was light skinned people. But when you look at the surface areas of the earth that we live in certain zones tropically, you know what I'm saying? Like you're going to find people with darker skin. I mean, that just is logical.
Let,
You know
let
what I
me let me
mean?
give you a rundown. Let
Mm-hmm.
me give you a rundown, right? Because I have a historical text that back this as well. All right. So for one thing, it's documented that when our American babies are born, right? When our American babies arrive, they have a light complexion.
I mean, I'm
Just
lighter than I was as a baby, but you know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't by much. My son was a lot lighter than he is now. You know what I mean? So that's
you see,
definitely
hey,
true.
word. And so the situation is right. Situation is the foreigners, they documented how our people will change in complexion. It's literally documented. They say our the American Indians babies are born quote unquote white, right?
Well, I mean, you haven't had that sun, that energy, that nourishment hit your skin yet. You know what I'm saying? Once that shit sinks in and it starts creating your DNA, because that's what the sun rays do, and that's how your DNA, you know what I mean? As a physiologist with a degree in physiology, you know what I'm saying? So people
Yo,
don't
hey, no, yo, history. If you gonna do that, nah, man, you got to give them the portfolio, man. Nah, you just can't say physiology. Like, yeah, I got a degree in physiology. Nah, give them
Oh
the
no,
rundown. Let
I
them
can
know
bring
who they
that to the
talking to.
peoples. I can
Let
bring
them
that
know
to
who
the
they talking
peoples.
to, man.
I mean, you know, I
Run
spent
it down.
17 years in the careers underneath, you know, what I studied in school. But you know, for the most part, physiologically, when that sun hits your skin, it goes all the way down to your bones. And in the bone marrow is obviously where, you know, well, not obviously, but your blood actually is created and made. So your DNA is actually created and made because the sun continuously hits it. And
And
when you
this is
deprive
our son.
yourself, yeah, when you deprive yourself, and I love Prodigy for it, man. You mentioned him earlier again, but he talked about that. You know what I'm saying? And there's an interview that I had on my IG page. People can scroll down. It's a reel, and it's Prodigy talking about us being sun beings, and as sun beings, you know what I'm saying? Those people who take in the sun and absorb those sun rays and what have you, you're building up your DNA. So when I see people and hear about people now, the main trend is to bleach your skin and to not be in the sun, put an umbrella on. Like you depriving yourself of creating DNA. That's what
That's
you're
that
actually
foreign
doing.
shit, though.
Yeah, man. And who's gonna teach you to do that other than people that want to take your place and be like you and put on all kind
Exactly.
of tanning lotions and type shit. You feel me?
Blanco
Like,
Viento.
yeah, it's the switcheroo again. They tell you not to do something, stay out the sun so you can be light, while they want to be darker so that they can actually get those sun rays and let that sun hit their bones and really develop their
I
DNA
got
to be
something
strong.
for ya.
But remember, they don't have our DNA mutation that goes back to Albert Perry's 338,000-year-old
They ain't
DNA.
got that, huh?
Nah, they got recessive blood. I'm O positive.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, so
Yes,
check
sir.
it. Yeah, hey. Tanaya, Simons, or Simmons. I don't know exactly how to say your name, man. It's all good. Appreciate your presence. I'm glad you're enjoying this information. I'm glad you all, you know what I mean? We got 24 people in the chat right now. I appreciate y'all presence, of course. You know what I mean? Yo, in regards to what History just said, in regards to the sun and all of that, what you see on the screen right here is the Emperor Inti and the Empress Mama Kia of Peru. All right. This from the A4 Truth Royalty Collection. I had to, I honor our American people, all of our American people with the A4 Truth collections and all of that, right? Let me zoom in on this so y'all can see what's going on with the symbology and this old 1700s depiction of our American people. For
The children of the sun.
Yo, children
The
of the sun,
sons
children of the corn,
sun. Sons
children of the sun
sun.
and the corn. You know what I mean?
Look at their medallions on them.
Look at them. Look at me, king. You know what I mean? Like, come on. This is royalty right here. They don't want to tell our youth none of this. Why haven't our youth been shown this within these past 100 years of the goddamn board of education and all of that?
Because they're supposed to look up to Shaka Zulu, man.
Oh, this, huh? The what?
They supposed to look up to Shaka Zulu, Toby.
Oh, they supposed to want to be Toby.
Word.
They not
or Mike, or they want to be like Mike.
yeah. Now our youth is not supposed to be what they really are, such as an Emperor Enti and a Mama Kia, right?
Word. Or a King Tupac Amaru.
You know what I'm saying? Or Montezuma, or Chief Osceola, and all of that, right?
Word.
And let me show you on this. So this right here is a classic 1600s image of America. You see it right there at the top. This one is 1600s right here. All right. This one, the favorite. Yo, more people bought this A4 True Situation than any other joint. Like, this joint was hot and American Royalty joint was hot. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, yo, when we look at this depiction, foreigners drew this. This was drawn by the Dutch. And I will encourage you all, yo, if you value history and you want to undo confusion and all of that, get into them Dutch text. John Ogilvy situation, Anolis Montanus, and there's numerous others. I have references in my book, the implication and ramification of artificial black identity, the chronology of America's 1492 to 1968, and all of that, right? Anyway, you see right here the differences of complexions of our people. The foreigners knew what they saw when they got here.
Yeah, because they described them in detail, so they understood who they was meeting up with when other journeymen came over there, because that was their whole thing. They had to come over here and do recon. That's why they had the priest doing, you know what I'm saying? The priest was the scribes and jotting down everything. And there were certain natives that were really, like, I guess they took a liking to some of them or whatever, and they started trading and so forth. But it wasn't because they liked them. It was because they were enemies or what have you of another tribe that they wanted to get rid of so that they could actually take their kingdom. It's on some fuck shit that we see with this industry type shit. You got niggas that take a paycheck from somebody that's fucking you over, but you still buying their shit and you still buying the shit that they representing, but you don't realize that you trying to be like them is killing you. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you going into debt with credit cards because you want to buy Gucci and bullshit. Like, for what? Like, you could get a female without a Gucci belt. You don't got no game. You feel me? Like, what's wrong with these kids?
You don't know how to speak to a woman? Are you serious?
Nah, they got to make sure they tight jeans is held up.
Oh, man. With the knockoff Gucci belt, right? Because, like, shorty, you know you can't afford that. Stop playing.
Ridiculous.
You can't afford that Gucci belt. And why would you want to afford a Gucci? Nah. Yo, you know what you could do with Gucci money? With Prada, Louis money? You know what you could really do?
Yeah, you could start a business. Yeah, that's one of the things you could fucking do.
Yo, God's favorite U.S. CSIO. What does that stand for? It stands for Coward Season is Over. SSIO stands for Scout Season is On. And that's what we doing right now. Yo, we killing. Yo, Coward Season is over when we do these presentations.
Yo, Tone, let's do something. Let's switch gears a little bit and show people how these people who are considered Moors came over and started doing some serious shit and started making certain laws and what have you. There's a link that I sent you to an article that talks about Indian squatterism and shit like that. Where
I got that up. We're gonna get right into that. Let me just read this Osceola quote right. I have to read this one because we didn't read it yet. We touched on it, but let me just read this so we can proceed. You feel me? So Chief Osceola is saying, and once again, this is from Harper's Weekly, 1858. Shout out to that Carimio snigger that snatched this information without crediting where it came from. because he's the real thorough with the research, and so am I. You understand?
Nah, you know what he said on some coward shit. Like he had to dig deep and all kinds of shit.
Had to dig deep.
Find it. It was hard to find.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've been posting it for like fucking 4 years ago, right? It's been available for 4 years, right?
You could have seen me wearing the shirt.
And then he even showed this A4 Truth picture. This is A4 Truth intellectual property right here. This is within the A4 Truth Trust. While niggas is talking shit, right? Anyway, let's get to this quote. It says, "Am I a Negro, a slave? I am an Indian. The white man shall not make me black. I will make the white man red with blood, and then blacken him in the sun and rain, where the wolf shall smell his bones and the vulture live upon his flesh." And this right here is the original picture of Chief Osceola, where you see the natural brown complexion, the brown hand holding the barrel of the musket. They whitewashed this picture. When you look up Chief Osceola, you won't see the whitewashed version of this. This is how thorough our research is in comparison to these weirdo CIA operative social media niggas, man.
But then in the historical documentation, they tell us that they don't know who his real father is. But then there's other documentation that tells us that his father was a trader, a foreign trader that made it with an Indian woman. And you know what I'm saying? Like that was the whole takeover bullshit.
Yo, this is and see that's why I appreciate the words of the author over here, right? Where that text at? What that's that? Right here. Konstantin Samuel Rafinsky, right? Let me just show y'all this text again. I'm just gonna show y'all the book cover, you know. Konstantin Samuel Rafinsky, he literally says in volume 1 of the American Nations how foreigners, his own people, was fabricating American nation's history. He literally says that. This is why, real talk, I could appreciate select foreigners because they will be honest and tell the truth.
I want to say this because I don't, you know what I mean? I'm not the type of person that just say shit about somebody and just leave it like that. The dude, at times, when people send me certain shit, because I don't really watch YouTube too much, you know what I mean? But for the most part, I've seen certain things that people say, you know, or sent me of Kermeus. And, you know, there's some information that he's valid with because it comes out of these books, you know what I'm saying, from the archives. And a lot of that shit talks about a lot of the brown-skinned people coming out of Europe, namely certain people like the Black Dutch and so forth that came here, you know what I'm saying, as indentured servants and so on and so forth. So a lot of them folks weren't part of the Moorish takeover of America. They ended up literally being on the same plantations at certain points in time with Americans. And when you look at the language, the first language of the supposed Harriet Tubman, it was Dutch because she was supposedly with Dutch people where she lived. And,
you talking about Araminta Ross?
Yeah, Amanita Ross.
Yeah, Araminta, aka Minty.
So, you know what I mean? There's parallels with European brown folks that came over here that ended up in the same position that we was already in. And that's where you get a lot of the just calling them Negro and colored to mix people in the same way they did the 5 civilized tribes and so forth, where, you know, you got to look at the linguistics. And going back to the beginning when we was talking about different tribal nations that were coming together, you know, when you look linguistically, they'll be identified with the linguistics in the actual locations and the names of those tribes. So you'll find like the Hitichi, the Miccosukee, you know, Okaniki, Okanoki, all of these different tribes, you know what I'm saying? They have certain similar sounding names like Chi and Ki. All of those things were part of their language group, even though they spoke different words and different things sometimes. You know what I mean? The language group was always there. Like some of my peoples on the Shawnee side, you know what I mean, being Algonquin, obviously wouldn't have all the same words as a Lenape or a
someone from the Narragansetts, you know what I mean? It's still the same base language of Algonquin, but it's not always the same exact words.
Yo, here's the real, man. I think we're gonna have to do a language series, man. Language and land series. Because as I'm listening to you right now, right, you got me thinking about Cherahaka Nadawa, and then we have the Atacapa. So that's another line of my bloodline, right? The Atacapa, right? And then when I was in Illinois, that's when I learned about the Kaskaskia, right? The Michigamia, the Kara, what they call them, the Cahokia, and all of that, right? And then also neighboring down in the southern Midwest, right? Next to the Atacapa, we got the Karankawa. You know what I'm saying? And so language and land, it ties. It's the same thing. It goes together. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, and then you'll be able to piece the migrations together and see how it links to your family. And that's the best part about it, is that when you understand how we were moved around and how different European nations were coming here and how those European nations were using other people from other European nations, i.e. certain people like the Jacobites, who were sent here as Highlanders to fight us because we were going into the mountains, and they were used as infantry. You feel me? Like, when you understand that, now you learn that, okay, my tribe or my peoples was in, Tennessee, but they ended up having to go to Florida at some point. Why was that? And where was the fort that they was at? And where was the contraband camp that they was sent from out of Tennessee? You know what I mean? And that's where, after what you got up right there, Indian removal time period, the 1830s, between the 1830s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, there's limited information on our peoples because a lot of them were being enslaved at that point because our indigenous nations were at war with other people. And they were using...
And how can you... Yo, see, and this is the shit that pisses me off with these niggas that we want to talk about heritage and culture and customs and tradition. How can you maintain your shit when you're at war? You're no longer able to live a natural life because you're at war.
But you don't see it because you drive a Beamer. You know what I mean? You got PlayStation 5.
You live in, you're a commercial snigger, right? You're a commercial snigger.
That takes time away from the fight. When you
chasing the bag and shit. You chasing the bag. You ain't representing for your nations and all of that. Nah, you serving foreign nations, huh, snigger? That's what's popping. That's the shit. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I really need people to understand the trickery that has been done against our people. Anyway, yo, check it. Let's continue with what we talking about here because, I still got all these tabs up, my guy. Yo, what you want to go into next, though? Yo, here's the real.
Yeah. I'm just looking at certain things to see what's relevant. I mean, I want to leave people with a sense of tying everything together, you know what I mean, from the beginning where we talked about, the Bible and the origin of the so-called African American having DNA being 338,000 years old. That lets you know right there that there's a story about us that hasn't been told. And when we look at the historical representation, everything that we've shown you, it's a mix of foreign nations collaborating to come to a nation that's fruitful and plentiful in every single capacity that you can ask for. It has a great climate. It's in good agricultural zones. There's plenty of water, fresh water. There's sustainable animals that you can domesticate. You could utilize, the systems of the infrastructure, the rivers, and use steamships to, transport slaves. And you know what I'm saying? Like, these are things that people never even heard of. People don't even know about the steamboat slave trade.
Oh man, yo, that's, you know what I mean? yo, here's the real. See, man, you getting into it. Hey, yo, Chris Brown. I think it's my first time seeing you on the channel. Yo, I appreciate your presence. Chris Brown said, I appreciate all the great information. Pardon me. I appreciate all the great information. Keep bringing it to the people. What was not taught in school. Yo, this is what we do over here. Absolutely. Subscribe to History on YouTube. Check him out on IG. Follow him on IG. Yo, are you on TikTok at all?
Nah, I didn't. I mean, I just created a profile on TikTok. I be
Like, we
too
too busy,
busy,
right?
bro. Like,
Like, you know what I mean? I must be busy,
I be
man.
trying to
But,
get my son to put me on and do shit. You know
yeah,
what
I mean,
Every
like,
now and again, I get some love,
hey,
but
hey, to that point right there, hey, to the youth out there, support your peoples that got that work, man. Like, come on, it's only 24 hours in a day, right? You know what I mean? The youth, yo, come on, y'all super sharp with this technology right now. We sharp with the technology, but we utilize the way that we utilize it from our demographic. Y'all have y'all own demographic. Yo, y'all being targeted. We're able to reinforce y'all. Can y'all reinforce us as well? Like, yo, I need assistance with social media. History needs assistance with social media. Like, yo, we can spread this awareness. We need the youth involved.
The youth are great, but I just remember back in my youth, you know what I mean, playing football in college and doing different shit, traveling. You know what I mean? It was a different lifestyle.
Wow.
And the things that I was thinking about and I'm looking at, you know what I'm saying, now that I have, you know, a different perspective on life and and I'm raised a son and, you know what I mean, shit like that. Like I can look back at the late 90s and early 2000s as shit that I might have missed and pick up on some clues that bring me forward to the time that we at now. Like growing up in the 80s and shit, you know what I mean? The crack era, like that shit was prevalent in my neighborhood. I'm from Amityville, New York. You know what I mean? Like that shit was, the block was one of the worst places in the country at that time. You know what I mean? We was right up there with Watts and Baltimore and shit. So, you know what I mean? The shit that I've seen and the shit that I've gone through, it allowed me to take time now to say, yo, I got to really fix, you know, this situation for my peoples, man. And it takes a village. You know what I mean? If we got to get this information out about what's killing us, who's killing us, and nobody gives a shit.
How they killing us?
You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? And what are you doing for your next generations? Because you're allowing them to go through what you went through without giving them the heads up. You know what I mean? I'd be mad if I was my so-called grandsons to be whenever they get here, you know what I mean, down the line.
Man, like, pissed all the way the fuck off. What you mean? Like, yo, I was angry in my youth.
It's gonna be like, why grandpops ain't put us on? You know what I mean? So this shit right here is relevant to their survival. Like we've been an endangered species since 1492, even before that with the wars that we had. That, you know what I mean, we'll touch on another date, I know, the ancient wars. But you know what I'm saying? For the most part, like we've been in a situation where our people have not rested in the land of our ancestors where they actually grew up and did things every single day. There's a lot of us that don't have that. You know what I mean? Some people are still in the Northeast and good, but most people in the South, they were pushed out because of Jim Crow and racism and all that shit. You know what I mean? Niggas was getting lynched. Word. Like it was no work. There was no, all my peoples got kicked out of their lands because they were sharecroppers.
Yo, I'm down here in Southern Georgia right motherfucking now, yo.
That's what my grandfather was
telling me history, man. They tell me telling me stories about lynching down here. I'm like, lynching? Like, who was getting lynched? I'm like, yo, the fuck? Yo, from the information I got, yo, our people was fucking putting in work, bodying these goddamn foreigners.
But it just got too heavy, man. Like you got, they got fresh bodies. You know what I'm saying? They had Germans. Like he was
invaded. He was invaded, yo. Like we being invaded right now, yo. That's why I showed the information I showed last week about the qualified immunity with these goddamn foreigners. And please pardon me for scrolling through the screen. I'm trying to find this information. I was talking to the History about this earlier today, and I want to show it to him again. What I showed last week. I need to take note to the page number. Here it is. I got it. Hold on. I got it. Goddamn, yo, this is right here. Goddamn it, man. Yo, there it go. Hold on. Fuck, my bad. Yo, this is the CIA document because you referenced the 1980s, man. I want to show you in the heights of the crack era, right? The CIA was funding HBCUs. All right, and it listed names.
People don't think that's relevant to them. That's relevant to them because they got children trying to get into college these days. And how many of our kids can get into college and get an education and get educated enough to get a job that's going to pay them enough to not have to hustle?
You know what I mean? And for us, money, you know what I mean, the wealth gap and all that shit has been the major problem to us because that's slavery. That's being in debt is slavery. And you know what I mean? A lot of people understand that, but at the same time, they don't realize that you got to break yourself out of that.
Page 10. It's on goddamn page 10, man. Here's the real. This is what I wanted to show you. All right. So, in 1981, what was you doing, my guy?
1981, I was in grade school, elementary school.
What was you seeing? What was your experience like in 1981?
Shit, I don't remember nothing further than playing a little fucking baseball.
Where did you see any crackheads?
Did I see what?
Crackheads.
Oh shit, man! Like I told you before, there was a place called the Block. That shit, we used to sweep crack vials and broken bottle glass off the ball court before we went out and played. There was crackheads, prostitute. Hell yeah, I seen all that shit. We used to do the knockout and knock crackheads out.
Oh man, throwback shit. Right. All right. The reason why I'm asking you, right? Because I arrived in '82. All right. So once again, y'all, this is a CIA document pertaining to the funding of HBCUs. All right. So it says here, once again, I showed it last week and in previous weeks and past years, right? Fiscal year 1981, all higher education institutions. That shit right there says $10 billion for 1981. For HBCUs, $544 million. Fast forward for 1985, $629 plus million. Meanwhile, to the all HEIs, they increased it to $12 billion. Okay? Now, the reason why I'm saying this, and Dennis Brown, appreciate your presence. You already know. Thank you. Dope ass build. You fucking right, man. That's what we do over here. You know what I mean? Cowboy season is over. Scout season is on this channel. You know what I mean? Much appreciation to History Real. Check him out. Yo, subscribe to his channel on YouTube. Follow him on IG. And yeah, man, his TikTok, man, link him on TikTok too. You already know.
Yeah, build my shit up. I ain't got nothing.
Build it up.
I'll start putting some stuff if I get people on there. I'll start doing some shit.
You know what's fucked up about TikTok? You can't go live until you got 1,000 motherfuckers. Until you got 1,000 followers, you can't go live. Then on top of that, you can't even put your contact information in a goddamn post on TikTok. You can't put your email address on TikTok. They gonna be like, oh, this goes against our community guidelines and shit. I learned that shit the hard way. I got like multiple accounts. Like my first Tomahawk Tony got banned because I was letting people know, contact tomahawktony.csio@gmail.com. And damn, I didn't know I was getting blocked, getting banned on TikTok, but now I know why. You know what I mean? So, Gordon, that's some drip for y'all right there. What they call it, drip? Yeah, that's some drip right there. Like, yo, yeah, don't put your contact information in your post. But anyway, History, what do you think about this funding right here coming from the CIA to HBCUs?
Well, I look at it as obviously an operation that was anything the CIA is involved in is some sort of an experiment.
Oh shit. You said experiment. Fuck.
No, I'm dead serious. I mean, whether it be in banking, finance, I mean, for them to back the Federal Bureau, the Federal Reserve, you feel me? Like they invested in an experiment in doing certain things, especially when it comes to the Freedmen's Bureau of abandoned lands and so forth. But I don't want to get into that. You know what I mean? That's a whole another couple of hours. But
yeah. All right. So I'm gonna leave this right here.
This shit. Yeah, looking at this right here, it just leads me to a story. A story that I heard on the news.
We got the Amaru Muru and Ancient Elam video. We
got
the American Indian Wars video.
Yeah, put the American Indian Wars. I think that'll be a good way for people to start understanding.
So hold on. I gotta run it like this though. Yeah. Let me do this real quick.
I mean, you don't even have to
Hold on,
pull
let me
up the
stop.
video. If you just type in Google American Indian Wars, you'll pull up the Wikipedia, and we can just scroll through the Wikipedia.
Yo,
It's
let's
a
run a
lot.
video. Let's
You
run a
want to run the
video.
video?
The people like videos, man. They like
All right,
don't
throw
y'all
the
like
video up.
videos?
Just listen to the lyrics of the song. Listen to the lyrics of the song, and it's very indicative of how we were taking over.
We fight our country's battles in the air, on land and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and to keep our honor free. We are proud to claim the title of United States Army. Our flags unfurled to every breeze, from dawn to setting sun. We have fought in every clime and place where we could take a gun. In the snow of far-off northern and in sunny tropic sea, you will find us always on the job, the United States Army. Here's health to you and to our corps, which we are proud to serve. In many a strife we fought for life and never lost our nerve. In the Army and the Navy, never look on heaven's sea. They will find us, dreams are guarded by United States Marine.
Oh my goodness. Yo, history real. You got this on your channel, my God? What?
Yeah, I don't get no views though.
Hey, man. Yeah, hey,
if you
view that up. View that up, y'all.
Go
subscribe that up, like that up, view that up.
Hit the link that's in the chat, or I don't know if
description.
The actual page to the American Indian War list, so people can see.
Hold up, where that's at?
So people can actually see the wars, you know what I mean, and the land masses that they took place, so that they can further research into where their people were at those particular times. So now when you connect the dots and say, damn, my third time's great grandfather was over here, but wait a second, he got military records that he fought in these wars, and then after he, got out of the discharge, he actually moved to another state. Like that shit happened in my family. They were living in Maryland, Virginia area, in Albemarle, I don't know how to say that shit. Virginia, Northern Virginia, Luray County, and all that. And so after the war, 1812, they ended up moving into Pennsylvania, and they were listed because he was a teamster in the American Revolution during the late 1780s. They were still fighting, with the British. And so he was born in 1764. So he was, in his late teens when he was actually fighting in this stuff. Hey, Tone, you still there? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Were you gonna pull up the? Were you gonna pull up the? I thought you were gonna pull up the link. I'm looking
for it, because I could have sworn I pulled everything up. I got the
No. Look in the chat. Look in the chat.
Oh, you put it in the chat, yo?
Yeah, it should be in the chat.
Hold on, where you put it at?
Yeah,
you press send on it in a private chat?
No, it's not a private chat. It's the regular chat.
Yo, I don't even see that link, yo. Can you drop it again? I don't even see it here. I'm going to do the list right now. Yeah, I see everybody else comment. I see your comments, but you know what I'm saying?
You don't see the link?
Nah, I don't see the link, yo.
How is that possible?
I don't know, yo. Hey, yo, put in the private chat, yo. I'll pull it from there.
All right.
Just
pull up a new page and just type in American Indian Wars. That's it.
No doubt, yeah. Cause, I done shown this as well. So trust me, I'm very familiar with this. American Indian Wars.
Yeah, I don't want to lose the energy because this shit is vital. You know what I mean? And like I said, you tie this to your genealogy. And when I tell you doing it in my own family history, it really connects the pieces. And now you can start seeing what chiefs and what, what nations were in these lands. And when you look at the majority of the different places where the people live, it's so-called all black town. And it's a indigenous land where, it was a town that was occupied by indigenous peoples all the way up to that time period. But it just so in, just happenstance, a lot, the black people live there now. You know what I'm saying? And so,
all right,
the
so I'm gonna start with
coincidences
this
are
one
too
over
ironic.
here. I'm gonna start with this one right here. This is AAA nativearts.com. Yo, you already know I don't fuck with that native shit just because they usurped it from us. All right. Anyway, this situation right here, this one on this page, reason why I'm showing it is because they're referencing the 1540s on here. And mind you, the war started as soon as they invaded for real, for real. As soon as they invaded, yo, our people got it popping against them. Yo, they was ducking back to their ships. Yo, our people were swimming to the ships, taking boats to the ships. We talk about the Caribbean. Yo, and then you had wars taking place in the Northeast as well as on the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they concealed this information from us. But yeah, hey, I got this joint up right here. It's the real. All right, this 1540. This 1500s going to 1700s. You want to start here? And I got some other links as well. Military.com, history.com, and Wikipedia.
I can't see it.
Oh, goddamn, my bad, yo. Let me put the screen share back up. My apology. Goddamn, I'm bugging. Hold on, I got it coming right now. One moment, a few more seconds. Got it coming right now. No,
I'm bugging out because I just see I can chat a couple different things, but it won't let me chat the link. That's crazy.
Okay, yeah. Screen share should be popping right now. Yeah. Here we go. Good money. We good money. All right, I just went back to the page. So yeah, let me go to drop this link in the chat as well for y'all. You know what I mean? Because like I said, y'all, I'm big on showing what we talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need y'all to have these references, man. It's vital that our youth, our American youth, our heirs, our descendants know what's really happened. It's fucked up when our youth ask a question, how did we get here? How did this happen to us? That's
and
a
just
hard
look at
question.
the similarities in the massacre situation with the Indians, and then when you look at certain things like the Tulsa massacre or the Rosewood massacre, or where my people's was the Camilla massacre in Georgia, you know what I'm saying? And my grandfather's grandfather was born down there in the 1870s, so his peoples was already living there, you know what I mean, during that time period. And it's crazy because they left from there and ended up in Moultrie. So, I mean, they moved around, and I found that information out because of looking at these wars and these massacres and so on and so forth. So when you see those names, just understand that they only massacring the same people. They're not gonna go and massacre the Indians and then massacre some African slaves that they let be free. Like, nah, they all the same people. Like,
Yo, Negro Peons, because I need y'all to keep something in mind, right? Keep something in mind. History, right? I look forward at your convenience to you getting into this text here. Let me locate that. Here it is right here. This book right here, History. Jews and Muslims in British colonial America, right?
Oh, yeah.
This book is referencing the early 1600s period. While these monkeys want to be talking about 1619 Project and all that monkey shit, CRT and what have you, this book right here is going in on the early 1600s period. In regards to those colonists, look, it says list of immigrants to Virginia, 1585 to 1700s. That's on page 204. So we talking about Moriscos and Maranos.
Oh,
A
wait till
Jew and a
wait till they
Moor.
find out that the pilgrims, the people that landed in Plymouth Rock, a lot of them were Sephardic Jews. You know what I'm saying? People don't even know that shit. You look at the
Moriscos and
hats.
Maranos. It was a
Word.
combination. You had
Facts.
the blacker Moor and the whiter Moor. You understand?
Oh yeah.
Yo, salute to the dude Jack D. Forbes for breaking down the definition of a quote unquote wiser Moor. A wise Moor means a quote unquote white Moor.
Mm-hmm.
While these niggas is playing. And yo, we got this video that you linked, yo, of these Canaanite Moors. Man, hey, yo, I bodied them years ago. I can't believe they still popping, yo. They calmed down for like a whole year or two. After I bodied them with that goddamn Jack D. What's his name? Yo, Mama Chief, you in the chat? What's that dude named? Jack D.
Jack D. Forbes?
Dorman? No. Jacob Dorman. That's his name. Jacob Dorman. He's the one who broke down the fake Noble Jew Ali, the Walter Brister Jr. story. He broke that shit down. He did the genealogical research, and then you had the Canaanite, Canaan land Moors. Them sniggers is going to say, "Oh, we're brothers," to Jacob S. Dorman, the author of The Princess and the Prophet, who defined how Noble Jew Ali birth name is not Noble Jew Ali, and he stole the identity of his adopted brother from his mother's second marriage after he faked his death while being a goddamn circus performer. That type monkey shit.
There's so much information that's relevant to this, man. Let's wrap it up for folks, man, because I know they we long-winded with a lot of shit, a lot of information, but let's tie this in and bring it home with how this stuff actually pertains to us. And when we look at treaties, you and I discussed, there's certain treaties that we have that's pre-colonial that were not accepted by the Americans or the so-called Americans that came in and claimed to be Americans. And that's a whole nother shit. The word
the invaders and immigrants.
The word con, C-A-N, if you look it up in Latin, it means pretender. So when they come, you get a lot of people saying that the name of America is Amari or Tamari and all that. You know what I'm saying? The Khan, there was an actual Khan kingdom in Guatemala. And you know what I'm saying? There's
what
people,
year was that?
You're talking about 1200 BC.
Oh,
all the way
really?
up. Yeah, there was.
Yo, see. How about this? Yo, history. We're gonna have to do a session where you provide your sources, I provide my sources, and we have a discussion about it.
No doubt.
Comparative analysis situation.
There's a man, if people want to look at it right now, there's a man named Richard Hansen. Okay, he's the person that's been over and now it escapes my mind. My man Morgan Freeman was over there and he looked at it. It was the creation story from the Popol Vuh. El Mirador is the place in Guatemala, and that's that they say there's the Khan kings, and those Khan kings were, they had their kingdom, their empire at its height around 1200 BC. So,
okay, so I got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
When we see those historical images of those Toltecs, the mixed texts, and the proto-Mayans, those that came before the Mayans, right? Leading into the Mayan civilization in Mesoamerica, right?
You talking about the Olmecs?
This is pre-Olmec.
But the Olmecs were before the Mayas, supposedly.
And they was the Olmecs came after the Mixtecs and the Toltecs.
Not according to the Olmecs were supposedly the oldest people in the Yucatan.
Nah. I got other documentation.
Oh,
like
I mean that.
We can do a comparative analysis, my guy.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is the narrative, the scholarly narrative, is that the Olmecs preceded the Maya, and the Maya learned certain things like the long count and the binary system and the count by 20 or by 12 digits, certain shit, adding zero. You know what I mean? Those were the things that the Olmecs supposedly taught the Maya through what scholars say.
So they had to precede them.
Okay, so I'm based on what you just said right there, I'm gonna offer and present my perspective on it, right? So, I have it documented where we have these pre-Columbian, if you will, pre-colonial nations, Mixtec, Toltec, going into the Olmec, etc., Mesoamerican nations, right? That we're talking about Central South America, going into the Caribbean, as well as having relations with the people right here in North America, right? Continuing, situation is this, right? Now, there was conflicts, and within these conflicts, right, we had war games, okay? There was war games, and based on these war games, all right, whoever wins, well, they take over in the war game. So war games was upon a time ago was like basketball, right? We got the classic where instead of it being a hoop as we see today, well, it was a square. It was like a structured concrete, if you will. Imagine a concrete square with a circle in the middle of it, and you had to throw the ball through that, right? That's a form of a war game back in the day, right? Long time ago. Anyway.
Oh yeah, that's depicted on the walls in Chichen Itza. I've actually been there and seen it in person. The ball courts and the temples and so forth, where they try to say that there's a bearded. It actually does look bearded, like a bearded man who was, but I don't believe it was actually some Jesus Christ. That's what the local lore is over there. Or, I mean, they say Quetzalcoatl, but they say that that man was Jesus. And they try to make him the Quetzalcoatl.
But it's that's the equivalent of the John Eliot Bible. That's the equivalent where they're trying to superimpose and overlap their beliefs and coincide it into ours. The Colonial Empire, how you doing?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Now, so continuing with this perspective here that I'm sharing to you all. So instead of our people killing each other and things of that nature, we played war games. Lacrosse was a war game. Football in both forms, whether we kicked the ball or we caught the ball, those was war games, right? Shooting dice could even be considered a war game, right? Anyway, point being this. Instead of killing each other, what we did, we took over. The victor, whoever won the game, they took over and they dominated society. And so now, therefore, our culture, the victor's culture and customs, that becomes dominant. And of course, you got some sore losers, of course, right? And so they're going to have a vendetta where it's like, I don't fuck with y'all like that. Nah, like, arrogancy, ego, etc. That's a part of, naturality. I mean, you look at animals and shit, right? You look at insects, you look at any breed of anything nature, they will have a vendetta for whatever. If you smack a fucking bee, you think that bee not gonna come back and sting you? That's natural. All right. Anyway, point being this. This is pre-colonization. And as a result, right, the foreigners, they studied our people, reconnaissance. As History Real said a moment ago, he said recon not too long ago. Recon is, a reduction of reconnaissance. They scouted our people. They took notes. They took descriptions of the land, etc., the conflicts that we had amongst each other, so they can exploit weaknesses.
So I'm gonna just say this real quick. I'm actually working on a piece of literature that deals with the founding fathers, ancestors, and their place on this land. And when you look back, the majority of those guys were surveyors. To your point, surveyors were the people that prospected the land to see who could go where, how you could do it. And they were the first people that the generals and lieutenants spoke to because they wanted to know how they could attack. So now when somebody just says, oh, my people was a surveyor and so on and so forth, they didn't do nothing to nobody. No, you were part of the military that created, the complex that was here to actually take over our people. So yeah, like when you look at those grandfathers of those guys that were here in the 1600s and settling these lands. Those were the people that was the most shifty and shady. So I want to bring to light some of those guys and who they were. So I'll have that for the people soon.
Yeah. And so, oh man, I mean, it's crazy trying to consolidate, like, literally, second century foreign history going into 500 years ago American history. And I mean real American history. Because what we're describing here at this point of this presentation, this discussion, this is real American history. Our youth are not being informed about the Chief Osceolas, the Chief Red Jackets. I meant to say that earlier. Who was that mentioned Red Jacket earlier? I think that was Anthony Lowe. I can't recall.
Yeah, that was Anthony. I
Yeah.
picked him up for that because Red Jacket was majorly important in the survival of those guys because he knew the landmass more so than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? But other people got the credit because they actually were heroes in a certain light for, that hero story that they like to give. You know what I mean?
And bottom line, the foreigners praise their criminals. We got to alter our perception in regards to us and ours as the true Americans, right? We have to alter our perception of who they perceive as an hero. James Bond is not a hero. That dude is a whole foreign operative. He goes in and he serves His Majesty's Secret Service. Now, although we have treaties with the British and all of that, it is what it is, fine and dandy. But when they're operatives against us, continuing to the point where as I showed y'all in past presentations recently, we have this American gangster story. What's his name? Bumpy Johnson, Ellsworth. I can't remember the last name. That guy, he was a CIA operative, flooding New York with heroin. Okay? When we put these things into perspective, right? Who is for our people? Are you for our American people, meaning our American nations, or are you not for our American people and our American nations? When we really consider the reality, the implications, the ramifications of what has happened, what has been withheld from our youth, withheld from you and your youth, we have to recalibrate who our heroes are and who our enemies are, the villains. Keep in mind, we need to celebrate individuals and nations that had individuals like Chief Osceola, the Seminoles and the Creeks. From what I'm aware of, Chief Osceola was originally Creek. He married a Seminole sub-chief's daughter.
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. He was a Red Stick Creek.
A Red Stick, what does that mean?
And after the Red Stick War, because there was a war, and it should be labeled underneath one of these time periods in the 1830s. Chief Osceola led well, he didn't lead it. There was another chief that was above him, but they led a war into Florida, and they did pretty well, so to speak. And that was one of the things that I was talking about earlier with his wife, who was captured and taken into slavery. And they said that she was a runaway slave. And he said, no, she was, a Seminole Indian. You know what I mean? Like, he stated that directly to them. And he went and rescued her. You know what I mean? So you'll see it in history as a slave rebellion or a war with Indians.
How want to write it, right?
You know what I'm saying? How they want to tell it. But when you hear the actual people of those nations from that time period saying that, and you looking at your family history and you're like, oh shit, my peoples lived near the Savannah River, on the North Savannah River. You know what I mean? And they actually moved into Florida at this particular time, into Gadsden, Florida, or, some place where there was a fort. And the reason why they moved into the forts, because those were the safe havens
for Indians at that time that were protected under, you know, the Spanish. You know what I mean?
In
That were
addition to the missionaries, yo.
word.
And the
Missionaries,
missionaries,
most of them got burnt down in the 1600s.
word, but see, you know why they got burnt down though? You know why they got burnt down?
Because they was raping and pillaging the people. Like that's literally in the writings of the
body
Indians.
work. Body work. Them Jesuits, them Christians, them goddamn Moravians, them goddamn, man, yo, the list goes on them goddamn foreign Morisco Moranos that was posing as Christians with their missionaries and this, that, and the other. Yo, they was raping and killing the innocent. They was allowing the soldiers in. And they was doing it themselves.
We think that we saw that video. I know everybody's seen that video where the dude was on his knees and the dog came and ran up on him and chomped him up. You know what I'm saying? Like that type shit was like second nature to these Spaniards and Portuguese conquistadors that came over here. Sephardic, Afro, Moorish motherfuckers. They was sicking the dogs on people. You know what I'm saying? They was tearing their flesh up right then and there on the coast. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people was vicious. Like the shit we see today, when you look back in history and you start reading some of that stuff, it's gonna hit home and it's gonna be like, yo, this is my people. These are my lands. Those are ancestors, cousins, you know what I'm saying, of my peoples. And it's gonna hit you
of your
and it's
nation.
gonna be like, we still going through it today.
Yo, these are people of our nation.
Police, they stopping us and searching us for weapons and certain shit. Like, we not no threat to them. They a threat to each other more so than we are. They had a civil war against each other. You know what I'm saying? They only fought us because they were stealing our shit and raping our women and disrupting our feedings and, you know, migrations with the animals. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, they destroyed our natural way of life. And people out here fighting for civil rights, I'm fighting for my human right to live and be as a person who I am. You know what I mean? Man, that civil rights shit is some bullshit.
Man, hey, I'm fighting for my natural rights, the rights bestowed, inherited by me by the Great Spirit rights, my ancestral rights, my inheritance rights, things of this nature.
Wonka
Tonka. That's right. Wakanda. You understand? Monitu and all of that. Yo, I'm an embodiment of Monitu. If motherfuckers really want to get busy with this, I'm a manifestation.
And see, your mindset changes just naturally because you understand who your peoples are. When you trying to be on some, you know what I'm saying, tracing it back to some Timbuktu and some, you know, Zamunda, and it's like, oh, those are my peoples. You got nothing in common with them folks.
Hey, no. Hey, yo, no. Yo, history. You cannot just say Zamunda. Yo, remind the people of what Zamunda is and where that came from now, guy. Come on.
The kingdom of Zamunda, King Jaffa, and, you know, Prince Hakeem coming to America.
And Eddie Murphy. And you know the Murphy is a Moor, right? You know the Murphy's a Moor, right?
Moor.
Ooh.
Word.
That motherfucker that had no problem cross-dressing on some Transformers shit. That nigga. Yo, and why's that nigga been quiet? Is he still alive?
I don't know. I like Eddie Murphy work, some of it though.
Murphy out this motherfucker. Come on, man.
But he's everybody in Hollywood, man. I mean, it is what it is. I enjoy watching certain shit and seeing them perform and do certain shit. But at the end of the day, for me, it's just getting a laugh out of something. And I mean, I understand why they doing what they doing. It's there to program people, lock you into some bullshit, get you to buy something. You know, that's why they got them representing their brands, because people want what those guys got. You know what I mean? It's a whole mind.
Yo, here's the real. I'm gonna send you this document here. I'm gonna send you some documents. You know what I mean? This one's only 8 pages here, and it's consistent. It's dealing with how Indians in colonial Virginia and the Carolinas, and pretty much it took place throughout all the colonial territories, even up to this day right now, right?
When you talk about redlining, like you mentioned earlier, you know what I mean? Like how we shunned out of neighborhoods and certain shit, like that started back then when they were coming here and they wanted to establish Little Italy and Little Germany and Little Ireland.
Greektown.
Chinatown.
Salute to our Accomack Indians and all of our Pennsylvania Territory Indians, right? Yo, Piscataways and all of that, right? Yo, they got a fucking Africa town being developed right now. I believe in Southwest Philadelphia.
Oh, I already know, bro. I got an ancestor. She's buried in the same burial land as Corn Planter. Chief Corn Planter is one of his wives and one of his sons. That shit is crazy in Western PA. She was married to an Inti, one of them Barbados Bayesian dudes.
Wow, you said an Inti?
Yeah.
Yo, you know Inti's the name. That's yo. You got Emperor Inti out of Peru though.
I don't know if he's out of Peru, but they out of the islands.
But no. Yo, check it. Remember,
I mean, I obviously know the migration story. You know what I mean? They came from those regions in the ancient times.
That's royalty. That Inti name is royalty, my guy.
Yeah, that's one of my great aunts. She married, I think his name is George Inti, and he was the son of or the grandson of Tobias Inti. I looked it all up.
Wow.
They fought in the American Revolution too to help, you know what I mean, fight off them niggas. And they was given land. They was one of the first free black folks in Pennsylvania.
Yo, did y'all understand the value of communication amongst our people, man? Like, yo, I just heard it live, yo. Like, this is the first time History Real ever disclosed that too. We've been in contact. What's this, like 3-4 years now, something?
I mean, I didn't know what you just told me about who he was or the family name or heritage.
But this is the first time you mentioned it, though, my guy. Come on, this is the first time you said it, though.
Shit, I got plenty of people in my family. Like,
I mean, I got plenty too. You know what I mean? But
Buster Clarkson, he was
I ain't
in
got
the
no
Negro
inties.
Leagues.
I ain't got no inties though, man. I ain't got no inties in my lines though. I got a lot of world answers. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of different people, man. And it do what it do. But I've never met a descendant of an intie though. This was my first time being in contact. Hey man, yo, much appreciation.
The crazy shit is one of my ancestors was the first person to bring or to put an apple or plant apple seeds in Bedford County in Pennsylvania. He was born in 1760 something, and he moved into PA after the American Revolution. No, he was born in 1750s, I believe. His name is Fudge Van Camp, and he was a teamster in the American Revolution. I guess, he was one of the scouts or whatever the case may be, and he ended up moving or walking. And there's this whole story about him. I'll keep it short, but he planted the first apple orchard in Western PA, and it still stands today. I forget the name of the orchard, but I can follow up with everybody and I'll post it or whatever on my IG. But you know what I'm saying? That just goes to show you when you look back, man, like you never know what you're gonna find. And I'm looking at it like he brought apple seeds and planted an apple farm, you know what I'm saying, orchard or whatever, and they sold apples, you know what I'm saying? And he was a hunter. So like I'm looking at the shit like he was in a buffer town with Indians, and it was a very known Seneca town with Corn Planter and all his tribe.
Yo,
you know what I'm saying, coming
Seneca,
through there and all that.
Real Seneca.
Word. So it's a lot of history for you to find, man. And those gems give you that spark to say, damn, yo, like my people's was great. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't find certain shit that's, you know what I mean, that's extraordinary, like you still put the pieces of the puzzle together and start mapping out your grandparents on your mother's side, your grandparents on your father's side. And then that leads to the great-greats and the great-great-greats. And it's like, oh, shit, we got a whole life story here in America. But I'm just thinking that 1850s, 1860s, we was brought here as slaves, and that's where it begins. Nah, man, like, look around and see. And that shit is so powerful for your children, for your grandchildren, and for you to be able to share that history before you pass on, like, is invaluable. You know what I mean? Like, my son knows so much about our family that, he asked me questions, and it's like, wow, I didn't know that, Pop. Like, and he's like, damn, that changes my perspective on certain stuff. Like, I can see myself doing this or doing that because my ancestor did this or that.
You know what I mean? I didn't know that he was a ship fitter or was a cooper and built barrels, and you know what I mean, was in the whole entire shipping situation and went and sailed to Panama and helped build the canal. Like I got that in my family history. And like for him to know that is like, holy shit. Like the Panama
Okay.
Canal, I heard of it.
No, here's the real. I got a question for you, right? So by you taking time to study the skill sets, the professions, the activity of your ancestors, right? Your predecessors and all of that, right? First question is, would you say that has contributed, like since you know this now, right? Would you say that from a genetic awareness, like a genetic memory standpoint, right? Would you say that the fields of profession and skills in which you have acquired within your lifetime, right? Would you say that contributed to it?
Oh, very much so. I mean, there's people that grow up doing nothing. I mean, I grew up doing a lot of shit. Like, I was with my grandfather the most of the time. He was born in Moultrie, Georgia. You know what I'm saying? In 1925, he lived to 93. So I had him for a couple decades. And, from the time I was 1 year old, I was with him. I had my first birthday party at my grandparents' house, and he had a boat. So, you know what I mean? He was a Navy man. He fought in World War II, got all fucked up with Agent Orange as an 18-year-old. You know what I mean? He was in Guam.
That was Agent Orange in World War II?
Yeah, that was the whole bomb. He was 90 miles offshore when they dropped the fucking bomb in Hiroshima. He felt all that heat.
But hold on. That was Agent Orange combined with that Hiroshima shit?
Yeah, what you think's of the atomic bomb?
I thought it was just radiation because Agent Orange, that's Monsanto shit, and I was only aware of that shit being present during Vietnam.
Nah, bro, that shit goes back to World War I, but they never dropped none of that
This history real talking. This is why he's history real. Come on.
So, you know what I'm saying? Just you asking me that question and me giving you my answer, I learned that shit from my grandfather who was there. You know what I'm saying? Like, he told me shit like they sent him to war with no ammunition in his weapon. Like, he had a long rifle and he had a German Ruger. I'm so mad when he passed away. One of my cousins, you know what I'm saying, did some fuck shit with my aunt and all that, and they took all his belongings for the most part. But he had a 45 German Ruger that he brought back from World War II. And he had a flag from Okinawa. I think one of my other cousins got it. But, you know what I'm saying? I got all his service medals or whatever. But, you know what I mean? That firsthand history. He got friends that lived up the block that I learned that they was on the shores of Normandy during the World War II in Germany. And like they was the ammunition dudes. So they rolled up on the boat and just was supplying ammunition. They didn't have no weapons. And they running and dodging bullets on that beach trying to get, you know what I'm saying? Like, and they was the ones that drove those trucks, the famous dudes that changed the outcome of the war. Mr. Giles, he was older than my grandfather, but he was like 97 telling us stories about shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, that shit definitely contributed to my upbringing. I
gotta say this. For anyone that is doing genealogy, right? What History is doing right now is explaining. He's detailing oral tradition. How I communicated to people. Get yourself a voice recording app, right? Right? It's free right now, right? It's better than having a cassette. The mini cassettes back in the day. We had to have mini cassettes back in the 80s and 90s, right? Fast forward, there's voice recording apps that save as an MP3 or whatever other type audio file type, right? WAV file, whatever you want to call it, AAC file. Anyway, the point being, oral tradition, document that. That is of tremendous value to your genealogical research.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to just give them one testimony for me. If you go on my IG page, just go to History on IG, and I got 2 posts pinned of my grandfather talking about our family history. And that shit lined up with when I went to Mexico with my family. You know what I'm saying? We went to the Chichen Itza, and one of the tour guides was explaining about sinkholes and how to find water under the ground with sticks. And
I got my grandfather coincided with that video, saying the same exact thing about what his grandmother, who was a Yamakro, you know what I'm saying, what she showed him and how to find water and how they used to do shit and hunt, and you know how they used to take branches from a tree and put it in the water and it would deplete the oxygen from around the fish, so they had to swim to the top, and they called that mutton. And that's mutton was how you get the fish out the river. So if you ain't know how to do mutton, you know what I'm saying, you ain't gonna know how to eat. So that shit is from the land.
Come
You
on,
know what I'm saying?
man. Come on, man. Yo,
that
he
shit is
just
right on my page.
Mr. Real just gave y'all survival skills based on oral tradition out here. Man, stop playing, man. Cowboy season is over. Scout season is on. Yo, he just gave y'all. This is ancient American survival technology.
He learned that from his grandmother, who was born in the
Stop.
1870s down in South Georgia. She was in Colquitt County.
And so hold on. Here's the real. Let me ask you a question real quick.
Mhm.
So you mean to tell me, right? Let me get this straight real quick. You mean to tell me, right? When you have these life skills, but you don't go to these quote unquote powwows, you mean to tell me you don't got culture, heritage, tradition, and customs?
Nah, that's bullshit.
According to them?
I mean, I don't knock anything that anybody says, but I don't take it for truth for myself. You know what I'm saying? And that's what most people got to start doing. You got to see through the bullshit, but you got to know what the bullshit is. And that means you got to do some work. Like, you got to look into the history of something and don't just take somebody's word for it because they got 30,000 views. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit don't make nothing. That's the CIA doing that.
Yeah, you know I mean? Say it again. That's who doing what?
The fuck boys, the alphabet
fuck
niggas.
Boys.
You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying?
CIA, FBI, you know what I mean? The people that censor
foreign
us.
operatives. They foreign operatives, man. That's not American Indian Nations Intelligence Agency doing this bullshit against
That's
our
a con
American
or this fraudulent corporation. That's what the fuck that is. Operating, illegally on lands through a feudalistic theory. You know what I mean? Ideology. That's what they do.
Caste system and class system.
Somebody got to go. He's too important. Too many people. Now, just watch what happened with this kid, Kai Sanat. You feel me? Like, I don't want to wish nothing bad on homeboy.
Talk about it. Talk about this Kai Sanat situation.
This dude, like, he's showing this government that we can bring people together. You feel me? Like, and that's way too much power for any one person to have. So now, I'm not saying that they're going to harm homeboy, but you know what I mean? He might be censored in certain ways and his finances might be tied up or whatever the case may be. But we're going to see less and less of him unless we as people back people like that. You know what I mean? If he gets on board with some people
what's his bloodline though, yo?
Character and quality.
Bloodline though?
I don't give a fuck. Whoever's here and living on this land and making money and prospering and doing shit, they got to be here for the people. Either they here for the people or they gonna get shut down and shut out.
Hey, yo, he abandoned the people. Yo, he abandoned. Yo, hold on.
Nah, they said that the police got him up out of there. They said that he got into some, I guess, police vehicle, and they pulled him out of there because he got arrested right then.
Yo. Pull up the dude channel. You gonna see him when he was in the van, right? He was in a van with his peoples, right?
Yeah, that was beforehand.
Van, and now he's amongst this crowd that he drew.
I was watching it live. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit. I was watching it live. Yeah, because
I seen it after the fact.
That shit is in my city.
I was on his channel after the fact. Yo,
I'm so thankful my son was gonna go down there. I'm so thankful he didn't.
Yo, he had a security detail. He had a fucking security detail of some fucking NFL player looking motherfuckers with dreads.
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame him. He was giving free shit.
No, I'm not mad at him. But yo, what's the affiliation of his security detail? Most of them motherfuckers, when it comes to this entertainment shit, most motherfuckers that hire security detail, they hire local law enforcement that's off duty, NYPD, for example, because the same shit happens in LA. You hire off duty LAPD, all right, to be your security.
Yeah, I'm sure he does that when he do shit like that, but he probably never did it that big.
But this is his first time doing it, and so somebody set him up to have this particular security detail, and they was getting him the fuck up out of there. As soon as he got out the van, yo, he was swarmed.
Yeah, but they was rocking for a little while. His man that had on the green and shit, they was in the middle of shit, like going back and forth. And then he got some little kid up on his shoulders, and they was trying to move out of there at that point. But you know, for the most part, I mean, all that shit is just to say that just look at the power that one of us has. If we combine, you know what I'm saying, our you know, our thought processes and brainstorm together and put ideas, you know what I'm saying, to work in a lot of the structure that you already, you know, showed me with some things, you know what I mean, that we working on. So if we could touch those people, if there's people that listen to these things and see these things and they understand that, you know, you got two genuine people that really want to do work for people. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't about, oh, donate this and, you know, do this and do that. That shit helps us
We
on a
not telling
regular
you every 5
basis.
minutes to hit the cash app. No, we're not telling you every 5 minutes hit the cash app,
I
like
mean,
and
that's a
subscribe.
blessing. You know what I mean? I don't even have none of that information on none of my shit. You know what I mean? I do it for y'all for the most part. You know what I mean? And people need to hear this. People need to see this. This shit come from my soul. And I know for you too is you know, adamant as you are with, you know, this type of work. And it's just, yo, we got to build ourselves. Like, there's nobody in history that's going to do it for us. There's chiefs that tried to build chiefs together. Tecumseh was one of them. You know, I know, you know your folks.
Mama Chief put in the chat right there.
Yeah,
what Mama Chief put in the chat. You fucking
Word.
right. That's the truth right
Dragon
there.
Canoe, the Battle of Tippy Canoe, all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there were times where we did come together. The Red Sticks teamed up with certain people, but then the opposition was foul because we had our brothers and cousins on the other side with people that was fattening them up. You know what I mean? So we got to eliminate that out of our system, man. Like, we can't keep doing that.
Let me tell you one of the things that pissed me off, and I had to fall back from some of my studies. This was in my like mid-30s, right? I want to say like my early to mid-30s, right? So I had a period where I was studying treaties, our American nations treaties and all of that, right? I believe it was in the George Catlin text, right? George Catlin, whatever you want to call it.
I got his illustration book.
Yeah. I believe it was in his text. He said this shit, right? That there was supposed to have been a treaty signing, right? And so these colonists invited Indians of numerous nations, chiefs.
There were 7 chiefs. I know this. I know the story. Yeah, go ahead.
They invited them and they went into the house, right? And then outside the house, you had them fucking colonists. They set the fucking house on fire while the chiefs was inside.
Word.
You know that story?
And that ignited wars. Like,
you fucking right, it did.
Word. And we were slaughtering.
And let me tell you something else. In regards, yo, this is not true history, because you already know. Yo, to the people listening, let me tell you something, right? Yo, if one of our chiefs fall, we had 100 other youth, 100 others ready to secure the position of a chief.
But they understood what their role was, and they knew that, you know what I'm saying, you take out people from the other side, they're gonna team up with you with the enemy that's the enemy's friend. You feel me? Like, they're gonna team up with the foreigner and get supplies and get, you know what I'm saying, different drugs, get you hooked on that, give you weapons, get you to shoot each other up. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta eliminate that out of our being. Like, don't team up with the enemy to be better than your brother. You feel me? Like, that shit ain't cool. You know what I mean? When your people still suffering, but you got a mansion with fucking goats and bisons and shit, and you ain't doing shit other than, you know what I mean, doing a little bullshit, but that's to get some tax write-offs. You know what I mean?
Like, I got a question for you. Did you hear what Meek Mill said about a week, upwards of 2 weeks ago at the NAACP?
I sure did.
You heard it?
That they pay him to do shit.
Let me play the video for the people real quick. It's real short.
Yeah, we can end on that too, because that right there is a good finisher to show people like what's.
I got 2 videos, and I just want I would like for you, all right, because I don't yo people my character has been defamed via the social media shit. They done slandered the fuck out of me. These operatives, they done made me look like I'm all types of crazy and shit like that. But yeah,
But that's
let's
their
look at some crazy.
purpose.
I want the people to see this crazy shit and just tell me if I'm crazy or if this shit's crazy. All right. So I got 2 video clips. One's 21 seconds. The other one's 35 seconds.
Run it.
Got it. Let's run it. So I'm gonna do this Suki. This, you heard of Suki Hana?
Yeah, the artist.
The rapper, the rap chick.
Yeah,
you heard of her?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna play that video first, and then I'm gonna play the Meek Mill clip. All right. Let's get into it. Appreciate you.
That got us fucked up. We finna take over the world. We finna be performing at the BET Awards, the Oscars, Planet Fitness, Popeyes, Planned Parenthood, and they give me free Plan B pills at the motherfucker. We gonna get them Plan B's, honey packets, honey packs, and you said bundles to our bundles to our fans.
Condoms, cause we can't be raw dogging these niggas this year. We not getting pregnant. And we not catching no STDs.
I'm not
this
gonna
year.
have
Not
no
this
more,
year.
Not this.
I'm not going to no more
year.
doctors for your ass, nigga.
And I'm not having no much more kids because I have 3 kids.
No more yeast infections.
No more.
None of that. And Suki.
Meek Mill.
Before, I wasn't on stages like this. I was on rap stages rapping about, you know, violence and guns. You know, that we get paid to rap about that stuff. They actually pay us more when we rap about more ignorant stuff. So that we get paid to rap about that stuff. They actually pay us more when we rap about more ignorant stuff.
All right. All right. Here's the real.
Yes, sir.
So here it is. This evening, we done covered a lot. CA funding of drugs poured throughout our American territories. CIA funding of HBCUs. CIA funding and paying rappers more to rap about more ignorant stuff and do interviews, as we just saw Suki Hana and this other female. And once again, we don't even know their bloodlines. This Meek Mill, we don't know his bloodline. All right. Suki Hana and them, we don't know their bloodlines. This Kai Cenat, we don't know their bloodlines. All right. And at the end of the day, how do we not know? Like, we the people that have been poisoned, right? We the people that have been set up via covert warfare and black operations, right? Surrounded by black operatives, right?
The art of war.
Art of war shit, right? Where they come from, because the Moors, they was doing business with them Orientals, right? Sun Tzu?
Of course. I mean, where you think the Huns come from? The Huns with brown skin.
Yeah, hey, yo, here's the real, yo, you taking me back right now. That's
a whole
about to make us another $5. We got to say something for lunchtime next time. You feel me?
Yeah, when they find out
we
that
snacking on history right now. Word. This is a snack right here. You know what I mean? We over here, yo, we feeding y'all. Like we over here, we some chefs with this, man.
And I feel like I ain't even touched the surface with it. Really, we ain't go into none of the Pennyarth manuscripts. Like that shit is a whole. We got to do a crusade joint on that, and that'll show people how they came to America.
All right, so you want to tell the people your schedule now, or do you want to schedule it behind the scenes?
Nah, because, we'll look at it through the week, because I know this weekend is gonna be crazy for me. So I don't know what I got to get done throughout the week before that. So, all right.
So what we looking at like next week?
Nah, we could probably get it done this week. I know people gonna want to hear shit, so you know what I mean. I really think that it's necessary to hear, so now they could piece the puzzles together with the gaps that they was never taught in you know, K through 12 or 12 years a slave. But that's the education where we break shit down into little segments.
Hey, y'all, yo, Historeal. Follow Historeal at Historeal. IG, YouTube, TikTok. All right. Boost up his TikTok, build up his TikTok. He got that worky for you. You hear him live tonight. You understand?
I promise
Build up
y'all,
and build.
I will not put something out that's gonna benefit you or help you along the process of your own research. I promise you. Like it's gonna help you to watch and look at certain things that I put up. And sometimes I'm a little sarcastic with it. So if you don't get it, feel free to, you know what I'm saying, ask a question or whatever. I interact with you, you know what I mean? Make sure you get a full understanding of what's going on.
Yo, here's the real. I'm gonna conclude with this, right? You see what's on the screen right now? These are
Yeah,
4
that's
questions. I was able to conclude them in my last presentation or last time I presented this, right? But I want to ask you 4 questions. All right. And so everything that you're aware of today, you know, because you be posting the MLK throwbacks. You know, you got the dude, I forgot the dude that went to Europe years ago. The homo dude, I forgot his name.
Oh, James Baldwin.
James Baldwin. Yeah. He was a prolific speaker. And although he was homo or what have you, you know what I'm saying? Yo, he spoke truth during his time and all of that. I ain't mad at him in comparison to a Bayard Rustin. Bayard Rustin was a piece of shit scumbag in comparison.
But just think about something what you're saying right now. That ties in and it actually segues perfectly into like a conclusion. Like as far as what we're saying. A lot of these people didn't hear about. Like I just recently posted something about James Meredith that I'd never seen before. You know what I mean? He did a interview in the 2000s, early 2000s, where he was talking about his heritage, you know what I'm saying, and being indigenous. And he was an actual civil rights time period person that I never heard about. I heard about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, a few different people, Marcus Garvey I heard about, you know what I mean, from the earlier time. You know what I'm saying? But you already know. But this is what I'm saying. You hear about certain people, but James Meredith, who actually was the first person to integrate into a university in the South. I think it was Missouri or Mississippi State, one of the two. I don't remember. But he got shot in the leg or in the hip when he did a march for the integration. He marched or whatever from one state to another state and somebody shot him. You know what I mean? Then Martin Luther King came in and took over. But there was something that James Meredith said, that he never wanted to get involved in the civil rights movement with the people who was running the civil rights movement. Woo! I never heard that before. What? From a person that was actually fighting for our rights.
Yo, say that again. Say that again. I need you to say that again.
He said he didn't want to work with a group of people in like the NAACP or the civil rights movement because he felt that it didn't represent who he was and what he was about. And I never heard that before. But when he said that, you know what I'm saying, I started looking back at older documentaries and he was saying shit. So I started posting it. I'm like, people need to hear this shit because here's somebody from civil rights that you went to school and they told you about Martin Luther King marching and I Have a Dream, but they never told you about this man who opposed a lot of the ideals that these people had, but he was still fighting for rights for us. You know what I'm saying? Because he knew he was an indigenous person. Because a later interview that I saw, he talked about growing up as an Indian and what he was doing and who his family was and so on and so forth. So he started telling those stories in his elder years, just like my grandfather did to, you know what I'm saying, his kinfolk. And you know what I mean? Like that was the type of shit that we did. And you know what I'm saying? My son knows it. I did start recording him in his later years. So I got some gems, you know what I'm saying, about some of the things that we learned. But all this wraps up into, if we don't share information, we could have no unity. But if we share an information that's corrupt information, fraudulent information, information that does harm to our people, even though it comes from somebody who we think is a stand-up person or that is, you know, loved by so many people, you gotta cut through all that bullshit. I don't give a fuck.
Say that again. Loved by so many people. What?
Loved by people, liked by people, because they got this or they got that. I mean, we seen people like Brother Polite and all these motherfuckers.
Oh, the pedophile.
You know what I'm saying? Like people was following him and co-signing his bullshit. And oh, he's such a fucking scholar.
And still supported him after they got scammed.
And you see this man running around with Ferraris and him and his wife with the plastic surgery and all this other shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. You in Dubai, but you touching on little girls. Like, what type of shit is
Come
that?
on, man.
And
Man,
you got
it's
all
worse
these
than just
people
touch on a little
listening
girl.
to you.
Nah, that's so filthy right there. Yo, hey, that polite
And,
situation.
but you got people that'll die for that man. Oh,
Word.
nah, he ain't this, he ain't that. But when the truth comes forward, you know what I'm saying? Who are you really listening to, and what message are you listening to from that person? Now you feel stupid. Now you don't want to be, oh, now you're not this. Now you want to go to these people because they seem like they sound like they doing something better. No, find your people. Find who you come from.
That's
then
right.
That's what's going to make you whole.
There you go.
And that's going to make you.
Say that again.
Finding your people is going to what complete you. It's going to complete who you are, and it's going to give you. It's going to make you smile on the inside and be like, damn, this is what I needed to know. You know what I'm saying? And once I know this, now I want to work with somebody else to show them what it is that I found so that they can find this glorified moment in their history too. You know what I'm saying? Because now you want to work with somebody else and you want to do better for your people. And that's the way to do it, man. Like, how else are you going to build a unity with somebody? Because you join some fucking fraternity or sorority or some bullshit? Nah, build with people from your community.
The fraternity and sorority got a whole background of abuse, corruption, all types of
but they doing good now because they signed contracts with the government and they getting banks and credit lines and all that. So now they doing something for their people.
It's okay. They got the bag. They got the bag. It's okay.
Hey,
word.
Hey,
they got the bag. It's okay. It's okay. All the wrongs. Now that they got the good credit and shit, it makes it right.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. So here's the real. I want to conclude with these questions right here. This is for you and everyone in the audience. T. Christopher, appreciate your presence. All right, you just tuning in. I got a question for you all. The title of this questions is 4 of them, right? The delusion of Black unity. How can you unite with foreign operatives? First question, history. What are your thoughts?
My fault. Got attacked by a mosquito.
Yo, be careful, my guy.
How can you unite with foreign operatives?
Yeah, in regards to Black unity, the delusion of Black unity, how can you unite with foreign operatives in regards to Black unity? Because Black unity equates to foreign operatives. True or false?
I mean, that's Black unity is congruent with. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. I'm trying to fix my headphone. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
How can you unite with foreign operatives in regards to quote unquote Black unity?
I mean, when you look at Black unity, I mean, first of all, I don't consider myself Black, and you know that, but this is for the people that, for just the understanding purpose. I mean, I look at Black people as the people that are evil, wicked, horrible, that the words that are actually synonymous to Black. And for me, being a brown skinned person, I don't consider myself Black. I mean, I have a nation of people that I descend from, several nations to be exact. But, when it comes to uniting with foreign operatives, people that colonize these lands, I mean, I don't see it in our history where it ever was good. You know what I mean? So I don't see how uniting with somebody before you unite with your own people is beneficial. But unless you're learning something and you're paying into a college or whatever the case may be to learn something to help your own people once you're done, you know what I'm saying? Or working in a position for a company that you can actually benefit individuals of your own kind, then I think that that's the only way you could work with foreign operatives, unless they got some, Benedict Arnolds on their side that want to help us. And you can utilize that.
Hey, hold on. Benedict Arnold's goddamn, hey, man, you going back in time right now. Come on.
Nah. Well, I'm saying, I mean, when you look at
Umar Johnson is not a Benedict Arnold, is he?
Nah, hell no. Not when he talking the shit he talk.
Yo, what about the dude, the young Pharaoh guy? What about him? Is he a Benedict Arnold?
Nah. I'm talking about people that actually realize that they Indians at this point in time. They may have been fooled at a certain point, but don't come in with the mesh. You know what I mean? African American ain't shit. A Moorish Indian ain't shit. You feel me?
Hey,
Like
no. See. Nah, yo. See. Here's the real. You making this more longer than it need to be by talking shit, yo. You talking shit to me right now. Hey, nah, have you
put me
heard?
in that
Have you
thought
heard?
process
I'm a
right
Moorish Aboriginal American Indian. Have you ever heard a Moor tell you that?
nigga, I seen motherfuckers wearing shirts with that shit on it. Like,
yo, get the fuck out of here. Nah, yo.
I just told you, your man 19 Keys who run on an
Hey,
award
my man.
tour
Hey,
taking
yo,
people money.
Hey, yo, real shit. Do not come on my channel telling me that them niggas is my man, yo. I don't know them niggas, man. Stop playing with me, man.
You know how we talk in New York. That's
I
your
know. They
man.
my man, though, son. That's not my fucking man, yo. Stop.
Word. I mean, I'm gonna keep it 100. I don't give a fuck,
Hey,
man.
yo.
Like at this point in my life, like
Oh,
I
shit.
lost two of the most closest people in my life. You know what I mean? I had them for 4 decades. You know what I mean? I don't got no time to waste on this bitch. I'm gonna tell it like it is. If you a fuck motherfucker, I'm gonna talk about it. You know what I mean? Because there ain't gonna be shit that you can find on me talking about I'm the opposite of who I say I am. I got my degrees. You know what I mean? I worked for my corporations and helped a lot of people. I helped people secure their bag for their families in projects that I worked at, securing life insurance for people.
Come on.
I walked in people's house that didn't have shit, that was crying because somebody was sick. You know what I mean? And we had to secure some kind of insurance for them when they had a ailment already. And I worked my way through fucking underwriting and did mad shit, going to people's house, dressed in a suit, mad hot with my necktie on. Like,
you understand?
Helping somebody to secure some money because their child was sick with something in the past, but we was able to clear it up through months and months of work. You know what I mean? Going back and forth to a doctor's office to pick up a file. That's work for the people. Nobody can tell me. Hold on.
History. Let me get this straight real quick. You mean to tell me why these S'mores and these Sephardic Jews, you know, these Moriscos and Moranos, these Negro peers and shit like that, while they running around scamming and lying, deceiving and corrupting and dumping drugs into our territories and causing harm and abuses against our American people and all that, you mean to tell me when they're wearing these goddamn Amazon fezzes and goddamn headdresses and shit like that with the fake feathers on it, you mean to tell me you had your real spiritual feathers on and you was really putting in work amongst the people? Professionally, my guy, are you serious?
And that was my second career. You feel me? I already had an almost 2-decade career as a physiologist, helping people to adjust their, medications so that they could reduce, the milligrams that they had to take for diabetes medications, metformin and all that. You know what I mean? I help people through cardiac rehabilitation. I worked in, physical therapy with folks and helping them, get back on track when it comes to a sports injury and serious shit. You know what I mean? I've helped so many people at the individual level that, you know what I'm saying, that I'm looking at one of your questions, you know what I'm saying? How can you unite with individuals and groups that are corrupt and actively invested in your demise? And I'm the exact opposite of that. I've worked with individuals to help build up their health status so that they can actually survive a disease that's killing them and live a longer, healthier, more sustainable life with their loved ones. And then I helped them secure the bag later on when I started doing life insurance, because I called them, my old co-workers, and helped them to get life insurance for millions of dollars of, that's going to be tax-free to their beneficiaries. So, I've seen all ends of the spectrum. I've had a corporate job. I've transferred a 401k. I've done many of those things for people to help secure themselves, not only physically, but financially. So, when it comes to that, there's very few people that can tell me otherwise of what needs to be done for a person. Because if you could help somebody know that their family's taken care of when they're gone, that eliminates so much stress and worry on their life as they're living. You feel me? So now, like, when you look at that and you've done that for that family, you know what I mean? Like, it's a beautiful feeling. And it's like, yo, I got paid to help somebody do something. They didn't have to pay me directly. I showed them how to maneuver certain things with my financial planning partner. You know what I mean? And we just did something that increased, our, capacity to function in the future as a people. You know what I mean? Because that one person who has a grandchild that actually doesn't have to go out in the street and hustle to make some money or feel like they do, they could go to college and have somebody have a college plan for them, 529, or some kind of savings that they could pull and pay for college. You know what I mean? Like, I had to do that shit for myself. I got a son in college right now. He's going into his 3rd year. You know what I mean? Studying information security. You know what I mean? He's gonna come out, a monster. So
I got one of the peoples. We got some Chatas down here in GA. Salute to the GA Chatas and the Yamasee, the Seminoles, and all of that, right? One of my guys, right? So he just got his what you call that shit? He's got his cage number. All right. He's got his cage number. He's a veteran, right? Full-blood American Indian and all of that, and he deals with cybersecurity, my guy.
That's dope. Like, these are people that in a major way we need to connect. You know what I'm saying? The dots. And that's bringing that black so-called people unity together. You know what I mean? And
this is American Indian unity, man. Because
I mean, I'm just going off the topic that's on the screen that people identify with. You know what I'm saying? But we obviously are American Indian nations. You know what I'm saying?
We canceling this black out. We canceling that shit out, yo. Them black motherfuckers ain't proved shit.
Yeah, that died with that so-called N-word. You know what I'm saying? But
I mean,
we're taking it as a term of endearment at this point. You know what
they finished, yo. Like, we being invaded right now thanks to these black motherfuckers. We under a heavy invasion right now, right? And so I'm not trying to take too much of your time. We got 2 more questions because you jumped to the 3rd question, right?
I mean, it was just staring me in my face.
It was just looking at you like, hey, here's the real invested in your demise, and you just jumped right there. You saw the word invested, and I'm already knowing. You was like, nah, hold on, pause, hold up, invested, this is what it is. You know what I mean? Right. So hold on, let me go to these comments real quick, right? So. We got
peace to everybody in the chat. I'm sorry I'm not chatting. I'm like doing other things at the moment. So as we talking,
man, we multitaskers, man. Come on,
peace to the chat. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to dish y'all. I'm seeing the information and shit that y'all posting, man. That shit is love.
Man, hey man, they already know, man. Like man, over the years, because some people's new, some people they've been with me for years. You know what I'm saying? Even throughout this fucking slander campaign against me, I literally, when I was in LA, I used to go to the fucking store down the block on Sunset Boulevard. I used to go to the store, come back while I had somebody holding down the live and shit like that. You feel me? So they know how it go, man. It's all love over here, man. It's much appreciation, y'all American people at all times over here. So we got T. Christopher said, folks can be whoever they want behind these screens. The conscious community, quote unquote, should have an episode in the series Black Mirror. God damn. Yo, let me tell you, they just made the fucking film. What they call that monkey shit? They clone Tyrone. That monkey shit. That shit is so fucking lame.
With another conquistador, just by a different name and a different nationality. Now they got Ingbayama, what's his name, that played Tyrone, the foreign actor, you know what I'm saying, playing an American, David Benyamo, whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Oh man, just like the Nigerian that got playing in Snowfall, the main character, right?
Yeah.
Another Nigerian, right? Like, come on, man. Like, yo, all right, next comment. Yo, yeah, Michael Harris, yo, Accomack. Much appreciate y'all, Accomack Indians. You already know all our Virginia Indians, man. You already know, man. Yo, stay healthy.
I did plenty of research on the Accomack County. I got people that lived in Accomack County. I don't know if I could tie them to Accomack, but I know I could tie them to Chiro through a certain ancestor. So if you in the Accomack region, you know something, man, hit me up on History.
Hey, yo, I connect you with my man Standing. I connect with my man Standing Rock out of Philly, man. He Accomack, full blood, thorough with it.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? He probably got hella history.
Man, that dude get traveling and all of that. He be going down to Mexico, you know what I mean? He be going down to Mexico, you know what I mean? Dealing with the ancestral situations over there, the networks over there and all of that. Dude, thorough with it. Yo, salute to our Philly Indians. You know what I mean? Salute to all of our motherfucking PA Indians, New Jersey,
with Philly
Ohio.
heavy,
I got
and
family
Wild
in
Force,
Ohio.
DMV,
Ohio,
you
PA.
feel
I
me?
got heavy
The
roots.
Carolinas, man. Like, yo, everybody. Yo, the fucking Chicago, Michigami, Kaskaskia, Cahokia. You know what I mean? Like, yo, it's a thousand. I ain't about to go through the 1,000 of us, man. Come on, I ain't about to go through the 1,000 nations, man. Not
And
right now.
let me tell you something. The first thing
Uh-huh.
people gonna see when they start looking at their ancestry, I said it before, like when you look at the censuses from every decade, you're gonna see people in different counties and different states moving around. And it's gonna be like, damn, like you're gonna start looking into those towns now and see if like you want to move to one of those places. And you find out why they moved and you know how they moved and what have you. And that shit could be life changing for you right now. Because if something's pushing you and one of the ancestors is nudging you in your sleep, you know what I'm saying, and you feeling something in your dream, or you wake up and you seeing a number and it coincides with one of their birthdays. Like my grandmother was born, she was literally like my mother, you know what I mean? My mom's was dead, my mom's was great. My grandmother, you know what I mean, she baked cookies and she, you know what I mean, she
Hold on,
fried the
baking cookies?
fish when
I
we
ain't had
went
no baked
fishing.
cookie in so long.
Yeah.
No. Man,
I'm
hey
a
man, you
chocolate
fucking my
chip
head up right
head.
now. I have not had a home baked cookie in so many goddamn years, man. My grandmother did that shit. You got me reminiscing right now, man. God damn it.
Trust me, I bake, I cook, I do all that. You know what I mean? I hunt, I fish. So it's not too much I don't know how to do.
No, I know how to do it. I'm just saying
No, I'm
I
not
haven't
saying
had
you
it done for
don't.
me in many years.
Nah, I'm not saying you don't, but I mean, I haven't gone fishing since my grandfather died. And, you know, it's going to take something big for me to do that. That was in 2019. I still got the fishing poles in the closet. I just, you know what I mean? Every time I touch them, I come to tears. So they just sit there. But, you know what I mean? Like, if we get somewhere where people's like, yo, I'm this and I'm that, you know, I'm Akamag, and we was down here, come down, let's go, let's talk about where the people's is at, and let's do a gathering. It don't gotta be a fucking powwow. We can do our own shit. You know what I'm saying? We know who we are. You know what I mean?
All
We
day.
just go to different places and set shit up and meet up. Like we're not trying to be powwow. Like I don't mind powwows. I went to them with my grandmother out in Tanner Park when, you know what I mean, the Shinnecocks, we went to the reservation. I have family members that married Shinnecock women. You know what I mean, one of my uncles, you know what I mean, his son Damon might be listening right now, but he's half Shinnecock, you know what I mean, one of my cousins. So I know the history very well of the powwow.
Blood thorough, heavy in the building. You already know, man.
And I grew up in Long Island in Amityville, so I know a lot of Shinnecock folk. You know what I mean? That I grew up with. You know what I mean? So
salute to the Iroquois. Salute to the Iroquois. Iroquois, that Shinnecock ties to the Iroquois. Stop playing. You already know.
Word. My mother's ex-husband's mother was Iroquois.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
Why these niggas is talking shit? Hey, check it. Whoa, we got the peoples in the chat. Yo, he said, this T. Christopher right here. Yo, he said, has anyone heard of the Wangunk Montebeset Indians coming out of Connecticut? They never get talked about, and that is one of my bloodlines. Yo, check it. Hey, I'll invite you to the channel, all right? You can talk about them, yo. I don't know all the territories and all the nations, my guy. I'm not going to lie. You know what I'm saying? Oh, pardon me. Oh, my bad. You're a woman. My apologies, my apologies. You have my sincerest apologies. Yo, pardon the assumption. Pardon that. Please pardon. You're a woman. Yo, much appreciation to you. All right? Yo, you're more than welcome to share that real Connecticut history. And we can collaborate on the subject matter, and I'll bring some guests on, such as History Real, and we can go in on Connecticut. Yo, History Real, have you heard of the Wangunk Montebeset Indians out of Connecticut? Yo, have you heard of them?
Nah, I mean, I'm literally not too far from Connecticut, like Stanford and shit. So, I mean, it's right up 95. It's like 25 minutes from where I live. But for the most part, Connecticut has so much indigenous history. There's so many mounds, so many things unexplored. And I'm going to say this, and a lot of people do know this, but a lot of the golf courses are built on Indian mound sites. Right. And when you drive through, I used to go up to Connecticut as a child with my grandparents. because my grandmother, the one that I was saying, her birthday was 11/11. So every year we would go up to my great grandmother's house. She had a house up in New Canaan, Connecticut, that's still in the family. But like that was like our place to go up to and escape Harlem, where my great grandmother lived. You know what I'm saying? So like I understood the land. Like she had not a farm, but a garden in the back. She had walnut trees. She had hazelnut trees, cherry trees. There was everything back there, and there was a brook in the back. So me and my grandfather used to go back there and fly line fish. You know what I mean? Stand inside the brook and fish. Like I had never done that before, but he would tell me that's the old way to do it. You go inside, and we didn't have nothing but a string and the stick. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what we used when we was over there. And I caught fish that way. You know what I'm saying? So I did fishing without a fishing rod. I went crabbing. Went out in the Great South Bay, did oysters. But Connecticut is tied to Long Island also, because when you go down Long Island on the northern shore, Connecticut runs the coastline.
Hey, yo, get into the leg, y'all.
Across the North Bay. I was on the South Shore, so we was in the Great South Bay. So we used to go out by Jones Beach Inlet, and there was what you call
Jones
the state.
Beach, yo. Hey, yo, man, you taking me back, man. Stop, yo.
Word. But the thing what I'm explaining is the transfer of information and raw materials, going back to your point that you showed in the book about American Indians being tied to other American Indians of the lands. You know what I'm saying? There was a trade network, because on the South Shore you get a lot of blue claw crabs, you get a lot of striped bass in this on that side, but in like porgies and sea bass. So on the other side, on the North Shore, you're getting big snappers, and you know what I'm saying, like you're getting different types of fish. So now they're trading, and you might find oyster shells from the South Shore of Long Island near Gilgo Beach or one of these places on the North Shore or the South Shore of Connecticut. And a lot of the Shinnecock people could attest to it, that the heritage and the language that in the intermingling that they had from Long Island into Connecticut and up Rhode Island into Massachusetts. It was a whole thing. I'll be real quick with this because it's late, but my grandfather and I used to go up to Long Island on the North Shore, and we used to take a ferry to Connecticut and go up through Massachusetts to Hyannisport, Massachusetts, which is over there. I forget the name of the place, Martha's Vineyard. We used to go fishing over there and get like 2-foot long, 3-foot long porgies, and all types of shit. We used to bring it back. So I know if we did that and he knew where to go and do all that shit when he moved up to New York, in the 1950s, 1960s, and he befriended, my grandmother's uncle, Philip, and he married a Shinnecock woman, and her fathers and uncles, and they used to go fishing, and my grandfather went fishing with him, and they were Shinnecocks. He learned the traditions of those people. So the unity started a long time ago. We don't see it, but if you don't look back in your history or have conversations or think about the people, you're going to be lost. But I could tie this shit together and say my grandfather was versatile. He could do a lot of shit, a lot of different places. And when you ask me that question of did I learn anything and did it become useful in my life? Yeah, now I could take my son up to Hyannisport and teach him what my grandfather taught me, what a Shinnecock man taught him, of where they used to go and get the bigger fish, because the ocean up there is a lot, greater with the size of the fish, because they go north to spawn. You know what I'm saying? And they come back down south, when the weather starts getting colder and towards the winter, and they come down into the inlets to go back down south through the ocean, Atlantic side. So that's crucial to traditional
Man, that's
shit.
Culture. That's heritage.
Yes.
That's
some
customs.
of the Shinnecock Indians
that's
might not even know that. And I know something that their history, because of my grandfather, through my grandmother's uncle, Philip, who, my cousin Damon, his mom, she Carol, she's Shinnecock. And she got her uncles and her brothers and fathers. And my grandmother used to take me to the powwows as a kid. And I like all that shit, man. That shit is very important, vital. If you got grandkids, get them involved. Take them to a powwow. I'm not saying powwows are bad, but we could create certain things, traditionally, just like family reunions do. But we could just have a bigger family reunion with our more ancient ancestors. Because I'm sure a lot of us tie back to each other if we had people that lived in the same place. We got a cousin or uncle.
Yo, you just brought the powwow situation, right? Because like me, I'm offended by a lot of shit, yo. So I don't fuck with a lot of shit because I'm offended, right? In regards to what they did against my people, right? Because these niggas, these foreigners, all of them, these colonists, all right, they done invited fucking Turkish motherfuckers to this fake ass Norway shit.
I think we're going into your last question.
Yo, oh my goodness, yo, oh my goodness, yo, the questions, yo.
The perfect segue, huh?
Come on, man. Hey, yo, and see, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back with something for y'all, right? Because see, people want to talk about unity and shit. Everybody is like seeking so-called unity. This is why I titled this "The Delusion of Black Unity" for this line of questions here, right? Now, to that last question right there. How can you, as an American Indian, even consider uniting with your enemies? Yo, history. Do you know who your enemies are?
I mean, looking at all of this historical documentation of things that were done to my people by people that lived on these lands, and I know those people's history, yeah, I think I pretty much know who my enemies are. Because when there was an Irish person that, you know what I'm saying, enslaved my ancestors, and when it was an Italian person that dug my ancestor up and used him as an experimental tool, his body took
Jew and shit like that, yo.
Huh? You feel me? I know who my enemies are. Those people destroyed my families.
Them sniggers in the Bronx, them sniggers in Brooklyn, that's on some Pan-African shit that will not support an American Indian.
That became an FBI informant. So that
a CIA.
Like that, I know who my enemies are. They come in all shapes and colors.
Oh, yo, hey, well, see, you about to make me show that text again. Hold on, where that's at? Where that's at again?
They come in all shapes and colors.
Yo, the potholes, the land is open to every Moor, Jew, black and white, tall and short, who wishes to go there to America, the continent. And we're speaking as American Indian nations descendants live on YouTube today. This is August 8th, 2023. And we are presenting to you all that these foreigners, the Moor, the Jew, black and white, tall and short, they wish, like they rubbed a genie lamp. They wish to come here to attack and conquer and capture our American Indian peoples, our American peoples, to later sell them where and to whom they please. Yo. Now, when you see that term sell, let me tell you something. This is another subject matter I'm not even prepared to get into with y'all on YouTube and via social media as of yet. But let me tell you something. You're being exploited. Our American people, because these foreigners know what we don't know in regards to commercial law, right? Are being exploited via commerce.
Now check this out, Tony. You just said something real interesting when you said the word sell. Okay. When they told us that they brought slaves over from overseas, those people were supposedly bought already, because when we talked about life insurance a while ago, you and I had the conversation of how slaves were, they had life insurance policies and what have you. And before the actual monetary life insurance policy, it was a land insurance policy. So for every slave that they supposedly sent over here, because that's where the insurance claim comes in, to save the individual purchaser, okay? Because these people were pre-purchased. They weren't bought here. So when we talk about auction blocks and selling people, we're talking about the domestic slave trade, okay? That happened when the Indian
American Indian Wars happened and people were taken as contraband because now all your chiefs and all your people were assassinated, you know what I'm saying, through what you said before, a parlay, you know what I mean? They burned chiefs, they took out, you know what I mean, cavalry and different things that we had because of the fact that they cheated, you know what I'm saying, and they invited people to a time of peace and then they kill them. But, you know, we see that happen even to this day. But the point I'm making, when you see sell, okay, and you see that when somebody was buying somebody on a slave ship, supposedly, they had 50 acres for each person that they were coming over here with. So as an indentured person, if you had a family and you had a family of 5, you would get, you know, 50 acres per head. So, you know what I mean? If you owned a slave that you brought with you, or you purchased them from this side and you purchased a slave from the slave situation on over there at those castles, those slave castles in Benin and so forth that they got bullshit. But, you know, for the most part, if you died on the way over here, you still had insurance that you were going to get land.
What?
Because
you died in what? In what? Well, hold on.
If you was a slave and you died on the voyage here, the person had insurance that they were going to get 50 acres because you were already on the books before you left. So now here comes the bullshit. When somebody who knows somebody says that, okay, I know this captain, he's a pirate. He steals people from other people's ships. He's
and he a homo
we
too.
can make money.
A lot of
I'm
pirates
a black
is homos.
dude. I'm a black dude that's over here and I need money so I could be, you know what I'm saying, I could wear Gucci back then. You know what I mean? Whatever was relevant with Gucci. You know what I mean? They had skins from our animals that they were sending to Europe to sell back the motherfuckers over here. So now, so that's a whole nother story. But here, with the selling people, the point with the selling people outside of the insurance policy situation with the land, when people didn't come here and get sold like that, they were already pre-purchased and on the books, and that's evident through the insurance policies that New York Life and all these other companies started on. So if anybody wants to argue with that, I worked for New York Life and I read the book that is of the company that shows their origin and what they did. So nobody can tell me shit about that. But outside of that,
let me just say one thing. Let me just say one thing. Body work.
Yeah,
that's body work right there. Stop playing. Literally,
that's personal
work.
Experience. You know what I'm saying? And I only say that because it's important, because people got to, you know, check credibility and so on and so forth. And I mean, if somebody needs to see an old work ID or an old bio or for whatever,
they can pay for that.
They need to see my diploma.
They can pay for that. Fuck them niggas. They can pay for it. 50K, 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 1 hour, 3 hour minimum. That means 150K. You got to be qualified even. You understand? You got to be qualified to even have a discussion with us outside of our free presentations. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts.
We do this shit for our American people, you know?
Now, let me tell you, let me just finish it home with this selling part. The domestic slave trade, there's several points in time that the domestic slave trade happened. There were times of peace and there were times of war. And in times of peace, most of the towns were called white towns. Okay, even the Indian towns or the black towns were called white towns because of the fact that they were peaceful towns. When the red flag went up, if it was a red town, then it was like, you know what I'm saying, the South Bronx. You feel me? Like there was a lot of gang activity or type shit. There was a lot of shit down there. Oh, you just pulled up, you know, the slave manifest. Yes, sir. That's what I was going to ask you to pull up real fast. But the domestic slave trade is evident for us to find when we actually start looking in our own family history. You could find out stuff like what's on this here. And this is the New York Historical Society Museum in the Slave Manifest collection. And when we talk about the steamboat domestic slavery, this is part of that, because these people, as it says on the ship manifest, of Negroes, mulattoes, and persons of color taken on the steam Augusta in Washington, D.C., from the port of Alexandria, Virginia, to Aquia Creek, Virginia. All right. So now you got boats shipping people that were taken captive as POWs after a war or a massacre that we talked about with the American Indian Wars. And these people are being moved around. And I promise you, it's going to be hard for you to find something between 1800 to 1860 for your peoples. And a lot of the reason is why is because a lot of the Indian territory was taken up by Indians. There was no, cities. There were no towns. I find out that Camilla, Georgia was created in 1859. I got people that lived there during the massacre in 1868. So what does that tell me? It was an all black town. It was an Indian town before that. You know what I'm saying?
Indian town.
They
want to
found
call black.
pottery relics, burials of people that was born in the early 1800s, late 1700s that's buried, and they call them slave burials. How you know those people were slaves? That was before the time of these people being captured or put into slavery.
Because they call them black, because they call them Negro by definition, legal application of the terminology that makes that slave.
Yeah. Yeah, Negro, mulatto, and persons of color, as we see, is right there in the slave manifest, right on the screen. They can see them. You know what I'm saying? If you go to their website, New York Historical Society, just type in what you see at the top: slave collection manifest from 1812 to 1855, and it's going to be hard for you to find your ancestor. But here's something that might link you to one of them. You might get a name, you might get something that, corresponds with the time period and where they lived, and it might be on somebody's roll. And this is the last thing I'll say about all this. Emmett Smith just did some thing on his genealogy, and he got tied back to a percentage in his DNA. Emmett Smith, the running back for the old running back for the Dallas Cowboys, number 22. You know what I'm saying? Okay. He did his genealogy, and it says in his DNA report, it says that he has a percentage of Native American, like 7%.
Okay. So question.
Uh-huh.
Who do you get his DNA testing done through?
Nah, but that wasn't the point. The DNA part of it, if people go on my History Instagram, you can see the actual post that I put and see the caption of what I said. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was tracing his roots, and he had paper trail going all the way back to the early 1800s with one of his ancestors. But they stopped the paper trail and did a DNA test right after that to show him
isn't that special?
Yeah, exactly. That was my whole sarcastic point with that. Like, how you just gonna jump from the paperwork and then just jump to a slave ship because you said that his ancestor was a slave to this white man and had a child with him, and that's your 2 times great grandmother. But you leave the 3 times great grandmother history out, and then you just jump to DNA and say she was from Africa. She could have been from fucking the King Philip War. Her peoples could have been taken to Virginia, you know what I'm saying, 150 years before that.
Nah, hey, man, this shit pisses me off. Yo, Emmitt Smith, hold on. You said that's Dallas?
Dallas Cowboys. He used to play for the Cowboys.
Isn't that the dude from back in the day that was a fucking running back or some shit?
Mm-hmm.
I remember Emmitt Smith from back in the day and shit.
Yeah, he did some kind of
like that, yo.
He did some kind of a genealogy test situation. It was like a 30-minute thing I seen on YouTube. So I just took a clip from it and, posted it so people can go see it. You know what I mean? As far as the 30-minute segment that they did.
So
and
good.
It's a matter of people understanding how to, do their genealogy and, get the paper trail, trace it back.
What happened to your people when your people had to go to court.
Word. Don't just jump to a DNA test and say, oh, we from Africa, because that don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got no tie to that place.
Hey, yo, find these records of your people being like these people listed in this Virginia and Carolinas, defining India's colonial Virginia and the Carolinas. Find your people in a county where they had to go to court, right? And they had to file an affidavit. They had to present a witness to the court. They had to petition the court, etc., saying that they was an Indian so that they could be released from bondage. The Pan-Africans don't want to talk about this right here. And this is why I ask these questions. Let me pull up those questions again. Let me pull them up one more time. One more again. The delusion of black unity. How can we unite as American Indians? We are the Americans. How can we as Americans, the American Indians, the descendants of American nations, how can we unite with a black delusional motherfucker that want to lie to us, that is obviously a foreign operative? How can we seek such a thing? How can we consider such a thing? When they are actively invested in corrupting us. They know where they come from. Ivan van Sertima. Look up the Sertima name. That shit is Dutch. He's a Moor. The rest of the fucking Pan-African master teachers, they're all Moors. They're pro-Africa. They're not pro-American. How can you unite with someone that's pro-fucking Africa, pro-foreign, while they're invading our lands? How can you consider such a thing? How can you do it? How does that make logical sense? They're saying fuck America when you are an American and you are a descendant of American nations from this American continent, this American landmass. How is this acceptable? How is this allowed? How is this tolerated? History real dropped off. History real, I'm coming to the joint right there. Here we go. Coming right back on. There you go. Back in.
All right, cool. Sorry about that.
Yo, seriously, how is this allowed? How can this be considered? How can you seek unity with someone that serves a nation that has gone to war against your ancestors' nations? You are an heir and descendant of real bloodline American nations they don't even want you to know about. They targeted you in your youth. They targeted your elders, your predecessors in their youth, throughout their entire existence. How?
And don't think they're not coming after your children, because your grandchildren, they already doing it. We already hearing
tell
from
your
rappers.
Children to be transformers.
Yeah, I mean, all this. I'm not saying anybody can't have their choice of who they want to be or what they want to be, but all this, you gotta say this letter or that character. It's too much. It's too confusing. People just be who they are and fuck whatever. Like, nobody gotta call me she or him or what or they. Like, what the fuck is all that, man?
Hey, yo, check it. If I tell you simply I'm American, and then if I fuck with you like that, and I tell you I'm Cheryl Haka Nadawa, I'm Atacapa, I'm Tuscarora, I'm Seneca, I'm Chata, etc. If I tell you all of this, yo, I don't need no back and forth with you. Just simply identify who you is. You understand? Because when I talk to my American peoples, such as History Real gonna be like, hey, yo, these are my peoples. And yo, our ancestors was putting in work together. We got similar customs. We represent the same lands and territories. You know what I'm saying? We respect each other.
Let's build.
Let's get busy. You feel me? Stop playing, man.
And that's the conversation. That's all.
That's it. That's all, yo. Like, I ain't History Real. Are you Aboriginal or are you Indian?
Like, what? I mean, at this point, all that abo shit and all this, all that shit is confusing to me. Like, there's people that understand their heritage. There's people that may have a multi-heritage that they embrace. That's good for them. But don't bring your thought process and your ideology and your family to the table when it comes to everybody else, because we're not all the same. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's like, you still got to build with those people in those nations. So how do you go against, what your differences are? How do you get past that, I'm saying, and build, a better community amongst all tribes? And, that's my purpose, is to, just network with people and put information and share ideas together, you know what I'm saying, and see how we could better ourselves as a whole nation, because at the end of the day, you know, you could be doing good, but you got family that live in other states, live in other parts of the country that are subject to different laws, and they not on your homeland. And you know what I'm saying? They can't always live there because of work or family or whatever, you know, drives them to somewhere else. You want them to be secure in that land with those people, especially those indigenous nations. And if you have ties as a nation with a nation from Massachusetts all the way down to Florida, and when people from your tribe go down there and you say, look, here's my peoples, you know what I'm saying? They're going to look out for you. Now it's a whole different situation. You're just not moving to another state, not knowing nobody. Now you got an extended family, a sister tribe, brother tribe, you know what I'm saying, that you fuck with. And it's all
Now, let me give you an
because y'all
example.
shared information.
Let me give you an example of that real quick, right? And yo, here's the real. Yo, I know it's a long evening. Yo, we've been on here 4 hours plus right now, my guy. I know you got to get out of here. I just dropped
My
the link in the
family
chat.
is
You know,
is good,
I'm gonna
but
chop it up with the peoples, huh?
I said my family's good, but I know, you know what I'm saying, I got to spend a little time with them before
Oh,
I
no doubt.
rock out.
No doubt, no doubt. Yo, definitely appreciate you. I'm gonna chop it up with the people in the chat. I just dropped a link in the chat for the peoples if they want to you know, ask any questions. Yo, you can feel free to you know, do you, of course, you know what I mean? You know, your presence is appreciated, and definitely, man, you
I'll try to
always
hang
know.
on for a few. I'll try to hang on for a few minutes and answer any questions if anybody wants to ask me any direct questions or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, hey T Christopher, I got your email. I see it. I got the notification. I'm gonna read it in a moment. I'm gonna follow up with you shortly. Absolutely, I will. But yeah. Hey, press the link if you got any questions and all of that. You know what I mean? While History's available, I'm available for a hot minute. We over here. It's like 4:20 right now. 4 hours, 20 minutes. I had no idea it was gonna be this long because you know, I ain't trying to be like these weirdos, man, on YouTube. Like YouTube don't pay me to do this. You feel me? Like them operatives get paid to be live, like for fucking dumbass hours and all of that. But yo, the purpose of this right here is to encourage life within our American nation's descendants, so we can restore our American nations, man. And you know, the reality is I can't even disclose too much publicly via the social media situation. So I encourage you all, do your genealogy, man. Yo, focus on lining up your peoples, getting your communications together. You know what I mean? Yo, identify yourself by the land and by the language of your people. So therefore, you can communicate effectively to us, to our American people and all of that. You know what I mean? Like, yo, I got the information on how you can be quote unquote federally recognized. It's not a requirement as propaganda and indoctrination is saying you got to do this and you got to have that, blah, 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 blah. Nah, there's specific things that we got to do out here. They're not going to promote how you can fucking secure yourself. No, we got people charging, once again, $350 an hour for quote unquote genealogy consulting. History. What do you think about $350 an hour for genealogy consult? What do you think about that?
Shit. I mean, you can spend half that or a third of that and get you, you know, a subscription with either Ancestry, Family Search. I think Family Search is free. You can actually search some records yourself and do some of the legwork. You know, find out who your great grandparents are, you know, on both sides. And it's like, you know, that right there will spark the flame for a lot more information to come. And then you'll turn from a genealogist into a historian because it's going to line up with your family history. And that's the beauty of it, because you got a whole history here that you don't even know you have. And you'll find out people in your family that you never even knew that existed for certain things. And you just put me on to one of my ancestors, you know.
Hey, so hold on. History. Let me get this straight real quick. Did you just tell people how to become historians?
It's I'm sharing my own knowledge of what I did. It ain't no secret sauce to it. It's a matter of just having some drive, having some thoughts about who you are. I mean, all I did was keep questioning creator of who I am, who I was, You know what I mean? Let me find something that shows me a piece of my history. You know what I
Did
mean?
you go to Africa to do that though? Did you go to Africa?
Now I found my grandfather was an Indian on the census, you know what I mean, in Georgia, in Moultrie, when he was born. And so
You know what
was
I'm
his
saying?
mother and father, and so was his uncle, his father's brother,
Hold on. Moultrie,
and his
Georgia's not in
aunts.
Africa, yo?
Nah, that shit is in the jungles of fucking southwest Georgia.
You know what I'm saying? The jungles of Southwest Georgia. You understand?
Word, a place I'm trying
Hey,
to
yo.
get back to my peoples where their fucking bones rest. You feel me? Like I feel the vibration, and I need to plant something in that land down there. So I'm trying to get me something.
Eat from the
that
land.
area.
Eat from the
Word.
land of your ancestors. You understand?
So we can provide something for the people, because you know what I mean. Me and my peoples, my partner, my business partner, we got a few things coming along the way with being for people to be able to sustain their health nutritionally. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
And it ain't nothing that people can't do for themselves. So it's really teaching you about how to do something for yourself. At the same time, obviously, we're gonna have certain products that are gonna be available for people. You know what I'm saying? That live in our neighborhoods or whatever that we care about. You know what I mean? For their health purposes. But if they don't want to do it, get it from us. We're gonna show them how to do it themselves. With a juicer, with a blender, you can turn that shit into healing power, bro.
So here's the now. See, you just jumped into the subject matter of nutrition and health and all of that, right? I got a question for you. Have you eaten Georgia squirrel?
Nah, I never eaten squirrel. My grandfather told me he knows people that had squirrel and raccoon and shit like that, and muskrat, armadillo. He said, but he never was into all that. He said they were local people, like local elders, like his great grandmother. He called her Mama Walker, and like people could see on my
Mama
page.
Walker. Yo,
Mama
that's a
Walker
hot
was.
name right there. Mama Walker, yo.
Yeah, he explained that she was always with a feather or a flower in her hair. She always smoked her corncob pipe. And he always, every time he said her name and talked about her, and he said she was full blood Indian. You see his head go back, and he said that with pride, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was the type shit that, as you stated earlier, like those memories and those thoughts and those conversations stick with me and make me know who I am. Like I don't gotta nobody has to question me or ask me who I am, how I know. You know what I'm saying? That comes from my heritage, from the people that told me, and from the documents that these foreigners put together when they called them a Native American on paper. You feel me? Like, that's how I know. The confirmation is there.
Hold on. Yo, as a question. Hey, yo, you familiar with the dude 10 Toes Down in Brooklyn, yo, in New York? 10 Toes Down.
Nah, I remember you mentioned him.
Yeah. I had an
might
interview
be
with him
vaguely.
early this year, right? And so I told him I eat squirrel, right? And so this is made me remember that shit that I told him that shit. He's like, yo, what? You talking about the little cute little joints that be running the trees and shit? I'm like, yeah, the motherfucker's good, yo. Fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying?
Squirrels is gangster in Brooklyn, bro. I mean, in the
Hey, I'm already
Bronx.
knowing, yo. What do you know?
Up here, we got black squirrels, gray squirrels, brown squirrels.
You know what I mean? Have
It's
you ever
more
seen the
black
albino
squirrels
squirrel?
over here than anything.
You ever seen the albino squirrel?
Yeah, I seen the albino squirrel with red
Yeah,
eyes.
I never seen one, but nah. Yo, that's interesting though, right? You feel me? But yo, T. Christopher, to your point though, you said I have that shit is gross. How did you eat it, T. Christopher? How did you have that squirrel prepared? Because from my experience, you know what I'm saying, you supposed to cook that motherfucker like chicken.
I don't want to take it to that part of the nature. I eat certain shit. I motherfucking put me a longbow together and hit a deer, a whitetail.
Hey, I ain't deer. I'm down here in Georgia. Let me tell you something. Down here, man, I'm so happy to be out in the country, yo. Not seeing the city shit, my guy. Yo, oh my goodness, yo. I'm so happy, yo. Like, since I left LA, you know what I mean? Like, I'm so much more relaxed, yo. Like, I literally went from like New York to like fucking DC, Maryland, Virginia territories. You know what I mean? Then I went to LA, like a whole 3,000 plus miles away. I was out there for dumbass years. You know what I mean? And then I went to Colorado. And this is like after years of like study and experience gathering. And I done did the shit that I done did. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say everything I done did, but I ain't do no fucking wild, crazy shit though. Like all this shit motherfuckers want to fake condemn me for, like, nah, they ain't on my jacket, yo. You know what I mean? Anyway, check it. When I was in LA, I had time to gather that much more peace with myself. You understand? I gained peace with myself. And what I mean by peace, I was able to take a moment, have a moment in time, you know what I mean? Where I can appreciate all of my life experiences, like things in which, you know, was fucked up in my youth and all of that. And then, you know, I'm able to consolidate it all where it's like, hey, check it. You know what? I'm here. Yo, I know what I'm here for. And this is what I'm going to do with all of this. And so I decided that, yo, you know what? I'm going to invest in my people, and I'm going to invest in the future of my people with this shit. You know? And that's the path that I've been on since my 30s. You know? Fast forward, yeah, I eat squirrel. You fucking right, I do. Better than eating a fucking pigeon. Fuck you mean? Yo, do 23 and 1 and eat a fucking pigeon. That the meat look like gray and some purple shit. Hell no. That shit ain't cool. Oh shit, History Real dropped out. Hold up. Yo, History Real. Saying you got to connect your mic, yo. You using Chrome right now? What's happening? Here you go. Yeah. You coming in right now, yo.
Yeah, I'm on the move. That's why.
I understand. It's all good.
I wasn't at home. I was at my man's studio.
No doubt.
Where I do my music shit. So.
Oh, yeah. Hey, yo, History Real. Run it down your professional and creative background experience, man. Let the people know. Oh, man, you dropped out again. Hold on.
Hello?
Hey, you heard? Yeah, you heard? Hey, run down. Yo, you mentioned earlier the insurance, man. Yo, let the people know your professional background and skill sets, man. I asked you earlier. I don't know if you want to camouflage it or, you know what I mean? Like, nah, I ain't trying to get into all of that. But yo, let the people know, you really about that business, man. Like, yo, you got them skills, my guy, because you got skills, my guy. This is motivation for the youth out here. You multidimensional.
I mean, I don't really brag, you know what I mean? My mother could attest to that. I hate it when she did that shit.
It ain't bragging, yo. It ain't bragging. It's
but for the most part, for the most part, I graduated from Hofstra University with a degree in excess.
Hey, yo, why your shit keep on cutting off, though, yo? God damn, that shit was about to get good, yo. You just cut off. How cut off when it's about to get good?
I'm on the move.
It's getting good, yo. Then cut off, yo.
I'm on the move, so my reception is different. I'm jumping in the car.
Man, you pressing buttons, man. You see you jumping in the V and shit. You know what I mean? You connecting to different devices. All this fucking smart technology is like, nah, son. You can't be doing all of that. Smart technology's fucked up, yo.
Please some continue. Boys, they somewhere around them boys.
Yo, them CIAs, you know what I mean? Them operatives, them motherfuckers like, nah, we can't let these Indians talk.
Don't tell them what you know how to do.
Censor them. You know what I mean?
But you know, the degree in physiology prompted me to be able to work for what most people know today as a company that does vaccines. I worked for Pfizer as a corporate wellness specialist, and we created a department over there, and my team was instrumental in doing longitudinal studies with case, you know, for people who had like chronic diseases. We would actually do lifestyle implementation modifications so that they could wean themselves down off of the medications that they were taking.
Hey, yo, was this before COVID or after COVID, yo? Come on. You said Pfizer. You just fucked my head up. I didn't know this about you, yo.
I started there in 1999, bro. 1999.
Oh, you drove back. Oh, yeah.
I was there.
You hear this shit, y'all?
2016. I was there 17 years. So, like, I did this
Pfizer,
work.
yo?
I did this work there for 17 years with the people. You know what I mean?
Damn.
And then after I ended up leaving, we had a lot of budget cuts for a number of years, but we lasted through a lot of the budget cut situation because I worked with division. My division was teamed up with HR, so we did like programs and different things for people, to lower their insurance premiums for their health care. We had a full functioning corporate fitness facility that people were able to work out in. And, we did mental health programs and health screenings and all types of shit.
Damn.
That's one of the things I'm actually doing right now. I'm working on contracts for different cities to provide health screening initiatives for primary prevention for, obviously the disease states that the majority of our people, and not just our people, because there are shared diseases like heart disease and cancer that afflict, all nations of people. So we want to come into the communities with a focus on our people, you know what I'm saying, with the initiatives that we do, because they're the people that are obviously that they always talk about, misrepresented when it comes to their health care, whether it be women that, hadn't had prenatal proper care or had postnatal care. I actually used to do that too with that were pregnant at our facility. So we had over 4,500 people at one point because we had several different buildings in Manhattan. I worked in the corporate office, the main building where the CEO is, and I knew all of them personally. And like a lot of the stuff that I did while I was there was in reference to helping our people. Yeah, I mean, I worked with the diversity inclusion through HR, and I was on one of the panels, for health and wellness. I did presentations. I went around and did ergonomics
Yo, you got me
initiatives.
frustrated right now, yo. I'm feeling
You know what I'm
real
saying?
frustrated. I'm feeling frustrated, aggravated, annoyed, and irritated right now, yo. Why didn't you tell me
What's up?
this shit when I introduced you to this Stop the Genocide initiative that I've been on, yo? Why didn't you tell me? Why you didn't tell me none of this? I heard none of this goddamn 19 years experience.
I haven't done any of that really outside of working with a few high school kids when my son was in high school a couple years ago. I worked with some of the students, athletes over there. One of the kids actually, the D lineman that I was working with, he became the player of the year, MVP on defense, and they went to the chip. I think they won it that year too. So he was like the best defensive player on the team that year after working out, with me, doing different plyometric activities and showing how to do dynamic stretching and shit to reduce his risk for injuries. And I've also worked with elderly people when I was at Pfizer. That was one of the things we did, a sit and reach test to show flexibility. I did office ergonomics, and I went around the workstations and talked to people. And, I fixed their workstations to help them to reduce what they call repetitive stress injuries. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't make none of this shit up. This is real world experience that I had in 17 years there. But like I said, it ended in 2016, my tenure there. And then I went into life insurance because, it was a perfect transition for me. And the reason how it happened was because one of the girls that was recruiting me, she was a manager over there, and she was actually trying to call me because I guess certain companies work with other companies. When people are transitioning, they offer you assistance in that transition on how to roll your 401k into an IRA and yada yada yada. So she was showing me all that, and she's like, what are you gonna do? I'm like, I don't know. She's like, why don't you get your insurance license? I'm like, all right, why not? Y'all pay for it, you know what I'm saying, for me to do the program. I got my license, and that started in 2018. I took a year off because I couldn't work. I had a severance package, so they was paying me a full year's salary after I left there. And I had a no compete clause and all that shit, so I couldn't go get a job in another field with a different company that is representative of corporate wellness. So I just chilled and, you know, I studied and I got my license. You know what I'm saying? So I started doing all that. I was going to people's houses. I was talking to my family, you know, talking to my friends and trying to get everybody linked up and set up right. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people that I know, you know, did what they did. And they're very thankful for what it was that they, you know, put themselves to be able to be ahead. You know what I mean? And that for me, you know, was a blessing. Then 9/11, I mean, not 9/11, COVID and all that a couple
Man,
years
that shit,
ago.
COVID was like 9/11, yo. Stop,
Yeah.
yo. That shit
So I
was like
wasn't getting no
9/11, yo.
vaccine, you know what I mean? And I worked down in the city in Manhattan. You know what I mean? My office was down there, right in Grand Central Station. Our company is located, well, when I worked for them. You know, and I worked directly with financial planners as an insurance agent. And as a broker, actually, because I could work with any insurance company through our brokerage. So I could get people the best rates, lowest rates, you know, from any company, 70 different to 100 something different companies. You know what I mean? So we could do comparative rates and all that, and they could see and shop. You know what I mean? So that's the difference between what I did as a broker versus a regular agent. So even that knowledge for somebody to know is very vital. And whether or not they work with a certified financial planner, and they work with a CPA, or, you know, people, if they have, you know, lawyers to help set up trusts, you know, things of that nature, and it's very important for somebody to have that knowledge. So, you know, I was working with a lot of great people at New York Life, very talented folks, you know, a lot of brown folks. And one of those guys actually wrote a book about the program that we had at New York Life called 50 Billion. And the 50 billion was about securing $50 billion worth of life insurance for future, you know, inheritance for, you know, the black community, so to speak. And we did that shit. You know, it was a 10-year process. I was there for about 2.5 years, you know, with the team. And, you know, it was a whole community effort.
Hey, yo,
You know,
you
I
ain't tell
posted
me,
all
yo.
that. I posted all that. Get out my face. I posted all that. That's all on my page. People
Yo,
don't
man.
look at my page because they don't let you scroll
Well, you
down.
know I hate social media anyway, yo. You know I hate social media. I fucks with you, but I hate social media. You feel me? I like your posts and all of that, but I ain't seen all your posts, man. Like, you got a lot of posts, man. Like, you got incredible work. Yeah, you seen all my posts? You know what I'm saying? Oh, he got disconnected again. God damn it. See, every time I speak, yo, every time I try to say something to my guy and shit, get disconnected.
Nah,
and shit. You know
because
what I mean?
every time I move, bro, I'm getting out the car. You know what I mean? I got home, so I'm getting out the car. Gotta check my surroundings.
Yo, all day, man. Hey, man, stay on hammer time all day, man. Hammer time all day.
You already know.
You know what I mean?
I can't take my shit out of the crib. This
You
New
know what I'm
York.
saying?
But, you know, if I ain't got the hammer, I got the hook.
Man, hey, man, yo, hey, man, we gotta chop it up on some other shit anyway, though, yo, because like, hey, man, we supposed to be moving a certain kind of way anyway by default, yo. What we was talking about this morning before we started discussing this live today, hey, yo, we gotta continue that conversation too, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
Because hey, man, yo, it's primary things as Indians we supposed to already have done and established for ourselves. Our ancestors already put in that work. It's up to us to resume that work. You understand? Like, I can't go in details on this public shit like that, yo. Like the social media shit, yo, I don't aid in the bet. Of course I can't. You understand? But you know, I done dropped a lot of clues, a lot of hints on things. Hold on, man. Yo, he dropped out again. Yo, like, God damn it. See, that's that New York Life shit right there. New York Life. See, like, he insuring himself right now, yo. You feel me? This New York Life professional right here, and he can't be live like that because, you know, security. All right, yo, history real. Appreciate you, oh my God. Thank you for being on the live.
You heard the
Yeah, I'm hearing that. Yo, you dropped out again. Come on. Hey, yo, enjoy your evening, my guy. Yo.
All right, famo.
Hello, enjoy your evening, yo. Appreciate you, man.
Word.
Yo.
I appreciate everybody that came in, everybody that held on. We got way more in store. This is like the tippity tip of the iceberg. And like you said, Tom, Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna go this long neither. That's why I went to the
Like, yo,
studio.
man, you got me
You
doing
know what I'm saying?
75 hours, man. I wasn't, you know what I
But
mean?
that just
Appreciate
lets
you,
the
though, you know
people
what I mean?
know the energy. You know what I'm saying? The energy is real, man.
All
And
day.
you know what I'm saying? Vibrations is key. If you
That's
can
right.
vibrate to the resonance of this earth, then you vibrate into your ancestors because they in the earth. You feel me? So now you vibrate on their frequency. So now
Yo,
you
man,
really could
we
tap in.
connected.
Word.
Yo, you got the formula to connection in tonight's discussion. You understand? From 7
Mhm.
p.m. EST to goddamn shit. It's 11:44 right now EST. Stop
Yeah,
playing.
and I'm gonna miss my REM sleep. That's all right. I'll pick it up.
Hey, yo, here's the real. Appreciate you, man. Hey, thank you, man. Yo, like I'm mad grateful for your presence, man. And we definitely going to do another bang out session, man. Like we gonna clip all these niggas. We gonna clip all these s'mores. Like this right here was body work right here. We done turned them niggas into roadkill. Yo, the vultures are gonna feast on their flesh, then devour their bones and all of that. You know?
Osceola shit. Like, I mean, it's
Osceola.
really, and wrapping it up, it's really to kill the confusion. And that's what it's all about. You know what I mean? Like, people have been
That's
lied
right.
to for way too long by the same individuals and the same families and the same people that have, you know, secret societies and handshakes and
Uh-huh.
bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to infiltrate into them to find out what's going on in their world so that you can know how to better your people. Sometimes we need people like that. And that's where maybe the Benedict Arnold situation come in. Somebody who's in politics and say, damn, nah, I'm an Indian. I need to work off Indian law. Let me work with these people down here in my territory because they got multiple people in New York, in Virginia, Georgia. They got a whole
Yeah.
team.
All the way to
Rhode Island,
LA, motherfucking
Jersey.
Oregon, Wisconsin. Yo, we got to support our American peoples across the nations, man. Throughout all of our territories, man. Everybody's involved, man. We got to get everybody healthy, everybody reinforced, man. Yo, that's the
Word.
work of Tecumseh and all of that. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
We
Because
got to
it's
further the
nice to
work of the
go to a
ancestors.
powwow in your territory, but what if you could go to a powwow in your ancestors' territory, be just because other people live there and you know live the traditions, don't mean that you can't learn the traditions of your ancestors that lived at that place at one point in time too.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like
Right?
the fuck is, man, come on, man. Like, yo, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Yo, cowboy season is over, scalp season is on, man. Nah, we taking our shit, man. That's just what
It's
it is.
duck season.
Yo, duck season. Yeah, hey man, yo, you taking me back, man. Stop playing, man. Like, come on,
Right.
yo. You taking me back, yo.
And you see, when I hashtag it, it got a whole new meaning. That's why, you know, I feel like there's certain situations that happen with my phone all the time. Because I hashtag duck sees, like to take over, duck
Mm-hmm.
sees UN. The UN is where our peoples need to be, you know what I'm saying, fighting for our human rights, our natural rights, as opposed to
Hey,
going to Washington, D.C. and fighting for some civil rights.
hey,
We
hey,
need to
hey,
bring that
hey.
to New
Well,
York.
on that subject matter right there, how about this, yo? How about this? From my studies, what I'm aware of, yo, we got treaties with all the primary European nations. All right, our ancestors did that, right? Those are the primary nations within the UN. All them other motherfuckers, them Africans, them Persians, and them fucking Asians and shit like that. We ain't got no treaties. Our ancestors got no treaties with them motherfuckers. Why? Because they are secondary, third party, fucking worthless motherfuckers, in my opinion. We don't need none of them, yo. We don't need none of them for shit. The Europeans been regulating the motherfuckers. And we've been regulating the motherfucking European nations. We've been feeding the European nations. When we really study history, we fed the fucking Irish. We fed the Italians. We fed the Dutch. We fed the British. We fed the fucking Germans, so on and so forth. What the fuck do they do for us?
Oh, you know what they do for us? They sell us pizza from the tomatoes that they
Oh,
took from this land,
oh, they
and they
took out
say that
tomatoes and
it's
they come back with
Italian
pizza.
now. It's marinara now. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
oh,
We
oh,
was using that shit in the
oh,
staple of our rice and our
oh.
motherfucking seasonings for our
Oh,
food.
they GMO. So they took out crops that we shared to them to feed them, and they GMO that shit. gave it back to us, including the fucking flatbread. Flatbread come from America, motherfuckers. The flatbread is indigenous to America. Huh?
I mean, all you got to do is look at the Trinidadian plate and you see the roti set right there.
Oh, goodness, yo. Them fucking Hindu coolie motherfuckers want to claim our shit, though, huh?
Just like that Asian chick from Korea that she fried the chicken and homeboy had to tell her. He was like, nah, they learned that shit from the World War II black Americans that came over here and was cooking fried chicken. Fuck you mean?
Americans.
You see the fuckery, but you let them tell it. The Koreans make the best fried chicken or made the best fried chicken. Most of the time I eat Chinese food, that chicken been fried like 3 times. That shit hard as a motherfucker.
Hey, and that goddamn oil they fried it, came out the goddamn gutter.
Word. It don't got no golden crunch when I chew that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, that's a good business name. I ain't going front though. That's a good business name though. Golden Crunch though. That's a good business name though.
Shit, that's look at the Jamaicans. They got golden crust, the beef patties.
Hey, yo. Oh, why you say that, man? Why you? Yo, did you know the story of the Golden Crust guy?
Nah.
Hey, yo, they assassinated that dude, yo. He wouldn't sell to the foreigners, yo.
Damn, I got some beef patties in my freezer right now.
They assassinated him. Hey, yo, and then they put that fucking what's the name of that GMO meat? What the fuck is that? Not the how to. What the fuck is the name of that bullshit at?
Halal?
Impossible burgers.
Hold on. Yo, we got T. Christopher with us. T. Christopher, what'd you just say? What's the name of that?
Impossible. You talking about the impossible meat?
That's yes.
Oh yeah,
yo,
that shit is fake as fuck.
He wouldn't compromise. He wouldn't sell. And yo, look at the fucking reports. Yo, it says that he was happy, and then supposedly he killed himself. So the day that he supposedly killed himself, he was happy. He came into work. He owned a business. This is Jamaican dude. Saimaka, Jamaican, right? He's Arawak, right? This is an Arawak man, right? This is a family business. And you kill yourself in the middle of foreign corporations trying to negotiate with you on buying your family business, right? Huh?
That shit is happening right now, right here, St. Helena Islands. You know what I'm saying? The islands over there where the investors is trying to build, you know what I'm saying? They golf courses and shit on St. Helena. And they got the Geechee tribe and, you know, several other different entities down there trying to fight for it. They just got some kind of, I guess, extension or something to keep them out of there. But, you know, they fighting for land right here. And my great-grandmother, my grandfather's mother, the one I grew up with, his actual mom's not his grandmother on his dad's side, who's the Yamakro, but his mother was a Geechee and her father was Shawnee. You know what I'm saying? Papa John Hyatt, his daughter Susie Mae, they were all from, you know, the South Carolina area and all that. But he came,
all of that. Hey,
his people was in Ohio, in Toledo.
Mm-hmm. Yo, King C, yo, you said facts, bro. Salute. They murked him. That's right. Is this live? Yes, it is. And that's the link if you want to join. I just dropped it in the chat. Yes to your question. Is this live? Yes, it is live. Yo, and yes, they murked that dude, man. They murked that Arawak, that motherfucking Jamaican Indian man. Yo, they murked our peoples, man. Yo, I grew up eating them goddamn Golden Crust joints, man. I love them Golden Crust joints, man. And I'm offended every time I see them shits in the goddamn stores, man. I'm offended, yo. Because they put that Beyond Burger. That's what they call the Beyond Meat, Impossible Meat. Like T. Christopher said, yo. Beyond Burger, Beyond Meat. They got that weird ass name. Like, what the fuck is a Beyond Meat, Beyond Burger? What the fuck is, like, how you?
Nah, that's crazy. I grew up, one of my best friends was Jamaican. Every time I went to his crib, we end up getting beef patties straight from Jamaica out of his freezer. His father was back and forth all the time.
Hey, yo, Jamaica Queens. I used to love Jamaica Queens in my youth, yo. I used to love that shit, man. Yo,
I'm talking about Jamaica.
I ain't never been in Jamaica. I ain't never been, yo. But like, yo, every time I be around my Jamaican peoples, man, I feel like I'm in Jamaica, though. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all
straight up, man. I miss that shit, yo. Like, in my youth, man, I ain't gonna front, yo. Even though shit was sick, it was good money. Hey, yo, what you say, T. Christopher? How you doing?
I apologize. My phone is ringing. I
Oh,
got a
no.
few.
No. You gotta speak again. Yo, I like your voice.
I appreciate you. I like your voice too, big bro.
I just want to say thank you because, you know what I'm saying, you lasted on here with us talking, and I know I was long-winded on certain things, but I appreciate you. And if there's anything I can do to help, you know, just let me know in the future.
Absolutely. I'm gonna ask my few questions and then I'm gonna fall back because I can't cook and be on here at the same time. It's too much noise going on in the kitchen. But I'm over here on the West Coast. I used to live in Atlanta, in Vine City. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Vine City. Um,
You talking about what Von City is that Atlanta or Cali?
that's Atlanta.
Nah, I ain't
I
familiar with Von City. Nah, I ain't never heard of Von City.
so
I ain't from
right up
Georgia. I'm new down here.
Okay, so right over there by the AU Center where all the historical black colleges are. Right over there by the Georgia
Oh,
Dome. Uh it's
okay.
right there. So I used to live over there. T.I. always shout out Bankhead. That was his little stomping ground.
Oh, that's that
So
side of town.
that side of town.
Hey, let me say this
So
real quick. Yo, here's the real. You dropped out. Yo. It says your device is not connected. So, yo, I'm gonna approve you. I'm gonna let you back in. Here you go. There we go. Yeah,
yeah, because this
you
question
back
is
on.
for
See,
him.
Christopher, please
I'm
continue.
listening. I'm listening.
Okay, so my question for you, brother, is it's a two-part question. Are you aware of super fund sites designated by the EPA?
I've heard of that. I'm familiar. I studied it some years ago. Yeah,
Nah, I don't.
New
Super
York.
fun sites? No, I haven't heard of that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then my second question is, are you familiar with the lead infestation in that particular area of Atlanta where it's predominantly quote quote black people?
No, I actually, I'm from New York, so I don't really have any knowledge too much about, you know, the state of Georgia. I mean, my knowledge base in states goes from New York through
Is Robert
Pennsylvania
Chief
to
listening?
Ohio. So I don't really know too much. I know people in Atlanta that I could, you know, reach out to if, you know, you want to take that investigation a little further. But you know, nah, I don't really know. I know here in New York we had, you know, when I was a kid, a lot of lead-based paint in a lot of the actual buildings that we lived in. So I know that that was a problem. So more than likely, it could be a problem in that particular area that you talk about.
So this particular area, just to give y'all just a little teeny bit of my background, I'm a real estate agent. Um, so my whole research on, the
You got a
transfer of land.
saleswoman's voice too, though. You do. You got a saleswoman's voice.
Thank you. But yeah, so I kind of look at real estate from a different lens. I'm not your typical real estate agent. Like I'm just here to make money. I like the historical side of it as well. How did the
Ooh.
land get transferred from one hand to another hand? Right? How is it that 99% of so-called Black people are don't own any land, right? But we're the so-called American Indians slash Aboriginals of this land. Most of us are. So it's like, what happened? So I like the historical side of it. Some of these folks who got all these remedies are full of shit. Um, when y'all was talking about that before with what was that, brother? I was listening to. It's like 5 days ago. You had posted about this new dude on the block and how
What you talking about Ali?
yes, yes,
Oh,
and
the
a lot
Ali
of folks
nigga.
who yes,
Oh, Marcus Counts. You talking about
yes,
Marcus Counts? That's nigga.
and
Word. Yeah,
and
that guy.
how these folks follow these doctrines of thinking that they finna get their land and
Hey, yo, I
they
like
lose this
you,
shit
T.
every
Christopher.
time.
I like you. Oh shit. No. Run that back. Run it. No. Please run that back for me real quick. Tell me.
We're gonna have to do
Tell
a whole
me.
show on this shit, bro.
Well, that's because
But
people
go
don't have
ahead.
knowledge of anything themselves, so they're gonna, you know, believe something somebody says without
And
doing their
part of the
homework.
and part of the reason why is because they would look at me and they say, "Oh, she's a real estate agent. She's an agent. She worked for them." What?
Nah.
No, I have a
That's
skill set that puts food on my table. Okay, like I know the law,
hey, but
the
and hold
legal
on.
and the lawful side. Go ahead.
No. And let me clear some confusion about real estate agent. Okay, real estate deals with real property. Okay. Now, I need y'all to do something, right? So for those that have any confusion with real estate, define the legal definition of real, and then conjoin that with the legal definition of estate. Okay. Now, from a genealogical, historical, lawful standpoint, put all of that together from an Aboriginal, American, autochthonous, indigenous, Indian standpoint. Because this is what it's about for real, for real. See, I'm not about to get into other subject matters on live right now, but I'm just giving y'all some clues right now. I'm dropping some shit for y'all to look into so y'all can gain clarity for yourselves.
Yes, and the biggest confusion, I hear a lot of people say, well, they can't own the land. Well, what happens is the land is put up as collateral for the debt because of that house that's sitting on the land that your ass didn't build. So who built that house? Because they want to get paid. So that's what the whole mortgage is about. It's about that house that was built on that land. And
I
until
got something for you.
Go ahead.
Indian land cannot be sold.
Exactly.
However, it can be leased.
It sure can. It sure can be leased. But the key to
But they have to agree to it.
The key is who agreed and when did they agree.
Absolutely.
And who would agree? Who would agree? What the people that was taken to those boarding schools, those Indian colleges, the youth that was corrupted from the 1600s going into the 1800s forward.
And then we talked about it already. The abandoned lands, the Freedmen's Bureau, in which everything was taken. You got you looking for certain census records, and the buildings were burned down during the Civil War and so on and so forth. So they tell us these things, but then when you look at your ancestors' names, where it says his mark or her mark with an X, and then they gotta have their name signed in that shit. Like those were records that show transfer of property, transfer of goods and what have you, livestock, land, whatever the case may be. And that stuff was put into the Freedmen's Bureau, and all that stuff that they had, their wills and a lot of that other stuff was supposedly burned. But
well, some of that stuff still exists on the county level, and it also exists on the state archives.
That's right. And that's why we tell people to do their genealogy, because they'll find something that leads them back to something that could be their land. And as I had put some posts out about it, and I know other people have as well, the city over in California, Manhattan Beach, that was awarded back to an indigenous family that lives on the East Coast. I think they were up in either Massachusetts or
Did you follow that case though?
You talking about Bruce Beach?
Yeah, Bruce Beach.
And
Yeah,
when
they ended up
the land,
selling it.
they
sold it back. Yeah, I
like
know.
a bunch of niggas. I'm just saying.
Okay. So there we go. So I'm listening, and you brought up the name, you brought up the territory and all of that, you brought up the case and all of that. So question, because I haven't had a chance to read like the hundreds of pages associated to that case and that claim, right? Question. Because I suspect why they sold it back. I have my own suspicions about it, but I would like to know your thoughts on what you observed with that particular case, and the history of that case, because apparently they was involved in that that suit for like over 20 years, from what I understand, right?
Yeah.
To be in a 20-year plus claim to be victorious and then sell it back, like, what do you think about that? I'm
gonna be honest with you. When I seen that, that's when I just you know what I'm saying, I just lost interest. You know what I'm saying? Because for me, it's not them selling out, but you know what I'm saying, they got whatever they got for it. But at the end of the day, that was a key component for a group of people, with indigenous ties to this land, to set a precedent and to start ignite other people to reclaim their lands as well.
Yo,
So
this
I
the
see it as
hottest
a
channel
key
on
moment.
fucking YouTube.
I see it
This
as
the
a key
hottest
point that
channel on
was missing,
fucking
bro.
YouTube.
You know what I mean?
Yo, King C is in the fucking building.
Yo, but I'm about to get off because I'm trying to chew and talk, and you know what I'm saying. I ain't eat shit all day.
Hey, yo, I haven't eaten in some hours. Hey, yo, here's the real. Come on, man. Come on, man. You gotta stay
I'm
healthy,
doing
man.
this for the people, bro. I'm doing this for the people, but I'm tired. I got a headache. I gotta
Hey,
eat, take a shower. My ass is
man.
dead.
Hey, man. You had a long day, my guy. Hey, man. Yo, stay healthy, stay strong. Cowboy season is over. Scalp season
Or
is soon.
it'd be
You gotta
different
prepare
if
to
my
scalp
son
some
didn't
shit,
have
my
to go
guy.
back to school this weekend. You know what I mean? I gotta prepare for a lot of shit to get done this week.
Yeah,
So
yo, scalp season is on. Yo, get ready for scalping some shit, my guy. You know what I
let's
mean? You
get
gotta
it.
scalp a lot.
But we'll talk, and like I said, I appreciate everybody for tuning in, and the conversations, very intellectual. I won't call them high level because that shit is retarded. You know what
Man,
I'm
we
saying,
chilling,
right?
man. We chilling, man. We even
We
get,
got
hey,
conversations going on that matter. You know what I mean? And the shit really matters when it hits you in your family and you see something that's relevant to right now. And that's what it's all about. It's about making sure that you understand where you live in, how you live in, and who's I won't say enemies, but who the people that are hindering your people, your direct people, and then your extended people. And how can you work with your individual families, and how could you work with your extended families, your communities, your co-workers? How could you bring this information to them so that they can better themselves? And now you guys are working on a whole different mindset and a whole different ball game, and now your vibration is different. And that you'll see a lot of people talking about drink monatomic gold and colloidal silver and all this other stuff so that you can open up your chakras. Nah, my nigga, you gotta get adequate rest, which I'm not doing. But
get
you
it,
gotta
get it, Mike. You
you
need your
gotta
rest.
drink
Come on, come
plenty
on,
of
come on,
water,
Mike.
and you gotta eat your nutrients. There's
That's right.
required
Moringa.
nutrients every day for your body to
Keep
function.
moringa in your diet.
You'll
That's right.
rather put 97 in your car for $5 a gallon than spend $5 on a fruit bowl. You feel
Or
me? So
moringa. Get yourself some moringa. Yo,
word,
source
but
from America. Get moringa source from America. Right on TikTok, you got somebody that got moringa out of motherfucking IT.
man,
What they call Haiti.
but
There's
that's all I
somebody.
got to say for the evening. I appreciate y'all, man. I love y'all. Like cook milk, how they
We
do
cook milk.
at night, man. When you're going to sleep, you throw some milk in there, throw some
Like, you gotta
chocolate.
say cream of wheat, yo. I grew up. I like cream of wheat, yo. Like,
I
nah,
like
man.
cream
You
of
put some
wheat
milk
too
in the
with
cream
some
of wheat, yo.
sugar.
Come on.
But I'm not gonna eat that at night before I go to sleep. I'm gonna have me some hot milk with my grandmother cookies. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all taking me
Yo,
back
hold
right
on.
now.
Hot milk with grandma cookies. Hey, man, you grew up a little different than me, man. Hey, nah, that sounds good though. I ain't mad at that. Hey, your grandmother, my grandmother had big. Hey, history. Come on, you going? I'm about to keep you up all night. Nah, man.
Nah, you bugging. You gonna have me
Appreciate you though, my
getting
guy.
kicked out. Nah, bird.
Yo,
All
you
right,
enjoy
famo.
your evening, man.
One love,
Appreciate you,
y'all.
man. Let me know your availability for the next session, man.
I got
Yo,
you. We'll
follow
link.
history. Follow History Real IG, History Real IG, YouTube, all of that. Yo, like the video, subscribe to the channel, all of
Word.
that,
I'm
man.
from the Wu-Tang era. We you know what I mean? We got liquid swords around
Protect your
here.
neck.
You feel me?
Protect your
Right.
neck.
We
You know what I
cutting
mean?
everything in half. Everything that's not right, we chopping it up
Yeah,
until it get right.
yeah.
That's it.
Let them
All
know
right,
what it
Tone.
is, man. Hey, History
Tomahawk.
Real, man. You enjoy your evening, my guy. Appreciate you, man. Stay healthy, stay
Yes,
strong.
sir.
Out season is over. Scalp season is on. You already know.
Yes, sir. All
Get
right,
with you
y'all.
soon. We gotta continue this conversation. I got some shit I gotta chop it up with you about. Let me know your availability though.
You already.
You
You
be good. I'm
already.
up early,
All
man.
right.
Come on, you already know.
100. You know me. I'll be up.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
360
mad I
over
ain't
here.
getting my 8 hours. Nah.
Yo, 8 hours. Shit.
I
Goddamn.
wish. I wish. That's when I
Shit.
fall asleep watching some bullshit.
Man. Hey, man. How about this, man? I'm gonna put 8 hours in fucking prepare punishment. You know what I mean? It's all
Nah,
good. Yo,
I'll be up at
it's the real.
5:30.
You be good, my guy. You already
All
know.
right. Yes, sir.
All
One
right,
up.
peace, bro. I just want to leave you with one thing, brother Tony. I know his thrills dropping off. Super fun sites, EPA.
I'm familiar. Yo. Get
Oh,
right to
okay.
it because
Eh,
on this channel here, I discuss ecocide. I
I know you
discuss
do. I know.
false
I
earth
saw
fallacy.
that. I was excited. I was like, yes, that's my language.
That's your
The other,
language. I hate this language. Like, yo, you know how I'm fucking like my spirit is so fucking disturbed, and I try to be cool. I try to keep it easy, but please continue, Mom. Let me stop. Please continue.
yes, because the watchers, it's like the more you know, the more it hurts, and you can't sleep. You can't be happy sometimes because the more you learn and know about this realm, it really fucks with you.
How about
So,
this? Let me
what's
share
up?
this to you, right? Let me share this to you. So I'm down here in Georgia right now, right? I get to see baby frogs and baby lizards.
I used to
I
live there. I know.
get to see baby birds. Like I get to see nature. I get to see ants build ant mounds. I get to see foxes and possums and like deer and etc. You know what I mean? Like I get to see nature, like all the plant life, and I get to see the ecosystem thriving, and you know, and at the same time, I also get to see people that don't even appreciate it. However, it's different than being in a goddamn city.
Yeah, you got to get out the city. You know, I had to get out the city. It's a healing process, and a lot of folks they like this my hood. I don't want to leave, but
This my hood.
it's
This my
healing
block. I'm
when you
adopting this on hood, on my mama's mama, and all of that. You feel me? Nah, I
right
ain't mad
on.
at them for that, yo. I ain't mad at them.
I ain't mad at them neither, but you couldn't. I mean, I experienced some shit that I don't ever want to go back to Georgia. You're going to Georgia coming from wherever you came from, and it's bliss for you. You couldn't pay me to go back to Georgia because of the trauma that I experienced when I was there. So I had to get the fuck out of Georgia, go all the way to the West Coast. And what you're talking about that you're experiencing in Georgia, I'm experiencing in Nevada. So it's all a healing process,
In
right?
Nevada?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nevada?
I know, right?
That shit is radiated. Yo,
No, it's
you know,
not where I live.
they okay. Are you in northern Nevada?
Yes.
Okay, so you're close to what? Was that like Utah or some shit?
Closer to California.
Close to yeah. You know, all that once upon a time ago, like in recent centuries, that shit was all tropical. Did you know that?
I've heard that. My thought process is this shit was underwater, like where the Great Basin is. That and all of these like what do you call it? Death Valley and all that shit.
The
That was
aquifers,
underwater.
yes. And that
Yeah.
contributed to the tropical nature of the natural environment. They created dams. The Hoover Dam, if I recall correctly,
Yep.
is in that territory.
They also diverted a lot of that water underground.
That's right. And you know who owns it?
Uh, do tell.
Nestle.
Nestle, get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm not going nowhere. I'm
You got
American.
to
I
give
ain't
me
going
that.
nowhere.
Don't
I ain't
worry.
going nowhere. I'm American. I ain't going nowhere.
I
You
got to see
understand?
that one.
Yo,
Look,
I'm telling you the truth.
I'm not doubting it. Anything's possible with these crazy ass motherfuckers.
These foreigners, man, these motherfuckers. Yo, hey, man, so while History Real was saying what he was saying, right? I had so much shit going through my thoughts, like all types of experiences and stories, real world oral tradition from our American Indian nations, peoples. Like, yo, they was literally killing out people, shooting out people on fucking court steps. We're going to court, suing motherfuckers. Our people was doing this in the 1800s, 1900s, and they was literally gunning down our people at the fucking courthouses. And then fast forward, right? So imagine having that concept in your mind where it's like, yo, your ancestor was representing for the descendants, the inheritance. right? The beneficiaries, your ancestors, a whole trustee, putting in work for the beneficiaries of the trust. Da 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 da. Whether they knew the names or not. Anyway, pardon me, y'all. I'm talking some legal shit right now, right? Please pardon, yo, and take notes in what I'm saying here. Because this is real world American Indian business right now. Yo, here it is. You have an ancestor that owned land that had fucking oil in the land, right?
Mm-hmm.
The land got oil. This entire American continent, there is so many goddamn natural resources, so many natural mineral rights and all types of great things. And you are a descendant of the air. Like you're a descendant of your people. That makes you an heir and all of that, right? Anyway, continue. These foreigners will kill your goddamn ancestor and then assume their identity on paper. Because your people don't know English, you know how to speak American Indian languages. How you feel about that? And then on top of that shit, they teach you how to be fucking black and a goddamn African. And then fast forward how to be a fucking Moor, a goddamn Hebrew. And therefore, guess what? You don't know shit. And you saying fuck America at the same time.
And take it a step further, not only assuming that person's name, but they would sell the property to somebody else and tell them that they had to use that name.
King C.
So,
how did Nessie pull it off? How did they pull it off? What we're saying right now, in addition to paperwork. See, we got people running around talking about saying fuck paperwork, fuck this, fuck that. Hey, let me tell you something. See, commerce is all based on paperwork. You know that promissory note? So let me give you an example, right? That promissory note. All right, so you got a daughter, a son. Guess what? Here it is. You as a man or you as a woman, right? And you done got with a man or you got with a woman, right? Depending on your situation, of course. I don't know your situation. And then y'all procreate, right? Y'all produce offspring together, right? And y'all like, hey, you know what? My people didn't go to college. I didn't go to college. But you know what? Let's work together so that our daughters and sons can get a better education and therefore know what we didn't know throughout these past generations. Let's send our daughters and sons to these schools, right? Right? And guess what? Mommy and daddy that paid for college, they didn't know about what I'm about to show you right now. I'm about to pull this up again. Let me show you this paperwork again. Right here. Here you go. Mommy and daddy didn't know that the HBCU that you sent your daughter and son to in your community was being funded by the CIA. Oh, pardon. I ain't got the screen share up right now. My bad. Let me put the screen share up.
While you pulling up that screen share, that land was given for those HBCUs because it was part of the Industrial Revolution. It was infested. It was contaminated with lead and other toxic chemicals. And that was what I was getting at. Vine City, where I used to live, is only 1 block away from them HBCUs in Atlanta. They knew what they was doing by putting all of those so-called black people in that area, because they knew it was contaminated with lead and other freaking carcinogens.
That's right. And meanwhile, also simultaneously, and hold on. Let me ask you, what year are you talking about?
And that area was redlined as well, brother. That whole area was redlined.
What year are you referring to right now?
So the EPA came about as far as an entity, I want to say in the 70s or the 80s. So that area was already contaminated from the Industrial Revolution back in the 1800s. So when they gave that land to these HBCUs, they already knew it was fucked up. That's why they gave it to them.
Hey, man, I got something for you, right? I'm on your email right now because if you have a Gmail account, I'm about to send you my documentary, and I look forward to your feedback and review on the subject matter based on what you're discussing with me tonight.
I would love to look at it. The other aspect is redline. I need for melanated so-called black people to get this shit into their head. Red line, if you look at the red line map, it says red, hazardous. Hazardous. What the fuck does hazard mean? Like they're looking at it like, oh, they just didn't want to give no loans to black people and poor people because we was living there. No, you fucking idiot. It was a toxic dump site with carcinogens and lead and all kinds of fucking poison. That's why they labeled it hazardous and drew it red. Why don't our people like? It's so simple.
Hey, ma, you know, I'm gonna
I'm
tell
sorry, I
you,
get
right?
super passionate about this because I.
No, no. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Yo, to you, right? So I don't know your age. I don't know how I feel the spirit, right? We'll say this, right? Yo, you cannot, my experience, you cannot have more passion for others that don't have compassion for themselves. You cannot be more compassionate or passionate for those in which do not have compassion or passion for themselves. You can't. You will waste your energy as a result of doing such. And I'm saying this from a strategist and tactician of warfare standpoint. All right. I'm just saying what I'm saying. I know it may sound harsh. I know it may sound, insensitive or what have you, but I encourage self-preservation amongst our American people. All right. Don't say sorry. You're telling the truth. You're telling your truth from what you know to be true based on your experience and perception of reality as you know it. There's nothing wrong with that. Yo, these goddamn, hold on. Let me get an
I
example.
appreciate your perspective, big bro, because I got to that point eventually in my life.
Don't call me big bro. Shit. Don't call me big bro. No. I am not to be acknowledged as a senior or someone with authority or having a position above yours. You understand? I don't do titles. Like anyone that knows me know that I don't do titles. Like Tomahawk, Tony, that's just the name associated to my being and character. You know what I'm saying? Replace that with Tomahawk, if you will. That's fine. That's okay. And I'm not trying to correct you or nothing like that. Do not take this as a correction. I just would like it to be understood for the people listening and things of this nature. Let me show you a reference point of what I just described a moment ago, all right? Suki Hana. All right. I would like to ask you, T. Christopher, what do you think about this Suki Hana?
Suki
What
Hana?
she's saying. Okay.
Okay, you about to play a video?
Huh?
You about to play a video?
It's a very short video. It is 5 seconds.
Okay, because my phone is breaking up a little bit.
Huh?
My sound. Oh. Can y'all hear me okay? Because it's going in and out.
No, hear you. So, that's the question. But yeah, I also subject. Right? That I you have skill sets that be right. I'm just saying what I'm saying. But I would like your feedback. I would like a woman's perspective on this video here. All right. Like I appreciate you for this. Because when we're talking about what's that terminology? The super fucking sucks. I forgot the name of that shit. You know, like I studied that shit so many years ago. That shit pissed me. That shit infuriated me. For the fact that there is race territories across our American territories, like our nations have been, like our lands have been radiated. Like I'm talking about radiation, nuclear, chemical, biological, hazardous substances are spewing because foreigners have dumped this into our lands, compromising soil quality, water quality, air quality, etc., etc., etc. And then we have this shit I'm about to show you right on top of it. Video. Only 35 seconds.
I got us fucked up. We finna take over the world. We finna be performing at the BET Awards, the Oscars, Planet Fitness, Popeyes, Planned Parenthood, and they give me free Plan B pills at the motherfucker. We gonna get them Plan B's, honey packets, honey pack, and you said bundles to our bundles to our fans.
Condoms, cause we can't be raw dogging these niggas this year. We not getting pregnant. We not catching no STDs.
I'm not gonna have
not this year.
Not this.
I'm not going to no more doctors for your ass, nigga.
And I'm not having no much more kids because I have 3 kids.
No more yeast infections.
No more.
None of that. It's Suki.
It's Suki.
That's pure 100% ratchetness.
Ratchet?
Ratchetness.
Okay. So what I would tell you if that was s'morish.
You said Moorish.
S'morish. I call Moors s'mores.
Oh, gotcha.
That's what I do. I call them s'mores. You know why I call them s'mores?
Because they're like soft marshmallows with chocolate and graham crackers. I don't know.
Yo, are you serious? Like, yo, that's one of the definitions I shared so many years ago. Yo, Mom, why you do that? Why did you literally like run down like why I call those s'mores? Yo? Oh my! But okay. So there's also an intellectual capacity as well as the joke capacity, right? Because like that's the joke capacity. What you described right there, that's the joke capacity. But it's real as fuck though, historically though. Like it's real. Like the Africans, they crossbred with pale skins. Like J.A. Rogers defines that thoroughly in Sex and Race volumes 1-3. Straight up. And I have other texts predating J.A. Rogers, who published his books in approximately the 1960s. As I showed earlier, the 1904 published work of Samuel Parsons Scott. This was a text right here. History of the Moorish Empire in medieval Europe, right? He's defining how the Moors was raping everything in Europe. History of the Moorish Empire in Europe. The Moors was raping everything. It was crossbreeding. Now fast forward. They were exiled to this American continent. They are the slaves that sought freedom by working for the master, including black masters, like Moorish masters and all of that, right? Anyway, yo. I'm not going to get into more history tonight. Like, come on. I'm not trying to exhaust y'all. We're already doing like 5 hours now, approximately. Are we at the 5-hour mark? Yes, we've hit 5 hours and 27 minutes. I can't believe this. God damn.
I'm not gonna be long-winded. You know, I'm gonna let you go. I keep wanting to call you Big Brother because that's just one of my themes.
No. Just call me Tomo. Just say Tomo.
Tomahawk. But this is my honest opinion. I think that these young cats who get this information, a lot of them mean well for themselves, like they're trying to get themselves out of some shit. And they think that they can do it, and then when it doesn't work, it's like, wait a minute, there's got to be something else. And then they start to realize, okay, there's a whole nother community, which is the Aboriginal community. And they kind of sound like the Moors a little bit.
Mm.
And what they say, it a lot of it is true. And it's
Hold on,
so
what's true? No,
difficult.
no, 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 no. I need clarification on that. What's true?
So the fact that a lot of us were already here prior to colonization.
Okay.
That's true, right?
Well,
Um, and
well,
another thing,
American nations, American Indians, of this Aboriginals, talk to this indigenous peoples already populated this American continent prior to colonization, prior to any foreign arrival. Absolutely, yes.
right,
Prior
right,
to any foreign trade, commerce, anything of that nature. Absolutely, yes.
right. And so, and then you have, Malcolm, I think it was Malcolm X who referenced uh being Aboriginal.
No, no.
Was it
Now,
Malcolm X? It was somebody who said we're the Aboriginals or something like that.
okay.
Some
So let me provide clarity and perspective on that clip, because that was not an entire clip. That was an edited clip.
mhm.
Malcolm X had traveled to Africa. Okay, he traveled to Africa as a Muslim. Okay, and when he went there, this is what he believed in regards to Islam, that quote unquote, you and I are Aborigines. The only Aborigines are black people and
Right,
shit. Now, had he had proper guidance, had he had proper instruction or education from knowing his own bloodline, correct? If he knew his own bloodline, right, he would have distinguished himself. He would have identified himself properly
right. And
as
I agree. I agree with what you're saying, bro. But the thing is, it's what sounds good to the people, because a lot of people look up to Malcolm X, right? A lot of people look at him like, I fucks with Malcolm X and what he stood for. So they'll hear that clip and then they'll start to rock with that. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of the stuff sounds good. It sounds really fucking good, right? But what a lot of people lack, and it has a lot to do with the internet and everything being this whole microwave society. Get it in 2 minutes, and now you're a fucking scholar, and now you can go teach everybody. We got that whole we got that whole thing happening too. It's like, whose foot did you sit at? Oh, you sat at some nigga's foot that was on YouTube. No offense to your channel, but I'm just saying that that's not how I feel about everybody. I'm just saying there are people that are out there who will just sit and listen to a YouTube video, and
mhm.
now they're the next damn scholar. So, and that is part of the problem. We are lacking critical thinking.
Okay. So in
Critical
regards to
thinking.
lacking critical thinking, right?
And I say
What
we
happens
because we all
is
been kind of victim to it at some point in our life, right? Because we're all getting better. So I'm not saying that I'm better than anyone. I'm saying I've done this as well, which is why
okay.
I can speak the way I'm speaking. But go ahead.
Which for you, right? How long have you been watching my channel? Like, has it been a week, 2 weeks, month, a
I want
year?
to say it was about 2 weeks. Somebody shot me a link to your channel,
Okay.
and one of my elders, and I was listening. So I was like, "What?" I remember seeing you in a chat before, and I was like, "Oh shit, I didn't know he had a channel." So yeah, it's been about 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay, very good. Have you watched the like? I think I've done within the past 2 weeks. I think I done did maybe like a good maybe 40 hours
I
on
watched
YouTube.
the one on
Oh,
the Ali dude because I'm big on the whole scamming shit. I can
You
drop
big
some
on
names.
scamming? Oh shit. Hey, hey.
I could drop some names and you'll be
I
like,
need,
what the
I
fuck?
need,
I
hey,
know
hey,
them
hey, hey,
too.
hey, 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 man, nah,
But
nah,
we
nah,
not
nah,
gonna
nah, nah,
do
nah,
that.
nah, nah, nah. If hey, I need somebody that want to go in with me because like I've been going in for these, I've been going in on scammers for years, like Dolo, like I was by myself. I'm hated because I done told everybody early, like years ago, like 2016, 2017. Like I done told everybody the goddamn scammers and shit, and mom was like, "You're a hater." And then fast forward, everybody got scammed, and then they get
Yep.
quiet.
Yep. And then they get quiet. And yep, I done got called I'll send you an email and tell you some of the shit that done happened because I ain't finna be messy like that. But it's a lot of people in this.
That ain't being messy. Nah, we motherfucking Indians, man. Yo, scalping the motherfuckers messy. What they mean? Yeah, we
I'm
go
just
hunting.
not
That
with
shit get
that
messy.
whole. I'm just not with that whole. I've been studying for 2 years or 3 years, and or like no, you can't. This is a lifelong study. This is a lifelong study,
This
and
deals with
once
your legacy. What
yes,
you mean?
and
It's
now
your
they got
legacy.
all the answers, and it's like, wait a minute, slow down for a second because you're repeating information that I've heard before and
Mm-hmm.
that information came from what you call a BIE.
Hey, yo, you
And
know
I'm
about
trying to
BAE?
save your ass if
Hey,
you would
yo,
just
yo, no,
shut
no,
the
no,
hell
no,
up and
no,
listen
no,
for
no,
a
no,
second.
no. Pause, man. Hold on, pause. Did you just hold up? I don't hear many females of our American people saying anything about a BIE. So hold on. Run that back real quick. Did you just say BIE?
I did.
You know what a BIE is?
Yes, sir, then.
Have you read the BIE reports?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Oh my, hey yo, put a fucking one in the chat for this T Christopher that's speaking to me right now. Put a one in the chat, please. Can y'all do that, please? Let's
My journey,
acknowledge our American mothers and daughters that's on point out here. Can we
my journey
acknowledge
started in 2015. So it that's almost 10 years. It ain't look, it's not a lot of shit that I ain't seen in this so-called fuck ass conscious community.
2015? God damn, 2015. I remember 2015. Like, goddamn, I was a whippersnapper.
But I got to drop off because I got little ones knocking on my door. Like, why she got her door locked? So let me get off of here. Hopefully, we can do something a little bit more structured with some of the information that I had researched, and I
Absolutely.
could bring up some
Hey,
sources because I know some people have some questions about how do you find the redlining map. I can help. I can pull the map up. I can show you where these sites were industrial sites, and now they're they're redlined. And then fast
that's
forward
the
into
name.
the
That's the name Superfund. You said that earlier, Superfund. Let me tell you,
yep,
there is EPA funding, there's grant funding in regards to repairing, like restoring, cleaning up. There is grant funding for cleaning up Superfund sites. And
yeah,
this is another branch of exploitation against our lands.
yeah, and they give the funding to the company that's willing to do it, and it could be a foreign company.
And they don't
Um,
give a fuck.
they don't care, and a lot of times they'll give it to the foreign company, and they won't even clean that shit up. So we
It's
got to do better.
exploitation.
Yeah,
It's
we got to.
cultural policy. Yo, hey, T Christopher, I appreciate you. Like, yo, you really concluded this evening's discussion with History Real. Like, goddamn, this is goddamn 5 hours of some change. I had no idea it was gonna be, but yo, man, hey, I appreciate you for participating this evening. You
For sure.
you you really like in subject matter of Americans, like our American people, clearing the colonial colonist confusion. You really just contributed in a major way. And I just want to extend appreciation and gratitude to you for your presence on the subject matter, to everyone in the chat that's participated this evening. Um, we're going to continue. We're going to progress. We're going to advance. We're going to do what got to be done, of course. We're Indians and
Likewise.
we wild. We're
Absolutely.
natural. I
Gratitude
appreciate all.
and gratitude to the chat as well. Thanks for listening. Y'all didn't have to stay and listen, but y'all did. So thanks for spending some time with us. I appreciate it. Hope
Goddamn, like
y'all learned
YouTube.
something.
Yo, YouTube didn't shit on me this evening. I'm surprised. Like, it started off kind of funky, but like, yeah, we got it in this evening. Yo, T. Christopher, thank you for joining this evening. I'm grateful for your presence. I look forward to speaking with you again. Yo, King C, I believe this is my first time seeing you as well. Yo, I appreciate your presence as well. Yo, Empress Rose. Yo, I see Brandon Rogers. Appreciate you. Yo, Chris Tufer. Yo, appreciate you. Hold on. What's a BIE you ask? Oh man. All right, Christopher. Christopher. Okay. Let me run it down for you real quick. A BIE is a black identity extremist. Literally, type that into your whatever search engine that you use. If you use AI, ask AI even. Ask ChatGPT, what is a BIE? It might give you some other references, but literally, I'm telling you, and this is the fact of the matter, it's a black identity extremist. I'm telling you the truth. Black identity extremists. And there's a lot of them on social media. They have populated them. Did you see what I shared within the past week where for the Moors, the MSTA in particular, 90% of their congregation is in prison. Now, I say that not because, I'm ignorant of injustices within the legal system. No, I'm not saying that, to diminish the fact that there are injustices within the United States and then all of these corporate legal systems and all of that, right? I'm not saying it to diminish none of that. I'm saying that because when you are a father or you are a mother and you have a daughter or you have a son, okay? And some way, somehow, they get caught up in the eugenicist designs, social engineering programs, which results in either a homicide, murder, or incarceration, right? And I have a video I can show y'all. I'm not going to do it tonight because we're approaching 6 hours. This is probably my longest video ever. I'm concluding with this point. When you are a mother or you are a father and you have a daughter or a son, and they get caught up in some kind of goddamn eugenicist design, social engineered program, experiment even, whereas they're being set up for failure to fund future investments and experiments, right? That's the prison system. On one end, the other end, that's the medical system. All right. I need y'all really to understand what has been designed, what has been done, what has been funded against our American nations. Now, I don't know everybody's bloodlines, and some people they might be from Europe, they might be from Africa, they might be from Asia, they might be from Persia. I don't fucking know. What I do know is for my American people right here in North America and our American people throughout this American continent, we've been hit with everything designed to annihilate, exterminate and make us extinct. And we need to be aware of what the fuck these foreigners have done against us. We have to be aware. What was you not aware of when you was, let's say, 9 years old, 10 years old, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 21, 25, 30 years old, and then fast forward, let's say you're in your 40s, your 50s, your 60s, and you still learning some shit that's against you. You don't know everything that's against you because nobody done told you from grade school, oh, this is what's against you. Beginning with the fact that a foreigner called you goddamn black, and you look at your skin, look at yourself in the mirror every day, and you see that when you look at a crayon, you're brown. Mommy and daddy's too busy. They too busy trying to provide. They trying to provide if you got a mommy and daddy, because everybody didn't have a mommy and daddy, right? Not everybody had a mommy and daddy, right? But let's say you did have a mommy and daddy, and mommy and daddy, they too busy working, trying to provide, paying bills, keeping a roof over their head, making sure you got something to eat every morning and in the evening. And that's between you going to school, learning circus, clown, foreign monkey shit every fucking day for 12 fucking years of grade school. And then mommy and daddy invested in you going to goddamn college, if mommy and daddy even invested in you going to college and shit like that, right? And then fast forward, you get a fucking career, if you get a career. If you didn't caught up in the goddamn streets, get caught up with addiction and all types of shit that was set up via social engineering protocols by eugenicists, foreign mercenaries, foreign operatives, etc. of every fucking complexion out there. I mean, you got the pale skins, you got the yellow skins, you got a motherfucker that have a complexion similar to yours. Oh shit, he got a goddamn black skin motherfucker. And they talking about black power and fuck the white man. And meanwhile, guess what? You don't know your heritage. Your grandmother probably told you some shit. Your grandfather probably told you some shit. You heard what history real shared this evening. You done heard a lot of things from a lot of people. However, are you focused on addressing the truth of your own real-time reality versus the propaganda that has been designed to disrupt you from your true existence and true purpose in life? I'm just saying what I'm saying, y'all. It's real fucked up, man. It's real fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I'm an 80s baby, and, you know, what's wild to me, right? So before I left Illinois, right? Before I left Illinois to come to Georgia, I had the opportunity to interact with some Illinois youth, right? They never heard of Cahokia, and it's like literally a couple miles away. They never heard of Chicago Indian. They don't even know that Chicago come from Chicago Indians. Like literally, Chicago is the name of Indians, and they want to call this shit Chirac. Chirac. Reference to Iraq. A place that was destroyed in biblical times and pre-biblical times and all of that shit. And now look at Chicago Indians. God damn. Our youth don't even know the descendants of these American nations. Nobody's telling them. The NOI got a beautiful fucking headquarters over there, don't they? Don't the NOI got a beautiful building over there? Don't they? God damn, they got a beautiful building, don't they? All right, anyway. that whole Illinois territory, that whole Illinois region. Beautiful land. You got deer out there. Shit, I was eating good deer meat out that motherfucker. Yo, my first time eating goddamn goose. They got wild geese flying around that motherfucker. The geese will run up on you. You sit in the park, and they will run up on your ass. Like, the motherfuckers be looking at you like, hey, what's popping, cuz? They be on some motherfucking LA. They be on some LA gang shit. Like, hey, I'm just saying. Them LA, my bad. Hold on. Let me run that back real quick. The fucking Illinois geese be on some LA gang shit. I'm telling you, they will run up on your ass. Foreigners is scared of the goddamn geese, man. They scared of them motherfuckers, man. They be running from them. And yo, the geese in Illinois, they be fucking them foreigners up. Yo, that shit was so hilarious. Man, shit. I used to feed the geese nuts and shit. Like, I like eating almonds and cashews and walnuts and shit like that. Pistachios, all of that, yo. And sit in the park, yo, and they'll eat with you, man. They'll run up on you and they'll hiss at you. And I hiss back at them like, shh, fuck you mean? What's popping? And they just look at you like, yeah, all right. I like nature, yeah. I like nature, man. I fucks with nature, yo. And them geese in Illinois, man, yo, they taste good, but they wild as fuck, though. Yo, King, see what you said. You said, yeah, but it's so much fraudulent fuckery on his path. It's hard to put the pieces. Hey, yo, King C, it's real simple, right? This is what I encourage. Stay focused on you and yours, man. Yo, you do your genealogy, man. You do your work for yours. You and yours, man. All right? And anytime you interact with a third party, yo, when you know your shit, you know what happens when you know your shit? Just like on some hood shit. Like, I'm not assuming anything about your background or none of that shit. I'm putting it like this, right? Yo, if you know the business, you know how to talk the language of the business. You understand? Is that shit on a scale? Is that shit a 1 or a motherfucking 10? And you know that 10 will drop dead, right? Yo, that 10 is a drop dead. That means you gotta put cut on that motherfucker. If that shit is 10, you gotta put cut on that motherfucker. I'm saying what I'm saying right now. Anyway, check it. On some genealogy shit, when you know your shit, right? And you know your motherfucking work is thorough, your shit is official, right? Man, either motherfucker meeting you on your shit or they not. Either they shit quality in comparison to your quality or it ain't, man. I'm just telling you how it worked for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is fucked up what we dealing with. We dealing with real world colonization and none of these niggas want to speak about it for what it really is. None of them niggas want to address the fact that we are actively being colonized, actively being invaded. Our American people are dealing with real world ethnocide, ecocide, and genocide all at the same motherfucking time. I'm so serious right now. Yo. They done fucking heavily medicated our goddamn elders. If our elders are still around, huh? Yo, I'm a little less than 8 minutes short of a 6-hour situation here. I'm gonna keep on chopping up with y'all. I'm relaxed this evening. So I really just need y'all to understand. Everything that I communicated throughout these years on YouTube, social media, and all of that via the different names, A4 Truth, A4 Pure, Average American Truths, HUFBA, you know what I'm saying? Tomahawk Tony Channel 1, Tomahawk Tony Channel 2. This is Tomahawk Tony right here. This is Tomahawk Tony Channel 2 right here. I set this one up in case they try to censor me on Tomahawk Tony 1. It didn't happen, but you know, this contingency channel, but I'm more active on a contingency channel than I am on a, you know, the original channel. You feel me? It is what it is, though. But like, yo, we gotta be strategic out here, though. You understand? Hey yo, hold on. What you said, King C? We dealing with real world fucking zombies, man. Yo, we dealing with these motherfuckers is NPCs, man. Non-playable fucking characters, my guy. That metaverse shit. What? These some metaverse motherfuckers. What you said? We in a big petri dish? Nah. Yo, know your genetics. Know your genetics. Nah. See, when you know your genetics, guess what? You're not in the fucking petri dish. However, you might be surrounded by motherfuckers that might came out of a goddamn petri dish. Hold on. Tony said he up on business all day. Yo, all day. You know what I'm saying? Man, yo, all right. So, all right. Let me get a rundown about how my days go now. Like, I'm 40 now, right? Go check it. I'm 40 now, right? So, during my 30s, I was studying trust law. I was having a lot of different experiences coming out my 20s and shit like that. You know, I was having fun to an extent. Yo, I met some lovely, incredible women. Like, I'm not even going to get in all of that right now. But I will say this, though, right? Yeah. I learned from everything that I experienced, right? And I encourage life to anybody that I get close to, including strangers. Like me, shit. I used to go to balls and shit like that. Like when I was out in LA, you know what I'm saying? I used to play like Palisades. You know what I'm saying? Like, I come from the fucking projects. What the fuck I look like going to some fucking hood shit? Like, I'm like 3,000 miles away from the projects. What the fuck I look like? Like, however, on some business shit, on some money shit, yeah, I'm doing business in the hood. You know what I'm saying? If it makes sense, I will. However, yo, I could conduct the same business by the beach, though. I'm in LA now. I could conduct the same business by the beach. I did that, yo. Straight up, I did that. My point being this, though. Yo, it's about perception. What do you want for yourself? How do you perceive your reality out here? I know it's different than goddamn 10 years ago, right? 10 years ago, I was 30. It's 10 years later. LA is not what LA today is not what LA was 10 years ago. It's not, yo. I'm just being honest with you. It's not. Just like New York 10 years ago, it's not like New York today. It's not, yo. New York fucking 20 years ago when I was a fucking teenager. It's not the fucking same. You have to adapt your perception with a sober mind. With a sober mind. There's so much pain out here people experience, they cannot be sober. They just can't be. And then on top of that, you factor in how we got people that adapt to insanity around them. That's social engineering. I give this example. Some of y'all might have heard me say this before. I'm going to say it again for y'all, right? Give me 1 second. Picture this real quick, right? You got 10 people standing in the line. Got 10 people standing in the line, right? And you got someone that's number one in the back of the line, right? And they calm as shit. They calm. They cool. You know, they just trying to be easy, you know, trying to be stress-free and all that shit, right? They trying to be stressed out. But meanwhile, the next motherfucker in front of them, number two, they stressed out and they talking shit. Number one's catching all of that. The first motherfucker, they catching all of that shit. Number two saying. Number three is responding to number two. And that's doubling back to goddamn number 1, catching all of that shit. Then it go to number 4. Then it's doubling back to 3 and 2, going back to 1. Then it goes to number 5. Number 5 is bugging. They off whatever they off. Number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Anyway, fast forward. The point being this, yo. You can be goddamn cool as fuck. But if you around fucking insanity, you're going to adapt to the insanity around you. That's social fucking engineering in the most simplest terms that I can tell you about this shit. And tell me if I'm fucking lying. Tell me this shit ain't true. Tell me. Tell me that this is not what we experience out here. Yo, motherfuckers be having road rage and shit. Yo, hey, man. You know how fucked up it is? When you see you on your way to drop off your daughters and sons to fucking grade school, elementary school, right? And you see a big ass billboard. That shit like 100 feet, 200 feet up in the goddamn sky, right? And you coming up a hill, you riding down the hill, and you see that motherfucking big ass billboard, and your daughter, like, you focused on whipping the fucking vehicle, like stopping at the signs, the red light, yellow light, green light, making sure, traffic is good money, making sure nobody try to run down on you. You know what I'm saying? Yo, robbers, stick up kids, you know what I mean? Make sure ain't going to be a shootout, and, law enforcement ain't trying to run down. Like, there's so many factors when you whipping the V and shit like that, right? And you got your babies in the back seat, right? And then out of the fucking nowhere, right? Because there's a billboard 200 feet over your goddamn head. Your daughter and son say in the background, "Mommy, Daddy, what is gonorrhea?" And you're like, yo, what? Like, hold on. Yo, I'm on point out here. Like, yo, hold on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm on my way to work right now. I got business on my mind. I got to go to the bank. I got to do this, I got to wash clothes. I got to prepare food. I go grocery shopping. You know what I mean? I got to make sure y'all like, hey, yo, hold on. Where you learn about gonorrhea from? It's right there on the sign. Look. It's a fucking billboard that says new gonorrhea. Huh? And that's your little 5, 6-year-old that knows how to read. This is social engineering. These are funded organizations that are paying for billboards within our communities, our territories. Yo, why is there no goddamn American Indian nations, organizations saying, fuck no, this shit cannot be present on our land? These are the problems that I have. Because I done seen this shit across the country. I made it a point in my youth to travel the country. I got busy on so many levels. Because I wanted to study so I could bring this work back to my people. Like, hey, yo, hey, man, this shit fucked up over here like this, fucked up over there like that. Hey, yo, come on, man. Hey, this is what we got to do. We got to invest in this to secure ourselves, all of us. Da. That's my logic. Yo, I'm officially 6 hours into this. My first time being 6 hours in on anything, yo. You saying what I'm saying, y'all? Yo, King, see what you said, yo. When I say petri dish, I mean all chemtrails, nanoparticles, and toxins in our food, water, and air. Yeah, Rain, what you said, King C, it's crazy if you point that out. People look at you like you crazy. You mentioned trails, man. Hey, check this shit, yo. Yo, how about this, y'all? See, y'all talking some good shit right now. You talking some good shit right now. But how about this though, right? Country Boy Archaeology. And let me drop the link in the chat again, yo. Let me drop the link in the chat again. Because, like, I ain't about to be on here talking to myself, man. Fuck you mean, man? I ain't about to be doing that. I got shit to do. Like, go to sleep. I got to eat, go to sleep, get ready. I got to study some shit, man. I'm studying right now. I'm still studying, man. I'm 40 years old. I'm still studying. What you mean? I'm still studying. I'm studying some motherfucking shit to change lives and shit like that. You understand? Anyway, yo, check it. That's a link in the chat right there. But yo, hey, to y'all point right there, though, right? Check it. I got something for you. Let me tell you something. What about the rat poison and personal care cosmetic products? Have you considered the personal care cosmetic products that contain chemicals that people are being exposed to 24/7? Because the chemtrails is one thing, but you know what the rat poison do? It opens you up to the fucking chemtrails. Did you know that shit, huh? Did you know that? Huh? Opens you up to all other fucking chemicals. Did you know that shit? I'm just saying what I'm saying. I ain't trying to stun on you saying this shit neither. I'm not trying to stun on you. No, I'm inviting you to identify like what has been done against us. Yo, Ahmed Rain, appreciate your presence. You coming on right now. Here we go. There we go.
Yo,
Ahmed Rain, how you doing?
you been on here all day, man. Busting their
Yo,
heads open.
much appreciation. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Much love. He had pointed out the thing with the chemtrails. The best thing that I could think of that shows that chemtrails really exist is geoengineering. It's a career field that you could choose to work in.
Okay.
I found that on accident when I was looking up biological engineering because I wanted to do that when I was in high school.
Biological engineering in high school, goddamn. See, I haven't been in high school since the fucking 90s and shit. I graduated in goddamn 2001. Ain't this a bitch? You mean to tell me? Yo, hold on, man. Yo, hold on. Let me get this straight real quick. And pardon me, I'm kind of making a joke at the same time, but I'm dumb dead ass serious at the same time, too. You mean to tell me y'all got bioengineering in high school?
No. I wanted to do that as a career field. I had biology in high school. I didn't have bioengineering.
But meanwhile, no, this is a whole reality. That's a whole real sector of activity. Biotechnology, like I've been studying biotechnology for many years, yo. And so you're definitely on point. In high school, I wasn't aware of biotechnology at the time. However, in my 20s, I became aware though. So yes, definitely. That is a major fucking field, yo. Yes. And I would encourage our youth, especially with the goddamn AI shit going on right now.
Oh, it's amazing that we got AI for that. Cause like they can have it to where the AI can code it. Like if you put in a certain DNA sequence, cause for every so-called human or whatever you wanna go as us, you know, our first 7 base pairs are the same, genetically speaking. That's what they teach anyways in class.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Across the board. And if you got anything
teach you that you come from monkeys and shit, right?
Man, it's real strange to me that it's like y'all niggas come from monkeys, and then it's like they went from niggas just come from monkeys to everybody come from monkeys. Because at first it was just supposed to be black people or brown people. You feel me? Anybody with melanin came from monkeys. Then it went to everybody. It made me wonder because, like, you know, gene splicing has always been a thing, and certain people will talk about like certain individuals being grafted. I'm not gonna go too deep into that, but certain people being grafted.
I'm taking it that you came late into this presentation tonight, right?
Oh man, I came super late.
Okay. So yeah, because I know this is like 6 hours in, and I'm tired as fuck, honestly. But to your point though, this is what I would refer you to, right? Do you have a Bible close to you right now?
No.
Okay. I ain't mad at you.
I got rid of that shit a while ago.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Man, hey, man. I was 15 years old and I try to smoke all the pages in the fucking Bible. I put weed in them bitches, yo. Like dead ass, man. I smoke Genesis, fucking Luke, fucking John, and I went from Revelations to Genesis. I try to smoke all the pages in the Bible. I'm just like, I mean, I'm serious. Like,
Oh no, he was wilding.
yo, hey, man. I'm not gonna say too much. They gonna use it against me, man. Like this some real shit. But I'm telling you this shit on some joke shit. But like, I really did it though. Like me and one of my peoples, man. Like, and I'll forget my peoples, man. Like, yo, we literally try to smoke the whole fucking Bible, yo. Like, we had some fire at to weed that was like fucking strawberries and pina coladas, yo.
You're not the only person, man. I know plenty of people that did that, and I thought that was crazy.
Smoke the Bible though, yo.
Yeah, man. People do crazy ass shit. Smoking the Bible ain't on the top of the list.
You know what's fucked up? No. On some spiritual shit, I felt like I was connected to other people that did it too.
Oh hell nah.
And so I was saying, I did. This was the '90s, yo. So like, yo, I was like, did that? Yo. I felt like I was connected. Like, yo, hey, man, I'm putting the air for everybody that's on this type shit. You feel me? Like, I was wild as fuck in my youth, yo. I just got expelled from my third fucking high school when I did this shit, yo. You feel me?
You was cutting up.
Man, fuck cutting up. Yo, hey, man. Yo, hey, you know what's fucked up back in the day, back in the 90s, yo? Man.
He said Bible papers in every hotel.
Hey, let me tell you something. Oh, hell yeah, man. In the hotel, motels, Holiday Inn situations, Motel 6s and all whatever the fuck they want to call them joints, all the hood joints, man. They had a Bible in the motherfucking drawer. That shit was papers. You know what I'm saying? That shit was papers. Blazing Warship. Hey, yo, Brandon Rogers, stop playing, man. What you mean? Blazing Warship. You fucking right, man. Yo, it was hammer time in the fucking in the tellies, man. It was hammer time with that product, yo. You getting that product off, you know what I'm saying? And pin on where you was at with it. You know what I mean? Like, you supplying the fucking foreigners with that shit, man. Like, yeah. Anyway, like, come on. Nah. I ain't trying to talk about all of this right now, yo. Nah, I ain't speaking dirty shit right now. Nah.
Bro, speaking of shit like that, I feel like that's a part of the whole ploy to keep us down as a people, is how you do some stupid ass shit in your youth. So when you get older, people could be like, well, he did this shit when he was like 18, 19, early 20s. We gonna bring this up every time he try to do something that's good.
I mean, yo, you understand, right? You understand something, right? See, the situation is, once again, social engineering. See, you know, if you come from communities or environments where resources have been reduced, right? Like, for example, right? Are you familiar with the Privacy Act of 1974?
What does that entail?
No, I'm asking, are you familiar with it? Have you ever heard of it?
I heard of it, but I can't remember exactly what's in it.
Okay, so anyway, what this pertains to is in regards to your personal credit, right? Okay. You as a consumer in law, when you define it in regards to credit, 15 USC 1691 81 and all that type shit. When you define consumer, it says natural person, right? So anyway, the Privacy Act of 1974, it says that you have a right to fucking privacy. That means motherfuckers is not supposed to be reporting anything negative against your credit report as a natural person. You understand what I'm saying? So now, I'm an 80s baby, right? I'm an 80s baby. And yo, I'm born to a mother, a mommy, and a daddy that don't know shit about none of that, right? But know what they know about? What my mommy and daddy know about?
What's that?
Street life.
Of course. That's a lot of us, man. That's a lot of us. Exactly. I deal with my own issues with my parents, man, and what they was doing, luckily I really hats off to my mom. She got 7 degrees. She got 7 degrees now. But it's like, from where I came from to where, watching my people dig themselves out of a hole intellectually for the most part. I appreciate like just watching the growth. Even you being in the trap and you making it out of the trap, man, that's really inspirational to the next person. Like, I'm not gonna say I really know you, but I think the work that you're doing right now is inspirational as far as informing the next generation. Oh, this is what you need to check out as far as getting your paperwork correct.
You ain't gotta do all of that. You ain't got yo, check it. Yo, like King C said right here, you're not the first to smoke on a Bible pack. Hey, yo, I ain't the first to smoke fucking Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel and God and the Lord God and Joseph and Mary and Jesus and Satan and Job. And I ain't the first to smoke them up, but guess what? I smoked them motherfuckers. And you think I give a fuck? Shit, how about this? How about this? You know what's iller than all of that shit? Iller than me smoking some pages out of an imaginary fucking book that's foreign to my people. You know what's iller than that shit? The fact that I've learned within my lifetime how foreigners done came here and they are taking the tissue, the organs of my people, including aborted fetuses, after they created a chemical, a rat poison that will create aborted fetuses so that they can create an entire industry called stem cells under the guise of goddamn what they call it, stem cell research and biotechnology, etc. And oh, we're healing cancer. Meanwhile, hold on, how the fuck is you healing cancer when you're literally destroying people?
I mean, that's the thing, man. You gotta know, like, our whole curriculum is half-ass. Like, they took the spirit out of it, the soul, for a matter of fact, our connection to source, and now we stuck on a 3D level. Our people were never
A 3D
three-dimensional
level.
beings.
Hold on. You 3D? Are you 3D?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by that.
No. You said people being stuck on 3D. So I'm asking you. You just said people stuck on 3D, right?
What I'm talking about is your connection to source, right? Because you have a soul. You connected to
Hold
a
on,
higher power.
no. I'm trying to show you something. I'm trying to show you something real quick. I'm asking you a question because I'm trying to show you something. Bear with me. I'm trying to show you something, right?
I have to say no to that question.
But did you just say people are stuck on a 3D level? Did you just say that though?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, very good. Let me ask you something, right? What does 3D mean to you? How are people stuck on a 3D level based upon your awareness? Like, define being stuck on 3D. Just tell me what that means to you, please.
Okay. Based off my awareness and how this this realm of existence works, right? You got depth, width, and height. And so you got the vibration of these particles, which then come together to make atoms. So you got baryons that make atoms. And
Okay.
all that has to do with the 3D, the physical. So a lot of us have a whole lot of physical attachment. So
Okay.
and I would have to say due to greed is one of the biggest reasons why we had a lot of fighting between
But greed,
ourselves.
the greed, but greed is associated to a decision that's associated to a dimension of brain capacity, or that's more of a mental dimension versus an elemental dimension, correct?
It is, but you're focused on the 3D, right? Because you're worried about
Well,
what's
I'm
here.
asking you about 3D. I'm asking you about 3D.
So that would not exist. Your thoughts don't exist on 3D. Like, you can't consciously trap a human thought. It's a longitudinal wave. So it's a light wave that's not horizontal, but it does actually imprint on horizontal waves
Man, you
or
making me
latitudinal
smile
waves.
right now, man. Hey, man, I like you. Keep going, because I got something for you. Keep going.
Yeah, I had did a build with Sister Soul on this, but I feel like I kind of half-assed it as far as going into depth because I gotta work every day. But like,
What do you know?
I will say this:
Uh-huh.
when like you were talking about a lot of the rat poisons and all this other stuff that we put in our hair, our foods, all this, it affects you on a spiritual level, even though it might be little by little, because it's hard to break down a God. You know what I'm saying? You got to use a God to break down itself. So due to you being tricked into thinking you're less, to break down yourself, you're going to break down yourself. Cause it might be only a insult, you know, and words can only hurt you so much. In
Okay.
turn, that little insult makes you think of yourself less. So you're eating up your self-esteem. And that's the same with a lot of these chemicals as far as us as spiritual beings. That's being taken in on a higher level
Mm-hmm.
and it's affecting you and you're carrying that on even though it might be small energy
Mm-hmm.
it's still weighing you down here and you're going to be
Okay.
stuck.
You're straying off away from the question. All right. Now, what is 3D to you? All right. So you mentioned height, width, and depth, correct? That's 3D, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, continuing. If you have height, width, and depth, and we're talking about natural growth as in quantum physical or quantum physics equation, right? Where we're talking about expansion of both, or within conjunction, triple height, width, and depth. Height increases, width increases, depth increases, right? At the same time, simultaneously, what experiences are each of those dimensions having? So, if let's just say we associate one dimension to each of those, the experience, one experience being associated to the expansion, the growth of height, width, and depth, right? That means that now they become six. There's no longer just three dimensions, now become six dimensions by default. True or false? Does that make sense?
Due to the experiences on each one.
Yes, there's an experience in regards to the advancement of height, width, and depth.
I mean, the
Correct.
way it's made though is okay.
Made
So
by
I'm
who?
gonna ask you a question though. So for you to get to 3D, you have to have a higher realm that then collapses down or compacts down, like less is taken down. So,
Okay.
dude, like, don't quote me on this on the exact amount of realms that exist, but
Okay.
from my understanding, it's possibly 24, right?
24. 24 what?
Realms higher and lower.
24 realms, higher and lower. Like, why would there be such a thing? Only. Why would there only be like what's the significance of 24?
I gotta look more into that, but that's based off my findings, because it's supposed to be 9 above, 12 below, but as above, so below. So
Well, okay, so it's as above, so below. Why is there 9 above and 12 below? Like, that's not as above, so below, is it? Shouldn't it be
there's three
mirrored
more
where
that's
you
not
have matter
mentioned.
and antimatter?
You said what now?
If you have as above, so below, therefore you have matter and antimatter, right? Why is there 9 above and there's 12 below? Like,
It's
how
a
does what's the
it's a
logic?
repeat. The 9 that's mentioned are just for you to really get the concept. 9 above, 12 below. So it would still be three
Hold
more.
on, hold on. We're talking about ancient. We're talking about ancient mathematics, aren't we?
Yeah, I
Didn't they
mean,
write this shit and teach this shit like fucking 100 billion thousand years ago or some shit like that, didn't they? And like what's the status of quote unquote humanity today? I mean, like what's going on for real? In regards to 3D versus 6D.
I mean, you got a pretty valid point. I will have to say this as far as all that's like concerned. Does it exist? I mean, you can look at magnetic fields, and it proves that all of your energy does get transmitted to a higher realm because it's all going through the center of the magnetic field. So it's going back to the source in a longitudinal wave. So that's provable. You can look at that.
It's provable. You can look at it. Where can I look at it at? Can you put a link in the chat for me?
A link to look at it personally.
Yeah, you said I can look at it.
If you so you can get ferrofluid. I can give you an experiment you can do at home. So,
okay, how about this? I can do you one better. Right? So where I'm at right now, I'm surrounded by frogs, like baby frogs. The motherfuckers is like smaller than the size of a dime. 10 cent. It's smaller than a 10-cent piece. That's composed of substandard, not even goddamn. It's no longer, it's like dimes are no longer silver anymore. It's like, I don't even know. It's like a subspecies of fucking 10 now, Like it's not even 10 cent, not even worth 10 cent anymore, right? Like it's worth less. 10 cent is worth less than a penny. But anyway, I'm talking about a natural frog, a baby frog that's the size of a dime, all right? That motherfucker breathes air, right? This little baby frog, I watch these little baby frogs, they crawl, they jump, they hop. They have natural intelligence where they're attracted to the door, right? Because
he
that
said
door
369.
inside of the door, like on the other side of the door, the AC's on and it's hot as shit on the outside of the door. And so these little baby frogs, know what they do? They will go to the goddamn door so they can receive the coolness from that natural door or from the other side of the door, right? Anyway, my point being this, right? This is my point. My point here. The dimensions of temperature, the dimensions of size, where I've watched these little frogs, right? Including like bigger frogs, like triple the size of the baby frog, even 5 times to 10 times the size of the baby frog. I don't watch these motherfuckers jump off a goddamn wall like 10 feet high, a brick wall. They will climb up a whole brick wall and they will jump off that motherfucker, right? Hit the ground. I hear them hit the ground. I look at them like, are you serious? I'm like, did you just jump off the fucking wall? And then others, I don't watch them jump to the wall too. I'm like, are you serious? And you didn't hurt yourself? I'm like, yeah, you little special motherfucker, you. And I'm like, hey, more power to you, Froggy. Do you, Froggy? So in regards to dimensions, right? All right, so. Oh my goodness, my bad, yo. Like I've had a long day today, and you got me on some metaphysical, scientific.
Oh yeah, my fault, man.
No, it ain't your fault, my guy. It ain't your fault, man. No, I enjoy this shit. No, there was not a splat. Or country boy archaeology. These frogs did not splat. No, these frogs, man. I watch these frogs down here in Georgia. They be posted up on a goddamn air-conditioned goddamn door with next to lizards and shit, Like baby lizards be posted up next to them. They be chilling together. I'm like, goddamn.
I swear I thought you was from New York, man. You got that New York accent going on.
I am from New York.
He said, I went to Florida. Fuck the bullshit.
No, I'm in Georgia.
Or not, my fault. Yeah. You said lizards and I thought of Florida.
No. I'm in Georgia. Like, hey, I don't do cities no more. I grew up, you know what's fucked up? So in my youth, right? This is another part about dimensions. This is another part about growth, right? Let me tell you. So check it. Let me tell you something. So in my youth, I was like 12 years old, middle school. I'm like, I ain't never leaving the hood. I ain't never leaving the projects. Yo, I'm always gonna be in the hood. Da, 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 da. Like, that was my shit. That was my shit. I ain't never leaving the fucking hood. Guess what? Fast forward, it's like a whole goddamn 28 years later. Man, I'm like, nah, I'm in Georgia. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm in Georgia. Yo, I ain't got to deal with all that city shit. The city different than what it was fucking 28 years ago. You understand?
Man, you can't be lacking while it's cracking. You stay in any type of city, town, whatever you want to call it. People in too close of proximity, anything could go down, especially if
But
you don't
back to
know
your
them.
point though. But let's run back the definition that you described a moment ago, right?
Oh
In
yeah,
regards to 3D. Height, width, and depth. What's the depth of your experience? What is the width and the heights of your experience? Huh?
okay.
Can experience become a scientific factor? Can it?
Definitely depends on your understanding of science. If you go off the you feel me, the European understanding, you're gonna be put in a box. But if you go off the true understanding of science, you'll
Okay.
understand.
So hold on. Let me add something to that though, right? When you have European sciences, right? Please pardon me. I don't have all of my notes in front of me right now to provide a reference point for this, but there's something called Mouse Utopia.
I know what you talk about, where they put the mouse inside the thing and they had them fight each other. Well, not intentionally, but they gave them food and they started to go into groups and fight each other and made gangs and started like not raising their young, all types of unnecessary shit.
You're familiar with that shit, yo?
Oh yeah, my one of my white friends showed me that like a while ago before I ever,
Hey,
really
that's a
woke
good
up with
fucking
that.
friend. Hey, yo, hey. That pale skin friend of yours, he shows you that shit because he appreciates you. Let me just tell you, like, that's some scientific shit right there. He showed you that shit because he wants you to know how our people are perceived, yo. Where did he live? Oh, okay. Back to 3D. Height, width, and depth, right? Compare this friend of yours, right? Compare his 3D to your 3D, right? Was his 3D better than your 3D?
Damn, nah,
It wasn't?
it couldn't have been because like even though my overall life experiences may have been worse, like he didn't have any understanding of the soul. You know, he thought that we were only the body.
No. See. You're making it personal. His 3D in comparison to your 3D, his perception of his reality three-dimensionally versus your perception of your reality three-dimensionally. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
This is nothing like remember, this is science that we're talking about. This is like we have that this conversation has nothing to do with attachments or feelings or anything. Like we're dealing with the 3 dimensions only: height, width, and depth. That's it.
I
Country
mean,
boy archaeology. Country boy archaeology. Look at his comment. He just said totally different. We hear different. We see different. Yo,
real
he's
rap.
of European descent. Their 3D is different than our 3D. He just said yes, that our dimensions, our perception, three-dimensionally is different. He just said that with those very few words right there. And if you have the eyes to see and the ears to listen, then you can adapt. See, we have so much propaganda against us. Whereas, we've been told to trust this source and that source. We've been told to trust everything other than ourselves. That's a compromise of our senses. I've been trying to explain this shit for years now, and like in recent weeks. All right. So what would you say? What'd you say? I'm listening.
Oh no, I was just like, damn, that's something else. I mean, that's like it's a different way of really looking at it, because like how you was talking about the difference between us here and the foreigners, like everybody else will tell you, oh, you just black, you in a group with them. But if you really look at your experience compared to them, some of them is white on paperwork, like Michael Blackson, the comedian Michael Blackston. He had a card on one of his social medias, and it showed his nationality listed as white.
That's right.
Because most people don't know we got black codes in every state, and if you listed as black, you don't have any rights.
No. Let me run it down for you real quick, yo. And see, I'm about
So
to
are the
say some.
black codes just for children? Is that like, am I
No,
messing
no,
that up?
no, 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 no. See, there's fundamental international law that has been withheld from our American people. Okay, we're talking about international law. Okay, the one of the most instrumental elements of international law. You know what it is?
What's that?
Canon law, ecclesiastical law.
I've never heard of those two before in my life.
Take these notes. Take note of that. So, canon law and ecclesiastical law, you can put that in the category of biblical law. That shit is biblical. That shit ties into the Roman Vatican Church, if you will. All right. Pardon me. I'm 6 hours and 36 minutes in. God damn it. Didn't expect it, but fuck it. I'm doing it. I'm here.
He said, I'm up all day.
Man, shit. I gotta rest though. Shit. It's 1:36 a.m. my time. Shit. I got shit to do. I got a lot of shit to do.
Yeah,
Man.
same time zone.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good, yo. So I'm gonna
How
rest some
Georgia
shit.
been treating you, man?
Huh?
How Georgia been treating you, man?
Oh man, Georgia fucking man, this shit is what this shit better than a 5-star hotel, B. I'm telling you, man. Like shit. Man, you can get fresh goddamn squirrel, fresh goddamn venison. Shit. Like, man, yo, people mind their business, man. You got choppers down this bitch. Like, I mean, you can just post up and get ready for a zombie apocalypse. And like when that shit pop, man, yo, just get ready for a bang out session. Fuck it. Like, you know what I mean? Eat good and get ready for war. Shit, why not? My bad. I ain't trying to talk shit on social media.
Nah, that's for real
I
though.
ain't trying to talk shit.
You is like when
I'm just saying.
I used to stay down there at one point in time. You is like out of the way. Everything not super close together and clustered.
I mean, like, no. See, it's different. It's different for me though, right? Because I'm from like, like my blood. I got bloodline that come down here to Georgia and shit like that. And I got a lot of work I gotta do down here. But at the same time, like I'm in the middle of a fucking invasion though, right? Like I'm still in warfare. Like I'm in warfare mode. You understand? And you know, I'm trying to tighten my peoples up across the country, man. That's my logic. You know what I'm saying? That's my investment. I'm trying to make sure everybody good everywhere. You know what I mean? I'm investing in our American nations, man. And securing relations with quality foreigners, man. I mean, because we do have colonists that had a fucked up experience and all of that. I mean, like, there's an element to this diplomacy with real American Indians. We do have a degree of diplomacy with us. You know what I'm saying? But we can fuck with certain breeds of foreigners, man. It's real. It ain't easy, man. I'm just gonna say that it's not fucking easy, man. Especially when you come from colonized environments that have been devastated by foreign activity and all of that, man. It's real fucking crazy. And so, like how we're discussing this 3D shit, huh?
I was gonna say, quick
What's up?
question with the foreigners, because I asked sister, well, not sister, son, was original Copper Empress. I don't know if you know who that is. Probably do, but yeah, I asked her about like, so are all of them the same? Because she was saying that some of the people were grafted, and I wouldn't doubt that they grafted, but
You said
I'm like
grafted.
grafted, yes,
You said some
grafted,
people's
gene
grafted.
splice, like gene splice,
Oh,
my boy.
okay. No, I'm
Like
with you.
they,
I'm with you. No, I just want to make sure I heard the
yeah,
term correctly. All right.
yeah. So I'm wondering, right? Because the white people don't even treat all the white people the same. Like even in Africa, they got wars within themselves. I know the people over here, from my understanding, we, in the Americas, in the Central Americas, it's no stories of us being created as far as in a garden or anything. I see that in ancient Samaria. I see that in other places. Our stories talk about great spirits. Like even when you said the Waka Takan thing the other day, that threw me way
Wanda,
off.
Tonka,
Yeah, Walker Tonka.
Wonka Tonka, yeah.
I forget what
Wonka Tonka. Also that ties into Monitor as well. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yo. See, it's a priority here. All right. The foreigners have invested in everything to destroy our memory of what is ours. Okay. The dimensions of our natural beings. Like once again, I'm gonna recall what you said a moment ago, how we got on the subject matter of 3D, right? Height, width, and depth. Okay. Now let's factor in a fourth dimension of spirit. Let's say the spirit of intelligence. And let's say that spirit has a tree of creativity. And that creativity is associated to emotion. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, as a result of these connections from the spirit that is aware, that has intelligence of height, width, and depth, right? And then it has these extensions of no, yo, Chris, no, not Waka Flocka, no, Wonka Tonka, Wonka Tonka,
I mean, he did
it's
make a
not Waka.
song, "Walk It Like I Talk It," walk it like I talk it.
Nah, and Waka Flocka, he said some crazy shit in regards to his own bloodline. Like, I'm pure blood. You understand? My blood is pure American. Waka Flocka, he said he not though. It is what it is. I ain't trying to take nothing from the dude. It is what it is. I don't see him putting in work for the people coming from his nation's territory that he claimed to be of. You see what I'm saying? I'm different. I claim this entire American continent for our American people, even though I'm not from every individual American nation. I claim this for all of us. Because our youth need to know this is all of ours. This is theirs. Waka Flocka and the rest of these rap motherfuckers, these CIA operatives niggas, as far as I'm concerned, they didn't do what the fuck need to be done with their voice alone, nor their spirit alone. They gave their spirit away.
They ain't even walking the shit that they was talking about. Everybody talk about the hood is so bad, but nobody go back and fix it or build outlets for it. And I find that's crazy that like
You know why it's crazy? You wanna know why it's crazy? Let me tell you something.
I hear the elders talk about it all the time. Like anybody that's older, they're like, oh, they went to the league and they ain't come back to help the community.
Hey, yo, check it. They under contracts where they're giving direct orders on how they're going to engage every fucking level of communication, every level of investment. They're giving very specific fucking lawyers and agents, etc., that's going to represent on their behalf. And this is why you see somebody like a Britney Spears cutting their fucking whole goddamn head off. They cut their whole fucking bitch done cut her whole fucking hair off and shit. And motherfuckers looking like that bitch went crazy. Like, no, shit. She got insurance on her fucking hair. She showed you that via the fucking contract, her hair is insured, and she like, fuck that. Yo, I'm about to cut off all my fucking hair so I can get $1 million, and I'm gonna be sent to rehab as a result of this shit. $1 million fucking rehab resort. And you ain't never seen a bitch again. Britney Spears go bye-bye.
They did a clone Tyrone on her. Nah, let me go play. Fucking Martin Lawrence.
Nah.
Come back fat. Gucci Mane. Come back skinny.
You know what's more fucked up than a they clone Tyrone situation? You know what's more fucked up than that?
What's that?
So I don't know if you saw this shit a couple years ago. You can look this shit up online, right?
You about to say some crazy shit.
Oh, I'm about to fuck, yo. I'm about to fuck, because we talking about 3D, right? We talking about 3D, right? I'm about to fuck your head up. Here we go. Let's get into it. Do you remember approximately was it 10 years ago? It's within the past 10 years, how they had goddamn a Tupac hologram.
Oh shit, bro.
And then after the Tupac hologram, they ran a Michael Jackson hologram after Michael Jackson supposedly died.
I remember that shit.
You remember the holograms?
They look real than a motherfucker too.
Oh, yo, Chris, why you talking shit in the chat? Oops, we did it again. Get the fuck out of here, man. I can't believe, I feel stupid because I even know the goddamn Britney Spears song. You fucking right though. That's 3D. That's super 3D. Like how many? That's beyond 3D right there though. That's beyond 3D. And I'm not even talking about the commercial aspect of the situation either. I'm talking about just purely the entity. The artist is merely a fucking entity. The character is owned in 3D. But there's more than those only 3 dimensions, though. Height, width, and depth. There's so much more to it than just those 3.
I feel like that shit is a different level of evil because that's an impersonation of energy. Like it's a big ripoff. It's like if I made a copy of you, you know what I'm saying? It just was like, oh yeah, I got this tomahawk walking around.
Okay. So, question. Have you read the Book of Job before?
At one point in time, I did, but man, that's a long. The Bible is a long book, man.
Okay. No, I just asked about the Book of Job. I didn't say the whole Bible. I just asked about the Book of Job. It is what it is, right? So let me just. You said you read it. Fine, cool. Check it. What I remember, because I read this shit when I was incarcerated some years ago, doing 23-1, right? I read that motherfucker, and I was like, yo, you fucking shitting me? I'm like, yo, this motherfucker here, like, I'm doing calisthenics, and I'm doing drawing, and, I'm making preparation when I get released. I had a whole plan to fucking take over the world. And I was like, And I read the book of Job during this time and all that monkey shit, right? I read that monkey shit. Anyway, check it. Book of Job says this, right? So, quote unquote, God had a meeting with his angels. How many dimensions is that? Huh? How many dimensions is that? Quote unquote, God has a meeting. He scheduled a meeting with his angels. Like, this motherfucker, whole fucking trustee, board of director member out this motherfucker. This motherfucker, like, hey, I'm the motherfucking chief executive officer. I'm the goddamn president of this motherfucker. Yo, hey, we having a meeting today. And all the goddamn angels came, including Satan. Satan, apparently, how the story goes, Satan came last. Lucifer came last. And mind you, this is after all this shit that Lucifer, Satan has done. Like, this motherfucker done went to war against God. Motherfucker done destroyed everything, done fucked everything up, and this, that, and other. But this God done held a meeting with his goddamn angels, and Lucifer is in attendance. And it's supposed to be God's enemy and shit. Okay, continuing. Once again, we're talking about 3D shit, right? Like, is it only 3D? Continuing. So, of all the angels, as the story goes, the book of Job goes, right? Quote unquote, God says to Satan, what do you think of my servant Job? This God
I know what you're talking about now.
identifies Job as a fucking slave. He says to Satan, the devil, like, this is the fucking devil. Lucifer, this is the epitome of everything evil and corrupt and wicked and everything unrighteous, and God's supposed to be the complete fucking opposite. And this motherfucker here then said to his angel, Lucifer, the devil, what do you think of my servant Job? My slave Job? And then Satan, the devil, Lucifer, Shaitan, as the Muslims supposedly call this motherfucker, a jinn with the army of angels and etc. They're made of smoke and fire and all types of whatever the fuck they believe in. 3D shit. Oh, mind you, all of this shit's supposed to be 3D, right? Continue it. You mean to tell me this motherfucker responds saying some shit like, hey, I bet if you take your hand off of him, I can make him turn his back towards you. I can make him turn against you. Just let me fuck with him. And God says, okay, just don't kill him. That's in these motherfuckers' Bible. On some 3D shit, right? Ain't that 3D?
I mean, you
Or
got
how many dimensions is that really? Huh?
you got to think though. The God that's mentioned there is only a physical manifestation, because the true creator of all things cannot be opposed. You
Whoa,
would
whoa,
be
whoa, whoa, whoa,
within
whoa.
such a
No,
thing.
no, 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 no. We're not going to add or subtract anything from this equation here. We're talking about a foreign book.
No, no, no. I'm referring to what our people were talking about. You know, like we was talking about what is it? The Great Spirit. I'm just gonna call it the Great Spirit because I'm gonna
This
mess up that name.
didn't say nothing about a great spirit though. This said
No,
God.
no, I'm talking about our people referring. I'm making parallels, right? The Great
Okay.
Spirit, you know, the life of the Great Spirit is within everything. Now, if you go to the Bible, it talks about they called a meeting, right? Which doesn't make any fucking sense right there. All the angels was there. Lucifer was there. Don't make any fucking sense too. So why is
It
it?
doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it make sense though?
This is why it don't make sense, right? If you're supposed to be God, you're the supreme ruler, right?
Supreme
How?
creator.
Yeah, supreme
You
creator
created all of this,
ruler.
right?
Yeah. Why is it that something that you made can go against you, and you know you're the alpha and omega supposedly? Like look at this. That'd be like, and you, I'm not gonna sit here and act like you're God, but like that'd be like the equivalent to you have a skin cell, right? And your skin cell just decides to get up, and it's like, I'm gonna smoke Tony, and your one skin cell tries to pack you up. It don't work like that.
God damn, that'd be fucked up, right?
Your one is like having one skin cell. I'm talking about just one body part, one cell. Not that
Like
the cell.
so you got left and the right hand, right? And like you're the fucking head. Like you got a whole brain with shoulders, you got a head, shoulder, heart, knees, toes, etc. And then you got this one arm with one hand on that left arm, for example, and that motherfucker decided to start smacking all the shit out you, and you got control of that motherfucker, right? That you telling me?
That's pretty much like what I'm getting from that story. Either
So
that's the,
self-destruction, in other words, right?
yeah, it's like it don't really make sense as far as if you the creator of good or whatever you want to, as far as this European book is describing it.
Oh.
You're supposed to be just and love and kind, but you
Fuck
having
no.
meetings. No, but check it out. Like you was talking about in the book of Job.
It never
Let's
do the entire Bible though. There's no fucking love in that shit.
all right, yeah, let me elaborate. So why is
Elaborate.
you hate this nigga so much? Why is it that you having a meeting with a nigga that's your opposition? You having a meeting with him. You know what I'm
Man.
saying? You're supposed to be just loving kind. And then you like, yeah, torture this man, but don't kill him. I know exactly what you're talking about. They gave that nigga warts on every
Hey
inch of his body.
yo, you feel me?
He
So
started
you know the book of Job. You
screaming.
know the book of
Yeah,
Job, right? Because that
I couldn't
motherfucker
think of
said,
what it was
just
called.
don't kill him. Yo, do what you want, just don't kill him.
Violated that man for no reason. Smoked
Hey,
his
yo,
wife,
violated
smoked his
everything.
kids,
Yo, killed his fucking,
the
his
horse.
fucking, his babies died. His wife cheated on him. That nigga got fucking, he caught STDs and some kind of wild ass fucking like diseases and shit. And that motherfucker didn't turn his back on God. And then Satan, like, yo, you know what? You right. Like, yo, that motherfucker loyal. And then it concludes saying that God restored him. Hey, yo, how the fuck you gonna restore a motherfucker after? Like, did you wipe his fucking memory?
Bro, on everything. I was wondering that. How the fuck you go from
How
yeah.
you gonna restore a motherfucker, yo? Like, how you? And like, this is in the Bible, yo. Like, this is in some shit that people was told to fucking believe. And you, and so mind you. See that. Once again,
Was being restored though?
But hold on. We're talking about 3 dimensions, right? So Job, this character, all those dimensions associated to the character, right? But meanwhile, here it is. You got a whole fucking circus clown monkey performing motherfucker at a goddamn church called a preacher, pastor, reverend, minister motherfucker, right? That's telling your elders and you to tithe, pay a tax, to come to the fucking church every fucking Sunday, right? You don't get no lines. You don't get no primary credit lines, no primary fucking trade lines from fucking paying no goddamn tithe to the church. You don't get none of that shit on some 3D shit either. You don't get none of that. However, this motherfucker about to tell you this fucked up story that don't make no fucking sense.
Hey, but Pete, this one big thing you don't really mention. I see King C said something about celebrities being cyborgs and puppets. Nah, they're not all cyborgs. Some of them is real people. They really mainly puppets though. But no, on real rap with that. The whole discovery doctrine was the religion, and the religion is a gateway to oppress all the people that were colonized, all of the people from the northern part of America to the southern part of America. It was called the discovery doctrine, and they promoted this religion.
Doctrine of discovery.
Yeah, doctrine of discovery. I said it backward. But they promoted this to detach you from the true creator, to have you follow a fake creator that allegedly sits on the throne.
No. See. For our American people, we was not told
about doctrine of discovery. Like, did you learn about doctrine of discovery in world history class in your in elementary school or middle school or high school?
Hell no. My teacher got
Oh,
mad when we
oh,
started talking about anything that was outside. She was like, save all the questions to the end, please. Don't.
okay.
And then you ask a question, it's not part of the you couldn't even ask questions like that.
Okay, so therefore, if you're not getting it in, let's say the 2000s, the 90s, the 80s, even, yo,
Man, I was in high school and I ain't graduating until 2018. So
okay, so
you
with
ain't
that
get it
being,
up until the end. Not even
and they're
in,
still not getting it now, correct?
even on the college level.
Hell no, they're not.
Cause I'm not gonna cap. I dropped out of college. I was 2 credits away from getting my associates. Like, I'm not about to stay here and keep doing this shit. It's a waste of my fucking time.
Especially when you can just simply get a fucking certification in whatever field, or you can just simply fucking, you know.
I was just gonna get general studies. I couldn't do nothing but be a substitute teacher with that. Like, that's not even.
Nah. See.
And they don't teach you none of this stuff. And I came looking at your channel. Document. Primary source. Other people that's, feel me, from the tribes here in the Americas. Documents. Primary source. But then everybody like, no, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. But you got no primary sources to back up that history book.
Yo, hey, Macmillan got the contract though. McGraw-Hill got the contract though.
It's fucking crazy because I remember I was asking my history teacher. I'll never forget this shit. I was like, so what do they have that they write the history books? Like, what do they base the history books off of? She's like, oh, it's a historian's opinion on what they think happened. I'm like, nigga, opinion? An opinion? You got all these artifacts, all these ruins sitting around, and he's coming up with opinions.
Yeah. Disrespecting my heritage, right?
I mean, it's so crazy because if you just
they
don't even talk. Yeah, they don't even talk about American history until you get to what is it? I believe it's like somewhere in the mid 1800s. They don't even touch on that. You don't take no test, no nothing. You got this whole fat history book, and they don't talk nothing about. It's 2 things they don't talk about in history. That's Christianity and American culture, like the American Indian culture, and I figured out, as I got older, okay, this is why they don't talk about American Indian culture. This is why they don't talk about American history. Because there's so many out of place artifacts to their timeline where they couldn't just be like, we created all this shit.
Yeah, yo, I just had to change devices real quick, yo. I'm getting off the computer. Yeah, now it's all good. Keep rocking, though.
Yeah, I just find that to be nuts.
Yo, these are eugenicists. Like, I really need people. Like, everything that I share on my channel, I really need people to take the time to look up everything that I've shared. You know what I'm saying? When I say eugenicists, these motherfuckers, these eugenicists have gotten so comfortable with what they invested in regards to destroying the mind, the spirit and body of our people, yo. Like, they got so fucking comfortable that they done imported Africans, right? Who are weaker than us, okay? Africans are weaker than our American people, right? They done imported these motherfuckers and presented these African motherfuckers to our American people, to talk shit and disrespect us, along with all other breeds of foreigners that are weaker than us. Like, we are Americans.
Man, peep this. Peep this. We got all these different people from different regions, right, coming here.
Of their world.
Particularly Africans, right? And I think
Mhm.
it's funny that we're constantly promoted that we come from Africa, because I think I still got the video up on my YouTube, but it's no point in going to watch that whole video, because before I was talking about, how you fix the problems in the black community. And then I realized we not all the fucking same. Cause I'm talking to one of the people I went to school with and shit. And I'm like, he was like, whoop de woo, we all from Africa. I'm like, no, I'm not from Africa. He's like, how you know you're not from Africa? I'm like, well, I gave
Like,
you the spiel
bitch, I don't
about.
look like you and I damn sure act like you, motherfucker. Fuck you, me.
No, he was a righteous, upstanding person. But like, as far as like family heritage, I told him, my mom, she was talking about how she went to the army and
Uh-huh.
they corrected her paperwork. The Abraham Well. That's the book that mentions my ancestor that was here in the Trail of Tears, Mary Kell.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yo. Via social media, I know you feel comfortable, but yo, this is warfare. Don't get comfortable detailing names of your people, yo. Identity theft is real as a bitch.
word, I keep that in mind. But
Iron sharpens iron. Still sharpens steel, you feel me?
yeah, I had pointed that out to him though, and he was like, "Well, you know, that's different." I've had people tell me all the time, oh, you need to get in touch with your African roots. I'm like, I can't find any family members from Africa. How am I gonna get in touch with African roots?
Hey, yo, are you fucking kidding me? Yo, Chris just said go to your local Home Depot. You'll find Africans there now outnumber them Latin descent motherfuckers in a. Yeah, yo, you serious? Hey, yo, what territories you talking about? Yo, hey, yo.
Hey, what state
Oh
that
my
in, man?
goodness, yo.
Man, I was talking to one of my homies about the difference between us and them. And I'm like, they don't even look the same as us. Their pigmentation ain't the same. You feel me? Their hair texture not the same.
Hey man. Yo, skip all that. Yo, them motherfuckers don't even eat whole fucking food, yo.
What you mean? What you mean?
What the fuck is fufu, yo? You know what fufu is?
No, bro. What's that?
Yo, that shit is like ground rice, yo. Like, that's just like mush. Like fufu is mush, yo. Like that's like the most substandard of all fucking food, yo. Like,
Bro,
that shit
first
ain't
off, I
got
didn't
no
get the
fucking flavor to that shit. And they eat that shit across the fucking continent or the so-called continent of Africa. And Africa's not even a fucking continent. That shit's a part of a supercontinent. Euro Afro Asia is an entire fucking continent, yo. Anyway. Back to the food, yo. Them motherfuckers have fucked up culinary practices, yo. Then on top of that shit, I got 2020 footage, yo. Like, I'm talking about, like, this is like 2022 footage of Africans eating each other, yo. Like, I'm talking about motherfuckers from the own fucking village. They will barbecue their own people and eat them motherfuckers, yo. Stop
I was
playing.
told that was a religious practice.
It's not. No. This ain't
I mean,
got nothing
not
to do with
religious
religion.
practice, but a tribal practice when I was in
It's not
Africa.
tribal. No. This shit is cultural. It's a part of their customs. Like,
They do this shit the same way we eat turkey and chicken. Like, you know how they say, yo, Black Americans eat fried chicken. Like, bitch, because we got a lot of chicken, motherfucker. Like, fuck you, mean? Like, we got chicken on deck. What you got? Yo, they got each other, and they be frying Africans in the
Hey,
middle of unpaved streets. Like Africans for all the rich, I mean, okay. So I got a question for you, right? In your educational background, experience, and all that shit, was you ever told that Africa's like rich and wealthy and all of that?
I hear them teach that they get a lot of gold and diamonds from there.
Oh, they get a lot of gold and diamonds. Okay. Oh, all right. So, question. So, if Africa got a lot of gold and diamonds, why the fuck are these people literally being fucking stoned to death by people in their own fucking villages for trying to steal some dumb shit? I'm
I
talking
mean,
about literally stoned and burned alive. Like in Africa, yo, you get a whole royal fucking rumble. It'd be like 1,000-on-1 over there, yo. Like in Nigeria, in Ghana, Uganda, Kenya, etc. It'd be 1,000 motherfuckers on one motherfucker, yo. And they got cell phones now, and they're recording this shit, yo. I got footage. Like I got footage.
I'm gonna keep
Like
it a
I'm talking
band
about.
with you. That's some weird ass shit.
Hey yo, hey, I'm trying to. So I've been saying this shit for like the past like 2-3 years, telling people I got footage because like I'm trying to figure out like why these niggas, these Pan Africans is selling fucking what they call them, Pan African packages. What they call that shit? Patreon. They're selling Patreons and OnlyFans, and they doing all of this shit with fucking nothing of value, right? Well, I have actual footage. And, we can teach classes on how Africans really live in Africa.
Man, straight up.
I mean, what's up? I mean, yo, who wanna participate in an initiative of such of this nature? What's up?
I think we should just let them be great over there, man.
Be great. Fuck you mean? How they being great over there when they coming over here invading our lands? I mean, you didn't see the information I showed within the past week where.
Nah, I know what they doing, but like as far as getting our people together, so I got a quick question for you as far as the spiritual and consciousness of our people.
Spiritual and consciousness, okay. Spiritual and consciousness.
Yeah, the spirit and consciousness. So like, and I was talking about the whole magnetic fields with that carrying back to your higher self. Do you think what you eat affects you on a spiritual level?
If I eat from my land, it contributes to my being. It contributes to my relationship with that spirit of what I eat. Yes. And I eat from the land, so it maintains my spiritual alliance with everything that's natural from this land. Absolutely. I don't eat anything African,
Okay, so peep this, right?
Word.
So we eat a lot of meats, right? And none of these meats that we eat actually come from here.
What you mean? Hold on. Whoa, you said we. Like, yo, you putting a blanket on some shit right now.
Oh, okay. Let me say it like this. Our American people, a lot of us eat chicken. That's not a natural fucking bird. It's a grafted bird. Like I forget what two birds they put together to make it. I
so you
believe
got a pheasant. You got a pheasant combined with a guinea pigeon.
Okay, yeah. So you got that, and then you got for the beef that we eat. Well, let me not say we, but the people here in America, a lot of us like steak.
Okay.
I'm a vegetarian. I'm gonna just put that out there.
Okay.
I'm not promoting whether you should eat it. Not eat meat.
I appreciate you for not promoting that shit. Cause I'm not going to tell you, hey man, you need to get some goddamn lizard in your diet. I ain't gonna tell you that.
No, I'm all
Like
for
you
it.
need a
It's
lizard
so
salad, man. You need a lizard salad, man. Stop playing, yo. You missing
I'm
something.
doing this for an experience, experiment mainly, cause yeah, that's a whole nother can of worms. But let me stick to the subject.
All right.
So I'm just thinking about this buffalo and oxen,
Mm-hmm.
cow. That's how you get the cow. So that's not the OG cow.
Buffalo and oxen.
Yeah.
Really? That's how you get a cow?
And then you got pig, which is the other factor. And who owns the
Hey,
pork
yo,
industry
what?
here?
I'm about to look that up, yo. Like, 'cause, I eat bison, yo. I like bison, and I like goddamn ox.
That's different though. It's a natural thing when it's one or the
Okay.
other, but when you combine it, they gotta put something else in there for it to
They done
stay
chopped
that
and
way.
screwed that motherfucker. They done GMO the goddamn. Yeah, really, yo?
It's kind of weird to me, like
I ain't
really
never
thinking
looked
about
into
it.
where the fuck a cow came from though, man. Hey man, you on point, yo. Good shit. Good
So
money, man.
so peep
You
this.
just fucked my head up with that one, yo.
Peep this. We got pigs, right? Now, how a pig was made, I heard a whole lot of different theories on how a pig was made. But one thing I do know about pig is I seen
Mhm.
these forums a while ago. This was like
Mhm.
back when I was in 8th grade when I first started looking at the deep web. They said that human meat tastes the same as pork. Now you got everybody they eating bacon, they eating
Oh
pig,
shit.
and now the food
Now you about to
industry.
make me get biblical, yo. Hold on. Let me check
Check
the
this out.
comments real quick. Let me check the comments. Yo, Christopher just said, yo, but they got him on news claiming he's Black American. I don't know who you referring to, Chris. But his immigrants records probably say he's white. Yo, who you referring to right now,
I
Chris?
think it's Michael Blackson.
But you said that was like 20 minutes ago or some shit though, right? And yo, it's like 7 hours. This is 7 hour fucking live. Are you fucking kidding me?
He
Oh
probably
my
looking at
goodness,
it from
yo.
way back. Our chicken is from our
Nah.
turkey.
Yo. All right, that's what it is, man. Yeah. Chicken is from our turkey. That's why we like it. Yo, hey, you know what though? See, that makes sense like
That's
a
real shit.
motherfucker. But I'm saying though, yo, when I looked up chicken some years ago, right? I saw chicken was a combination of pheasant, because pheasant tastes good as a bitch. I like pheasant. I like ducks. Like ducks, yo. See, you got a lot of people that don't like duck. They be like, oh, it's too oily and it's
Man,
too
duck is
greasy.
fucking fire.
Man, hey, you had duck bacon, yo?
I never had duck bacon, but I had
Hey, yo, when I
fried
was in
duck, and I
Illinois,
used
them
to eat that shit.
motherfuckers in Illinois, they got duck bacon, yo. That shit was, hey, man. Oh my goodness, yo. That shit was so fucking good, yo. Like,
Oh,
anyway. Hold on, where we at with it?
I was gonna
Yo,
say though, you know how you was talking about the whole deal with China, right? They buying up a whole bunch of land over here in the US, farms, and they own
they
majority of the
copping
pork industry.
leases.
They own majority of the industry that produces pork. Now,
What?
I said before, put this shit together. It's people that go missing all the time. I'm not saying this is a definitive thing that happens, but Jeffrey Dahmer, Hall of Fame weirdo, eat people, is
Hey yo,
one to talk
but
about
see, but P game. You
people
know what?
tasting like pig.
It's not cannibalism when you don't eat from your own species. For one,
But if they're grafted, let's keep it a band. If they're grafted, they have to have some type of trace from the
I
owner
mean,
people.
yo. We're dealing with animals. Like these are foreign animals. Like we have no idea what they was bred, like how they was bred, what they was bred from. Like we're dealing with foreign science projects, right? That have been introduced to our population that have no fucking comprehension of this level of wickedness, yo. I mean, we're talking about like 100 years of people that have been taught about the fucking Bible, yo. They think God is good, God is great. Let us thank for our food. We bow our heads and nod out. Thank you, Lord, for this bread. Shit like that, right? Like, pardon me, I fucked that whole prayer up, right? But you hear what I'm saying, though, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yo, we're dealing with 100 years minimum of our American people that have either adapted to
He
some
said
monkey shit.
humanese. We dealing with humanese. Look them up.
Humanity.
You, oh my fault. Human.
Humanity. I mean, yo.
I
And
mean,
that's what I
but
say.
not
So,
all of them is the same though. That's
I
the
mean,
thing.
yo. And oh, we gotta, yo. Okay, so what I do on this channel, what I encourage people to do, what I do for myself, I keep it simple. I keep it so simple where it's like, hey, yo, check this out. You not my people, so fuck out of here. You understand?
Right.
It's that simple. You're not my people. I don't got time. I don't have the luxury to do no fucking genetic testing on you, no genealogical background checking on
All
you.
right. So
No,
check this out. Like you could say that, but this is why it's relevant, right?
uh-huh.
You gotta know what your enemy is and what you dealing with. Because
I've
if you
already
got
studied that shit. I'm already
let's peep this, right?
uh-huh.
They're not all the same as far as
It doesn't
where
matter,
they're
yo.
coming from,
It's
their
the fact that they're
origins.
foreign. It's the fact that they're foreign, yo.
Look, they can all be foreign, but if you got a foreigner that's
Uh-huh.
that's like, oh, I have to stay in, I'm a Hall of Fame snow walker, you
A
know.
Hall of Fame Snowwalker. What the fuck is Hall of Fame
Look,
Snowwalker?
I'm just making shit up, man.
Hey yo, come on.
You
Hey
feel
yo,
me? They can't
like you
stand
got
the
me feeling
sun.
like I done smoked some weed tonight. Like oh shit, hold on, I don't know the whole. Like hold on, you got me hallucinating. Like yo, hold on, yo, I done seen one of them before, yo. Like a Hall of Fame fucking Snowwalker. Like yeah, I think I seen one of them on TV. Or something. Like nah, what the fuck is a Hall of Fame Snowwalker, yo? I'm sober as shit, yo. What the fuck is that, yo? Like,
It's somebody that like let me be more scientific with it. So you got people that can't stand the sunlight, right? And then you got
oh,
variants of people that can stand the
got you.
sunlight,
All
right?
right.
So that's I'm wondering because you know some is grafted, some is just petri dish, whatever. I'm wondering if well, I know you said that's not relevant. The reason why that is relevant is you should know which people is gonna be where and what groups they're gonna be coming in with. You know what I'm saying? So you could be
Yeah.
like, okay, this is what you need to look out for. My people from this side of the Americas, you feel me? People from New York, people from Cali, people from Florida, you feel me? Texas. This is
And
what
this
you can
shit
look
getting
out
more
for.
wicked by the second, yo, by the nanosecond, yo. This shit, yo, that example I gave y'all not too long ago about
Damn
you got,
vampires. Yeah, snow walkers.
yo, 1 out of 10 people, 1 out of 10 people, that equation I gave y'all earlier, right? You got one person that's sane, and they are in a line, they are in an environment of 9 other motherfuckers that are insane, right? That one person that's sane is going to adapt to the insanity around them. All right. Multiply that equation based on what we're discussing right now, where now you know there's some goddamn snow fucking like snow walkers. Like these motherfuckers is like superb skaters. Like they specialize in kidnapping and raping and making thralls. Like, I mean, like I shared in my presentation over the years. Do you know the term vassal?
I don't know what that is.
the Moors were made vassals. VASSAL. Look that shit up. Look that shit up, yo.
You got me nervous now.
Hey man, yo,
Should I
nah,
search
ain't nothing
this
to be
on the
nervous
throwaway
about.
computer?
Say what? Say what?
I said, should I search this on the throwaway computer?
Oh, man, hey man, let me tell you something. The CIA loves this shit right here, yo. Like, yo, man, hey, man, I know they lining me up. I know. But they can't do nothing just yet, though. Not just yet. No, not just yet. I haven't violated no fucking agreement with them for one. I don't have an agreement with them for
A
one.
vassal or the
Uh-huh.
subject is a person regarding as having a mutual obligation to a lord.
A
Oh, or a
lord.
monarchy in the context of feudal system in medieval Europe.
Okay. Now look at the synonyms for vassal. Look at the synonyms for vassal.
Villain.
No. Not vassal. Not that. Vassal is VASSALS. There's no E in vassal. This is VASSALS. Look at the synonyms for this term. Synonym means the equivalent of the word. It's the same word. Just with
Yeah,
another
I
one.
still see villain pop up because villain.
You see
When I say
villain?
yeah, villain, not like villain as in evildoer. Well, I guess it means the same thing. It's like a serf.
A serve. Oh, continue. What's another word? What's another? Nah, let's get filthy with it.
Oh
Let's
snap,
get
serf
filthy.
is in there. Thrall, subject.
Thrall. You know what thrall means?
No, never heard of that. I'm about to click on that
You
one.
you never watched no vampire movie?
The state of being someone's power or having great power over someone. Okay.
You never watched a vampire movie?
I seen Castlevania.
Hold on. They got Castlevania movie?
No, they got Castlevania, the animated series on Netflix.
Oh, I ain't never seen that one. I remember the game from back in the game was this shit on Nintendo years ago. I think it was on Nintendo. Might have been on Sega. I can't remember, but nah, Castlevania the game was dope as shit. I ain't gonna front. Like yeah, that shit was dope as shit. Running around with a whip, like just smacking motherfuckers with a whip, yo.
Oh, they put them in this game called Super Smash Bros. It's on the
Yo, hold
Nintendo.
on. Yo, what? Hey man,
Yeah,
yo,
they
come
got
on. You
them.
got me all on subject right now. You got me talking about goddamn like Castlevania fucking vampire killers.
But you said a
Like,
thrall.
oh, yo,
That's
smacking
something they use
motherfuckers.
in there. They be talking about that. The
But
Snow
draw.
Walkers.
So in regards to I reference vampire movies, right? Because when you see in those films the description of a vampire, all right, what they're describing about a vampire, they they're taking the life force, they enslave that captive. So they have an individual captive, right? They captured someone, right? An individual, male or female, right? They drained them of their life force and they're forced to work on behalf of the vampire. That's a thrall. And they're imprisoned as well. Like it's spell casting involved with that vampire shit with the when you really like pardon me. See, I'm an 80s baby, man. I studied all types of shit, yo. Like I done they got entire books describing shit. They got films like yo, when you really look into like that vampirical shit, you'll be like, what the fuck? Like I'm telling you, like You see, they got people stuck on this Illuminati shit. Like, yo, Illuminati's doing this and Illuminati doing that. Like, hey, there's shit that predates the fucking Illuminati. Illuminati is 1700s. There was shit going on before the 1700s. You know what I'm saying? And you got motherfuckers that been on fucking vampirical shit. Look at the entire medical industry. Is this shit not vampirical? Is it not? I'm just saying what I'm saying. Yeah, Chris is up in the chat getting busy. Subject, subordinate, servant. What'd you say? Vassalist, manservant, domestic, retainer. Extended from vassal, servant, etc. Continuing. Young man, squire. Continuing. One who stands under. Yo, hey, no. See, you're missing the definition. You're supposed to be seeing the word bond servant. Bond servant. That's what's missing. Bond servant. That means a contractor. King C, Salvation Army especially. And who do they target? The homeless, right? They target the homeless. They target deprived individuals, right? Male or female. They target them. Yo, they deceive these people into donating their blood. These people's blood is being drained month after month for like $40, $60, maybe $80 or $100 per goddamn session, depending on the territory you in. Is that not vampirical? Is it not vampirical? And these are very specific communities. Like, yo, ask yourselves why these foreigners don't want African blood. I mean, like, come on. Like, it's closer. Like, all these foreigners, they come from the same region of the world, right? Euro, Afro, Asia. Why are they not seeking to devour African blood and African organs? They don't want that shit. That shit is shit. It's not of value. That's propaganda for us. Because after all, if Africa was so wealthy, why the fuck would the Africans stay in Africa? I mean, okay. So, what was it? Last week or the week before, I showed how you got Nigerians, right? And they come to North America, quote unquote, United States, to become a correctional officer, right? Well, if that's a Nigerian that came to North America to become a correctional officer, right? That means they're supposed to fucking manage inmates and shit like that, right? Okay, fine. Aren't there Nigerian criminals in Nigeria? Aren't there Nigerian prisons? Shouldn't Nigerian be guarding their own fucking people? Being a correctional officer for their own fucking people in a country which they fucking come from, and they're what's your nationality? Nigerian. Okay, motherfucker. Why aren't you a correctional officer in Nigeria? I don't care about the difference of the currency exchange rate. I don't care about none of that. I'm asking about the dignity to your land and your people. If you have fucking criminals of your nation, of your people, right? Why the fuck would you allow criminals to run amok? You're going to leave to contribute to a justice system that's not your own. And mind you, this is an injustice system because, hey, yo, these are not our American nation's laws. That's right. Vampire all day. These motherfuckers is here to feed off our people. And guess what? It's not cannibalism because we're not their people. But even then, though, they eat their own people. So what do you think they'll have in store for our people that ain't prepared for what's really going on? Hey, y'all. We about to be at the 7:30 mark. I got to conclude. I appreciate y'all. Hey.
Much love, man. Peace. I know you've been up all day.
Yeah, it's been a long ass day. It's early a.m. I need to eat something before I crash and get ready for the morning session. I got too much shit to do. But yo, hey, I hope I wasn't too long winded. Did everything I just say a moment ago, did that make sense? Was it too sci-fi or something? Do I need to show y'all books and reference points and shit? Because I can do that too, but not tonight though, or this morning.
I will say this. You would be better off showing references for a lot of this shit because people like to call you crazy. They
Call
like
me
to
crazy?
pop out. Yeah.
Call me crazy? Okay, how about this? How about this? You know what? This is what I can do. Right? So
I'm just saying for future
okay,
references.
how about this, right? Not only do I have text, okay, I also have current 2023 footage of Africans eating their own fucking people, right? Now, what's the value of that to whoever's interested in this shit and knowing the truth? Because I can easily put together a private session. I can't show this shit on YouTube.
I don't know. That sounds like a Facebook thing or IG thing.
You can't put it on Facebook or IG. Hell no.
What? I done seen some crazy shit on Facebook and
Yo,
IG.
you have not seen. Hey, yo, I tried to put it on Facebook and IG. They threatened to fucking delete my fucking account. Yo, what you mean?
Yeah, it's some type
I'm
of.
not about to get my I got too much information available for the people that's interested to allow my shit to get deleted and blocked. Like, hell no. Nah. I'd rather do a private session for those that are truly interested in knowing. Cause this is chief material. Like, I mean, this ain't for no goddamn like punk ass whatever the fuck ass, oh, I'm a gangster, I'm a thug, I'm this, I'm that, I'm a shooter, I'm this. Nah, motherfucker. Yo, check it. Are you ready for fucking warfare? Like what I did, I studied. In order to study warfare, you gotta know what the fuck you're dealing with and where that shit's coming from. Because we're surrounded right now. Our lands are being invaded by all breeds of foreigners that we could never imagined what the fuck they do, where they come from.
I mean, man, at this point, it's time to get together and do something positive for our people.
Do something positive, shit. Hey, man. Yo, you know what? I'm getting off right now. Yo, we can chop it up tomorrow, man. Yo, this 7:33 right now. I hear what you're saying. Yo, you know what? In regard to doing something positive, man, yo, you stay healthy, you stay strong. You know what I'm saying? You encourage life amongst your people. You know what I'm saying? Yo, tighten up your ranks, yo. Tighten up your people. Yeah, shit like that. And then as you do that, you know, others will recognize and appreciate that based on how you communicate. You feel me?
Big facts.
And then expansion. Now you can tap into that 3D situation because of your width, depth, and height of investment into your own. You feel me? Taking it back to that 3D right there. But now we can go into the 6D, the 12D, 18, 24, 36, etc. You understand?
Yeah.
Anyway, hey, y'all be good, though. I'm out of here. Man.
Peace.